West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar LT, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it, man. Let's do it. That was a long 2 days. It was a fun 2 days. Yes, thank you, Colin. Got to play that music, man. It's here, finally. I love sitting there watching football for 2 days, but, man, this game could not get here soon enough. Texans Steelers tonight, 7:15 kickoff, 4:15 Texans countdown. Let's go.
I was jealous. I was jealous of people who had clarity in their lives. All these fan bases, these people that at least know whether their hopes are alive or dead. At least they can move on. Then we have to wait. They have to wait another 12 hours.
I checked in. That's true. 13 hours, 14 minutes.
In reality, it's 16 hours, 14 minutes plus.
For the clarity.
Because you don't have any clarity until the end of the game tonight.
We see clarity. Yeah, no, it's funny. And I tell you what I did. Good morning, everybody, by the way. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you here on a Wild Card Round Monday, baby. Texans and Steelers tonight. I did a little checking in on other markets on my way in this morning. Mm-hmm. In Cleveland, they are now shopping through the knocked out of the playoff coach aisle for their head coach.
Oh, okay. Ooh. So the new block. Okay.
Yeah, could Sirianni get fired? Could LaFleur get fired? You know, if Harbaugh has been fired already, they're all in on Harbaugh too. I checked in there. I checked in on Philly, which was a must after they lose at home to San Francisco, and they're ready to kill everybody there.
Yeah.
I'm not ready for that, Seth. I want our clarity to be what time is the game going to be against New England next Sunday.
Is Sirianni getting fired even a talking point?
Have you never been to Philadelphia before?
I know. You know what? I know I shouldn't be surprised. But my God.
He is empirically.
Can I get a 1 year buffer?
He is right. They won the Super Bowl last year. He is empirically, by winning percentage, one of the greatest coaches in the history of the game. He's never finished below 500 in his 5 seasons in Philly, and he's made 2 Super Bowls. He's won a Super Bowl.
It's a city that fired Andy Reid for only making it to Super Bowls.
Yep.
And Andy Reid kind of went off the rails a little at the end there, but still.
Well, and Andy Reid was there for a decade and a half, though. This is 5 years for Sirianni, and the optics of Sirianni are not great. You know, he gets into arguments with his players on the sideline. He trash talks fans, but
there's just a constant soap opera going on with his number one and underutilized receiver.
Yes.
There's all kinds of stuff going on. That's sports radio gold right there.
It is. It was good. It was a good listen.
If only you could have a Super Bowl championship and a heated battle about the guy who won a Super Bowl 11 months ago.
It was a good. It was a good
listen. Have his job or not.
The only reason I won that was because it meant they won a Super Bowl the year before. I'm like, okay, well, they have won a Super Bowl. They won a couple of them, and they fired each guy. Well, they fired one of them. They want to fire this one. So, anyways, I say all that to say, man, thank God Monday is here. Boy, this Monday playoff game. Good problem to have, but this is a long wait to get to this thing, man.
It's a long wait, and I'm a little bit PO'd now, though, too, that it does create the dynamic. If the Texans win, not to look too far ahead, you get a short rest dynamic and everything in the playoffs, which is kind of bogus, right? I don't like that. I don't like that.
Yeah, it's a byproduct of the league wanting to have everything on TV that they can possibly have and more, including a Monday night game. So we know what's at stake now. If you're just waking up, if you didn't stay up for the late game last night, that was going to determine where, not only who, but where the Texans would play, home or away. We did not get the home game that we were hoping for. It looked like a decent chance early on when I want to call him San Diego. When the Chargers got that early turnover deep in New England territory, and then they went for it on 4th down and didn't score, and then New England immediately responds with a 50-yard catch and run from Ramondre Stevenson on the very first play. That was the next play. That was an uphill climb for the Chargers all night. They lose 16-3 in the only blowout, and even that game was still hanging in the balance in the fourth quarter. It was a fun weekend of football. Underdogs, if you're a Texan fan that's looking at trends from the 5 games over the weekend that should concern you, the dogs were barking this weekend, man. The underdogs were.
Oh, that Panthers game immediately.
Yes,
Man, what a game.
Yep.
That ended up being one of the most exciting games, actual action and an underdog.
Yes.
Really, really, really threatening. That was fun, and Bryce Young looked good.
The first 3 games of the weekend, there were 5 games this weekend. Underdogs were 4-1 against the spread. They were 3-2 straight up. So the underdogs were, granted, a couple of them were, 1.5 underdogs, so they were coin flip games, but still. Carolina got it kicked off early in the week. The other thing, Seth, about, and I don't know if I can handle this tonight, but the first 3 games, the team that was leading at the 2-minute warning in the fourth quarter lost the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with Caleb Williams and the Bears, who won, if any of you fell asleep with 5 minutes left in that game, it did not matter how much propaganda they were spewing at me about Caleb Williams and his multiple fourth quarter comebacks this year. Because remember, Bryce Young had all those game-winning drives, too. And they were giving you all that propaganda, and I was buying into that propaganda. Yeah. I gave the Bears almost 0 chance, and I know the win probability graph is crazy and everything, but they kept going for it on fourth down and not making it.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson did a interview at halftime where he was just resolutely saying, nope, we're going to keep going for it on fourth down.
Yeah.
And they kept going for it on fourth down and failing. That 4th and 8 throw by Caleb Williams was
nice,
just incredible.
Yep.
That was a great game, and it was good. It was nice to see guys like Bryce Young and Caleb Williams without thinking too much about debating C.J. Stroud versus them or anything. It's nice to see the younger quarterbacks have playoffs only because you want to keep refeeding the stock.
Absolutely.
For the league.
Oh,
you want to have intriguing quarterbacks
for
in
sure.
the mix.
For sure. I was rooting hard for Bryce in that game, man. That would have been something else. So we'll dig into those games in the next segment because there's a lot to pull from that. But the Texans, if they win tonight, will be headed to New England next week. So as far as things that we learned this weekend, Seth, Jawar Jordan is going to be out with the ankle injury. Not a big surprise. He didn't practice. I would imagine that maybe we'll see a little bit more British Brooks sprinkled in based on how he played against the Colts and just wanting to parse out the carries. Although it'll probably be mostly Woody Marks and Nick Chubb. The big news that came down this weekend, Davis Mills did not travel with the team due to personal reasons, and he's listed as questionable, which means he didn't make the team. He wasn't on the team plane that flew out yesterday.
Yeah.
Big turnout by the fans, by the way, at NRG Stadium. That was cool to see. A send-off. They had a big send-off party out there, and that was really cool to see. Good job for you Texan fans that were out there for that. Good job. But Davis Mills, who you never know. I mean, he's your backup quarterback. He could factor into the game. Listed as questionable. Jonathan Alexander tweeted, per a source, that he's expected to fly commercial to Pittsburgh at some point here and be there for the game. So we'll see what happens.
And that's I like without the notable news in Davis Mills' life is that his wife gave birth on January 5th.
Yeah.
And he's been at practice and everything. So I know people are trying real hard to try to link the two and everything. And other than we just have no clue other than that he's questionable for the game and that according to Jonathan, he's planning on flying commercial.
Yeah.
So it's not a paternity leave type thing if somebody's thinking that, but just there's
something going on.
Yeah, we have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, there's something going on. So hopefully he'll be there, and his son's name is Maximus Mills.
Oh, that's badass.
Which is a badass name. Yeah, that's a really good job by him. So those are news items from the weekend with the Texans. As far as storylines for this game, to me,
Mills.
Maximus. I'd go by Maximus. I'd go full name.
Money Mills. Davis should change his name legally to Money, and Money Mills and Max Mills could be a duo.
He comes in and wins a Super Bowl. We'll get his name changed to Money Mills.
Yeah.
To me, the biggest storyline is all these streaks and trends and everything. So one of these has to give tonight in Pittsburgh. The Steelers have a 23-game Monday Night Football home winning streak going back to 1991. It spans 3 coaches, which for the Steelers, that may as well span 26 coaches for any other NFL team if we're doing the conversion chart. They've only had 3 coaches in the Super Bowl era. So that goes back to 1991. Texans have never won a road playoff game. One of those streaks is going to end tonight.
Yeah, I like to add in the streak of the Steelers having 6 straight playoff losses. That's a streak also, and that's all. And not only 6 straight playoff losses, but really 6 straight non-competitions
Six
where the
straight
Steelers have fallen behind by 21 or more points in each of those 6 games. Now, the first of the NFC Championship game, at least, the rest of them were wild card playoff or first round departures.
Yeah.
And there's a bogus stat out there. I saw somebody respond to one of your tweets yesterday, Sean, claiming that domed teams, a term which nobody really uses anymore, are 1-14 all time when they play below 35 in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. That's a bogus stat. Like a 100%. For one, you can tell by the sample size that there's more situations than that. It's still in a study that was done over the first couple decades of this century, teams it was 4-14, I think, but 38% against the spread. So seemingly there could be a factor in that, but whatever. I'm not worried about it. 35 degrees is not cold.
Do you feel like it's a factor tonight, the weather?
I think it's a factor. I think that it is whenever a warm weather or dome team goes and plays outside in the elements. I think there's a natural advantage to the team that's done it more often. I just don't think it's an overriding one that's a slam dunk. You can't win this game because of it.
I think it's the part of it that does concern me is in the kicking game. That part because Ka'imi Fairbairn has proven to be a better kicker indoors than outdoors. He missed a kick last year against Kansas City in cold conditions. He's like any kicker. This isn't shade at Ka'imi Fairbairn, but he's somebody who's used to kicking indoors, and he hasn't been the best outdoors. And this is a Texans team that has relied heavily on Ka'imi Fairbairn to carry a lot of the load this year in what I think is going to be a pretty close game, defensive struggle, probably a game that plays in the teens to low 20 somewhere. Kicks are going to be important in this game.
The thing that balances that out a little bit is that the Steelers kicker, Chris Boswell, has been kind of shaky as of late himself. Here's a streak for you. 3 straight games in which he's missed a kick. So there you go. And the field conditions at Hines, whether it's raining or not, are just they bring in that new turf every week, and there's just not a stable underfooting. Mm-mm. So good weather or bad, that field just sucks. Yeah. And then it being cold doesn't make it any better. But, I think whenever you have field conditions or weather or anything else like that, the thing that I would be concerned about is it does tend to it tends to balance out the table a little bit. The underdog has more of a chance just because of randomness when the conditions aren't pristine.
And the Texans the Steelers are the underdog in this game at home. The Texans are favored by 3. The Athletic did a poll of their 11 NFL experts prior to the weekend, and the only game more lopsided than the Rams and the Panthers, in which all 11 experts took the Rams, and all 11 were almost wrong. 9 of the experts for the Athletic took the Texans. That was the second most. The rest of them were all coin flips. The rest of them were 6-5 thereabouts. So that to me is the second big storyline. Is the world seems to be on the Texans, and that scares me a little bit. The world is the world. Yeah, well, like they say, those big buildings in Vegas don't get picked or don't get built because the world is right all the time.
Especially because the Texans this year they've these big time games on the road on prime time and the Texans overcame that. They I don't know how much they were fueled by it or not. D'Amico claims he never knows who's the underdog or not. But that dynamic that's definitely not in play. The Texans are pretty much the favorite. I mean, early on, 75% of the money in Vegas was going to the Texans. Mm-hmm. So the public at large generally looks this as a lopsided game.
They do.
But and I don't look at it that way at all. I do think that the Steelers' defense is sneakily better than what a lot of the statistical rankings would tell you they are. And some of the challenges they present, for one, like the Steelers' pass defense is not good, and yet they're 6th in the league in sacks. They had one more sack than the Texans did this year. How did they get there? By the blitz. And so we've seen the Texans struggle versus the blitz before, and that's one thing the Steelers do well.
Yeah, if I could take one thing the Texans have been doing lately and bring it into this game, like one wish and then leave the rest to chance, it would be keeping CJ clean. Texans haven't given up a sack in 3 games, and that's in part the offensive line, but it's in big part to play calling and C.J. Stroud getting the ball out quickly.
Yeah.
Being smart about getting rid of the football when there's nothing there.
These streaks, Sean, these streaks of not losing on Monday night, all that stuff, I always feel like those are the acts of a desperate man. When people start bringing up historical streaks as to reasons why your team can't win or going to win. Yeah, I always envision some guy from Britain being like, well, Britain's never lost a colony due to an insurrection before. How could it ever happen? Yeah, you clowns. You're red-coated losers. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, it's never happened before.
Just going to wait until we see the white of your eyes, buddy.
Yeah.
But the Texans are getting a lot of love, no doubt about that. A lot of it due to their defense, and I think that's the third big storyline for me is the Texans' defense against Aaron Rodgers. I was listening, as I mentioned before, I was listening in on Pittsburgh. I listened to Cleveland, Philly, and Pittsburgh this morning. Once I was done bathing in the tears of Cleveland and Philly, I wanted to see what Pittsburgh was saying about us, Seth, what they were saying about not just the Texans, but about us down here, thinking we're a bunch of slack-jawed yokels or something. They feel very firmly they have the quarterback advantage in this game, that Aaron Rodgers is a big advantage for them in this game.
This is a fun one.
Yeah. Here's Aaron Rodgers on the Texans.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to play that one. That was no, I had heard that one.
Which one do you want to hear?
I want to hear the one you were just talking about. The radio host.
Oh, no, I don't have audio on the radio host. Yeah, no, Aaron Rodgers. Here's Aaron Rodgers on the Texans secondary.
Obviously, Stingley's recognized as one of the top guys in the league every single year. But I think last year has gotten better every year in his career, and he's a good player. Obviously, Petrie is one of those guys that can do a lot of different things. He can play high safety, he can play nickel. Bullock has gotten better every single year. As well, and the guys play well together. I've seen this type of defense in practice the last couple of years. Obviously, it's a little different, but it's not intricate as far as 30 different calls. They run their few calls really, really well. So it's not surprising they're the top defense in the league.
Yeah, the one thing that he didn't mention there was Toa in coverage. He didn't say a single thing about how awesome Toa is in coverage, and that is one thing that, if you think to some of the weaknesses of the Texans down the stretch, the Trey McBride going off in the Arizona game, the Freiermuth has that potential. He's not nearly as good as Trey McBride, but Freiermuth has been used a little bit more increasingly by the Steelers. But the big thing, and this is what D'Amico said too, was Gainwell and Warren, the running backs, as receivers, their ability with the ball in their hands after the catch, they do some damage. But it's not always necessarily explosive or anything, but those are things that can keep drives going. So the linebackers for the Texans are going to be very much under scrutiny tonight in pass coverage. Yeah. And that's going to be a big deal. The matchups that I'm really looking forward to are DK Metcalf on the outside versus Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter, because if you watch some of the deep strikes that Aaron Rodgers has had with DK Metcalf this year, I'd say 75% of the time he's not technically open. It's just that Rodgers still has that flick of the wrist touch and throwing the ball to the outside to DK Metcalf. He'll throw up a contested ball, and that's where it gets really, really interesting and fun in this game. At least a couple times I think you're going to see shots to DK Metcalf that look like he shouldn't even throw it, but it'll be a competitive situation at the catch.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast off and running, a playoff Monday here on Sports Radio 610. We are here for 4 hours, by the way. So we will have, from 8 to 10, we'll have all the usual guests from Texans Monday on. Mark Vandermeer will join us live from Pittsburgh. Andre Ware, ND Kalu is going to call in. John Harris is going to join us. So Seth and I are with you here until 10 a.m. this morning. It's a special day, man. It's Texans' first ever Texans Monday playoff game is tonight right here on Sports Radio 610. Up next, let's dig back into the weekend that was around the NFL. What are some of the signs from this weekend that the Texans should be on guard for tonight? And what were the big moments, the biggest moments from over the weekend in the 5 wild card games that took place? We will have that for you coming up next.
22. Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast. I don't know why Voice Guy didn't want Sports Radio 610 presents. I'll fill in the blank, Voice Guy. Payne and Pendergast for you. Text message. I'm ready for the fight with like 7 exclamation points.
Hell yeah.
Yes. Good job, listener. Ready for the fight. Text message. All the national Texans love is starting to give me Letterman jacket vibes. I wouldn't worry about that till next week when they go to the scene of the crime.
I wonder, Vrabel, I was thinking about that this morning. Would Vrabel, Vrabel's never going to admit to wanting a certain opponent or not, but I'm guessing for one, just his experience in whomping the Steelers either in the playoffs or in the regular season or whatever as a player probably might factor into a little bit. Then also, I think, I don't know. Houston is the place where somebody stole his Super Bowl ring.
That's when he was a resident here. That's true. Yeah.
I'm going to tell everybody. I'll let you know a little secret.
Huh.
I stole the Super Bowl ring.
What?
Yeah, I did. It was out of jealousy. I stole his Super Bowl ring.
Why did you wait? So you saved that for the week leading up to the actual Patriots game.
Yeah, he got it back.
Yeah.
There was a news that he got it back a couple years ago.
Okay.
I don't know if they ever arrested the person that was responsible or if it just showed up on eBay or something.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, well, knowing the IQ level of those criminals, typically it does wind up on eBay or something.
That was okay. A, I'm not going to take that personally. B, but I also it's one of the hardest things when you're not in that world and you steal something that's time to fence it.
Yeah.
That's where you get caught.
Yep.
Because I go around, I'm on random message boards like, hey, I stole my Super Bowl ring. Well, how do I get rid of this thing? And it's hard. You never know who to trust.
I love you using fence as a verb like mobsters do. Fence the load. I love that.
Fencing is the hardest part for a newbie criminal.
Okay, so let's digging into the playoffs from over the weekend. We're not going to spend much time on the Rams and Carolina, although it was arguably the most exciting game of the weekend. Mm-hmm. Carolina fought. If I'm a Carolina fan, I feel good that we got into the playoffs this year and we fought the Rams hard, and we move on to year 4. God, year 4 of Bryce Young. The Chicago-Green Bay game, highly entertaining. One of the worst coaching jobs I've ever seen in the playoffs by Matt LaFleur. Coughing up a 20. I don't care that you're on the road. Coughing up a 21-3 lead in that game.
They had all those series in the third quarter where they ran the ball like 3 times. And remember, LaFleur was on the he was on the sidelines. He was on the staff, right? When San Francisco coughed up the Super Bowl.
Atlanta.
Excuse me, Atlanta. Sorry, Atlanta coughed up the Super Bowl when he was working with Kyle Shanahan. And this is the old theory about Shanahan coaches. It's that the game management kind of leaves them because they're so obsessed with just still keeping the foot on the gas offensively.
Yeah.
And man, they did. That's exactly what they did. They just gave Chicago multiple opportunities to stay in the game.
I thought even yesterday in that Eagles game when the Niners scored the touchdown to go up 23-19, and they late in the game, and they missed the extra point, but they were going for 1 instead of 2. Go for 2 there and at least make the lead 6. 5 doesn't do you anything. And I'm going, it's Kyle Shanahan. They don't really pay much attention to anything but their ball plays that they're calling out there. So the Bears Packers, I think given the rivalry between those two teams, given the big comeback by the Bears, there is a little bit of magic to Caleb Williams too, man. I got to give him credit. Chicago is 3-3 this year in games where they've trailed by 10 or more points with 5 minutes to go in the game. 3-3, and people are like, 3-3. The rest of the league is 3-158.
Yeah,
more often than not, you have a double-digit lead with 5 minutes left. You win the game.
I mean, you see it. You see the upside, obviously, but there's a lot of. I could draw a lot of Josh Allen comparisons to him in that. All right, well, look, you see the upside, but he completed 58% of his passes this year. It's not like he's an efficient NFL quarterback, but if they rein all of these things in, and he seems to have he seems to have had a relationship that, from the outside looking in, it started off rocky with Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
Now he just loves Ben Johnson, and I think he's bought in 100% and sees the encouraging thing for me for this game was that, hey, the Bears are a team that's their defense is not as good as the Texans, but they've taken the ball away a lot.
Yeah.
They win this game without taking the ball away at all.
Yeah.
Like, that was what you wouldn't have expected
Just
coming
lined
into
up
this game.
and played.
I could have expected Caleb Williams comebacks because he's done it a bunch of times in the fourth quarter this year. But winning without taking the ball away on defense, that was a big coup for them in this game.
To your Williams and Johnson, they had like a 5-minute long video of Chicago's locker room celebration, which included Ben Johnson running around saying "F the Packers, F the Packers." That got a lot of very popular in Chicago, not as popular elsewhere. Yeah, I would say outside of Chicago generally. But Caleb Williams got a game ball and did a little speech, and he was very emotional talking about Ben Johnson and what he's meant to his career. I thought it was pretty cool. So the Bears will play. Bears are going to play the Rams in Chicago, and the Niners, by virtue of beating Philly yesterday afternoon, they're going to travel up to Seattle in a game a rematch of a game that was just played in Week 18 for the number 1 seed, and Seattle dominated the San Francisco offense. So we'll see what happens there. Did Tony Romo ruin the game for you as much as he did for me yesterday between Buffalo and the Jags?
I did. I've learned to laugh at it. I think he's just he seems confused a lot of the time. He's the worst. He really just doesn't know what the hell's going on for huge chunks of the game, and it's weird. I tried not to. I sit next to Brandy. Brandy likes Tony Romo just because it feels like you're at a party, like listening to a drunk guy call the game. Yeah. So she enjoys it, but I can't help but notice all the things he says that make no sense at all, including after the Jaguars score a touchdown, should be a big moment in the game, and he's bogging up the situation by saying, wait a second, it looks like they stopped the play before it even. What do you think, Gene?
Yeah. Talking
to Gene Steratore. Yeah. Gene Steratore is silent. Everybody's confused. Yeah. Nobody knows what the hell he's talking about.
Yep. It's bad. It's bad. Well, this was Tony Romo. They're doing the intro to the game. So he's had really a full week. But I'll even say he's had 24 hours because part of his monologue at the beginning here. Say monologue, it was like 20 seconds long. He invoked the Carolina Panthers from the day before, a team that lost the game they were in, by the way. This is Tony Romo and Jim Nantz right before the game doing kind of the setup of the game on camera.
Wide open tournament is about to begin.
It is wide open. I don't think we've ever seen it where you're like, who's going to win? I don't know. You know, and I'm pretty good at football knowledge, and I'm like, I don't know. Today's going to be very telling, though, because Jacksonville is a complete football team. They can surprise a lot of people. Carolina did that yesterday. Mm-hmm. They earned the respect of them. Almost won. They didn't. Jacksonville's in that same situation. They could do it. This could be a major upset, even though it's really not an upset because the Bills are actually the underdog, but they're the overdog. Well, we'll see today.
Okay, I don't even know what that means. Jacksonville could pull off a major upset, even though they wound up favored before the game. The line went to Jacksonville -1.5 at kickoff. He just has diarrhea of the mouth. He's done no preparation. It's the wild card round weekend, and I'm sitting here making one of the announcers a storyline in this thing. He sucks.
It's not. I honestly thought about this yesterday because I'm trying to am I being overly petty about this? And I thought about each of the games that I'm cool with all the color commentators in all of those games. I know a lot of people don't like Collinsworth. I get it. But I'm cool with him. I think he does a generally a good job. A lot of people, I feel, with Collinsworth is part of his personality more than anything else. But the rest of these guys, I feel like I'm learning things about the teams that are playing on the field. I got to watch a whole game of Romo explaining that Trevor Lawrence can actually do some damage with his legs. I'm like, yeah, we get it, Romo.
Watched football this year.
It's not...
It's really bad, man.
And that every game, every yard matters in these playoffs. I swear he said it at least 29 times. Yes, we get it. Everything matters in the playoffs.
They've got to flip that Nantz Romo team with Ian Eagle and J.J. Watt. They have the Super Bowl in 2 years. They've got to do it by then. I can't have Romo on a Super Bowl again. I can't.
No, I don't. He's learning about the teams that he's watching, just like us in the viewing audience at times.
And that's not acceptable.
And I think Nantz is kind of hamstrung by his partner. I think it's almost like you're you're going to you're going to fight a heavyweight bout, but you're also in charge of the kids that day.
Yeah, it's tough.
Like I gotta like between rounds, I'm being sure the kids are behaving themselves in the front row.
Yep. All right, headlines up next. We had a few Texans make All-Pro. That's nice. So we've got that in headlines. News for tonight's game between the Steelers and the Texans and the Rockets. What is wrong with the Houston Rockets right now? We've got all that coming up in headlines next. Stay there.
Poor Sean's like he's trying to run a show while also babysitting the kids. He's slapping.
22. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Two headlines. We'll start with the Texans. Congratulations to Derek Stingley Jr., Will Anderson Jr., and Danielle Hunter, all making All-Pro. Sting and Will Anderson, first-team All-Pro. Danielle Hunter, who still wasn't even a Pro Bowl alternate, but was second-team All-Pro. I don't get it. He had 15 sacks, but whatever. Congrats to those three guys.
Yeah, that's and it was also fun on social media this weekend, specifically X, seeing so many people bring up receipts from the trade for Will Anderson, where so many people were convinced that this is the dumbest thing the Texans could have possibly done. They're not just a Will Anderson away from being a credible team, et cetera, et cetera. And it was cool. It was really cool to see, because Will Anderson, in the way the AP did this, was that they ambushed the players by having one of their reporters do a quote-unquote interview with the player, and in the middle of the interview, they disclose that they won the All-Pro, and Will Anderson had just an awesome reaction to it.
Go out of your way to find it. It's not
the audio isn't great because it's the visual of him. He gets up and gets out of his chair, walks off camera
because he's so emotional. Yeah.
It was in the middle of him answering a question about how he's not focused on individual things. It's all about the team.
It was great, but there's zero about it that feels dishonest.
Oh no, not at all, not at all. It's like he is talking about being committed to the team, and then they heap this huge honor on top of him.
Yeah.
It was really cool.
Well, he's in there doing it within a couple months of when he's eligible for a contract extension. That would get me excited too.
By the AP, by the way, staying relevant. I was impressed. This is a good little move they did.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Other news items with the Texans: Jawar Jordan, running back, is going to be out for tonight's game with an ankle injury. He's the only one. Everybody else. If you're a Texans fan and it's week 19 of the season, which this is, about as good an injury report as you can expect. It looks like all the guys that are dinged up are going to be ready to go for tonight, other than Jawar Jordan. Davis Mills listed as questionable. He didn't travel with the team due to personal reasons. He's listed as questionable. Jonathan Alexander with a report that it's expected that he would fly commercial to Pittsburgh to be with his teammates for that game. That is a kind of under the radar, really important thing that he'd be at this game in case something happens to C.J. Stroud. There might not be a bigger delta on this team than the one between their backup quarterback and their emergency quarterback.
Yeah, and they gave birth. His wife gave birth on January 5th, and just I guess extending beyond football. Hope everything is well and everything, and that for his own sake and everybody else's, obviously, this is just kind of maybe just taking care of some business before he gets up to Pittsburgh.
Yep,
he's been at practice and everything.
Yeah.
It's not like
Yep.
Yeah.
So the NFL playoffs, we went through the playoffs in detail in the previous segment. We'll just give you the scores right here. Rams beat the Panthers on Saturday, 34-31. The Bears come back and beat the Packers 31-27, two NFC games. So in the NFC now, we've got Seattle hosting San Francisco, who beat Philadelphia yesterday, and we've got the Rams traveling to Chicago. Meanwhile, in the AFC, both games yesterday, Buffalo beat 24. New England, unfortunately, beat the Chargers 16-3. So the dream of a Texans home game, at least in the divisional round, is out the window. The Texans, if they win tonight, will travel to New England to face the Patriots on Sunday this coming weekend.
Yeah, and so looking forward potentially to that one. And then if the Texans were to have a home game in the conference championship, it would have to be against the Bills. And possibly they might have to fly Josh Allen in multiple pieces on different planes to that game. He got the crap beat out of him
His
yesterday.
Arm and torso are arriving on Sunday.
It was play after play. He had his helmet ripped off. His ear was all bloody. Yeah. Then what else happened? He got there were three notable hits. He got hit real hard on one play. I'm having a hard time between him and Justin Herbert. Those are the two quarterbacks that just got bludgeoned
two big
over and over
quarterbacks
again on this weekend.
Yeah, Herbert was bad too. The beating he took, he wasn't good, but the beating he took was awful.
Josh, just like Matt Stafford before him, hit his hand on the helmet. His own offensive lineman, and that was a dicey situation for a while. Didn't look like a ball was coming out of his hand real well after that.
Rockets lose last night. They've lost 4 out of their last 5. They lose to the Kings again, 113-99. They've lost to the Kings twice now this year. The Kings are 9-30, and 2 of their wins are against the Rockets. Rockets are only 22-14. Like we're heading into stop messing around here territory a little bit.
No, I knew Udoka was just disgusted. I don't know if we have time to play that today or not. The fact we can't rely on this 57-year-old dude to be out here for 45 minutes a night.
Yeah.
That it's got to be more than just this.
Yeah, it was after they got swept by the Blazers up in Portland, and it was after the Friday game. And he's like, yeah, we take out a 37-year-old guy and we give up a 13-0 run in 2 minutes.
In my mind, I wish he had said 57.
That would have been fun.
Yeah.
Alex Bregman, 5 years, $175 million from the Cubs. Maybe we'll give Alex Bregman an acknowledgement and acknowledge me. We can dig into that a little bit more. But, boy, Bregman played the business game perfectly.
Yeah.
Perfectly these last 2 off seasons. So he
ends up being still much more than the total money, much more than what the Astros' final offer reportedly was to him.
Yep, by like $60 million. He signs with the Cubs, 5 years, $175 million. All right, those are your headlines for today. All right, up next, nice long segment coming up here at 7 o'clock. The Texans defense, I was listening in on Pittsburgh radio today. They are understandably a little shook about this Texans defense. They had the numbers to back it up. If you're someone who's wanting to pick the Texans tonight, we've got some numbers that are going to make you feel very good about what it is you're about to do. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, the playoffs are in full swing, and Underdog is
Sugar Land Studios. KILFM 82 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents.
Why is the voice guy not saying our name? Is that, you're not turning it down, are you, Colin? He's just not saying our name? That makes me a little nervous. You know, that they've turn Seth up, please. That they have a Mad Lib going on for our promo. I'm going to ask our boss about that.
Yeah, our key cards are going to stop working and everything.
So I just went to the restroom during the break. Mine still works. So
maybe not be until normal business hours.
Right. I know it's 7:04. Nobody else is up here for another 56 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll go hike the Appalachian Trail. I'll check in on the
all right, for you. You got that NFL pension coming in. I don't got squat.
I'll check in on the Texans via telegram office at each of my waypoints. Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. That is weird that the voice guy's going 610 presents, and then there's
That's
nothing.
The kind of things that they're doing where they set up like, okay, we got to look once the playoffs are over and we get rid of Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah.
We'll insert the new host.
Yes.
Slappy McSlapface.
Yes. Yeah.
Let me poison the well right up from the front. This guy they hired to replace us.
Yeah.
Got his way by sleeping his way there. That's what he did.
Going to be one of Stoerner's boys from Baytown. Got him a gig to replace us. Squibby, the Squibby Show. Squibby McSquibster.
I can't have this kind of distraction during a playoff run.
I know.
Damn it, I got to focus.
Playoff run. I can't focus on my personal life.
We're like these embattled coaches trying to deflect questions about whether or not we're getting fired at the end of the season.
Text in if you want Seth and I to remain the hosts here at Sports Radio 610.
Contact
we
your
need
local
campaign.
congressperson.
We need a campaign. All right. Here was Rex Ryan yesterday on Sunday Countdown. Rex, still in love with the Texans defense tonight.
He's talking about wants to get the ball out there quickly, talking about DK Metcalf, quick game and all of that. How does this Houston defense match up with that?
You're not going to beat Houston with that way. There's no chance. Eventually, you better stand back there and have to pitch it downfield. And when he does, good luck. Because this pass rush, this is the best defense in the National Football League. And you think these little things are gonna beat Houston? No chance. So to me, you're gonna condense this pocket. I know one thing: Aaron Rodgers is a great quarterback. He's dead last in the NFL versus pressure. So I think you're gonna feel that heat right from jump, right from the first pass of the game to the last.
Yeah, they and you can hear the whole panel objecting to Rex's.
We've got a little
what
of
Rex
it later.
is saying. It is what he is saying is true in terms of Aaron Rodgers peppers the line of scrimmage. I mean, he gets it out quick on short passes, screens, etc. And the Steelers do most of their damage with run after the catch. The Texans feast on plays like that. Think of all the times this year where you see Kamara Lassiter flying up and snuffing out a screen 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage. That game plan is not going to be what does the Texans in unless the Texans get hyper-aggressive versus that types of stuff. And if they have some blown coverages on the back end, that's where they're – so it's a matter of keeping that swarmometer on 7. Look, he's going to give you a steady diet of throws to running backs and tight ends and all of these other things, and the Texans are going to attack that like crazy. Lots of shots in the kill zone, but you can't get too aggressive to the point where you have some of these blown coverages we've seen in the last few weeks.
Yep.
But there won't be – the Texans could have the best pass rush of all time tonight and still come out of the game with 1 or 2 sacks.
Yeah.
So don't set your expectations as, wow, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are going to be hitting Aaron Rodgers all night long and having a bunch of sacks. No. The important thing is that they keep forcing the ball to come out quickly because the Texans are really good against that.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if Rex Ryan is the one angling for our job right now. He's been very pro-Houston. I'm listening to all these cuts right now as far as who might be taking our job because they left our name off of the bump in there. Maybe it's Rex. Rex Ryan
he'd have a hard time. He'd have to make that adjustment to doing 4 hours of content instead of just 90 seconds at a time, giving really hot takes. And I think he'd be good at it. It would just be an adjustment for a while.
An adjustment.
He'd have to deal with the normal. There's about 9 months where the new host just gets all kinds of hate from the guys who have departed. But I think he would slowly start. I think he would win a lot of people over really quickly. And he's obviously got a whole lot of personality. Crap. I'm making a really good case for replacing
No, I know,
us with
but
Rex
Aaron
Ryan.
Kapner just texted me and said that she promises that you and I aren't getting fired. She's like the eyes and ears of this place.
She bought us those. Erin's the one that went out and bought us those little neck fans for when it's hot out in the pregame show.
Yeah, so she cares about us deeply. Okay. You don't sound too convinced that Erin might know what's going on here. I've just got to say,
if they wanted to get rid of us, they'd have to be incredibly diabolical about it and keep even Erin Kapner out.
Oh, that's true. Oh, yeah. Watch yourself.
I would believe Erin if she, in her tearful, like, guys, I really didn't know. I would believe her then.
100%.
I believe that Erin Kapner would never lie to us.
Yes.
But I don't know. Let's see. Save Payne and Pendergast. That's our new. Let's make this Texans playoff run about us as much as possible.
Oh, wait till countdown tonight, man. if you're coming for Steelers coverage, you're coming to the wrong place.
I want somebody in the press conference tonight to say, D'Amico, did you guys use the plight of Payne and Pendergast as motivation for winning this game?
Yes. All right. Here's Mike Tomlin of the Pittsburgh Steelers, their head coach. Here's Mike Tomlin on the Texans' defense last week.
On the defensive side of the ball, they just got a kick-butt unit. They do. They got a top-flight edge tandem in Hunter and Anderson. They got a top-flight corner tandem on the outside, and so they rush very well. They cover very well. They're not trying to split the atom schematically. They don't have to when you have corners and edge rushers like that. I'll start first with the edge rushers. Will Anderson and Hunter are simply the most dynamic edge rush tandem in the National Football League in 2025. They got 27 sacks between them. I think it's 12 for Anderson, 15 for Hunter, their whole group. You could talk about the things that you need to do schematically to minimize them and all of that. There's nothing that they haven't seen. We better stay out of a bunch of one-dimensional passing circumstances, because if we're in those circumstances, we're going to be in trouble. And that's just the reality of it. They do a good job of being aggressive and combative in coverage. They got a really good secondary. Petrie, their safety / nickel, very versatile, and he displays that versatility on the back end and in safety circumstances, and also in his ability to cover and blitz as a nickel. They got a real good linebacker tandem, man, that's highly active and productive. They minimize big plays. I was just looking at their statistical profile. They're top 5 in most statistical categories. Points, I think they're number 1 in yards per game. They're in the top 5 in rush defense and pass defense, scoring, yards. And so certainly they've been top tier and elite in just about all areas all year with that group.
Okay, so here's what he didn't say. He didn't say, hey, whichever random guy is going to start next to Kalen Bullock is really good as well. So
he forgot to mention random guy, yes.
He did. He said those 2 guys at linebacker. I interpret that as shade at EJ Speed.
Mm-hmm.
So they actually have 3 linebackers who play in their 4-3 package. And look, unlike Tony Romo, Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator for the Steelers, will have watched some film about the upcoming opponent.
Right.
He's gonna look at a few things. One, he's gonna go back to that Cardinals game and say, "Wow, all right, they figured out a way to get Trey McBride a bunch of opportunities." Some of the things they did with Says, looks like he's staying in the block and then releases. You're going to see some of that out of Freiermuth. They're going to watch the Raiders game and say, all right, well, how did Ashton Genty have the best game of his career so far as a rookie running back? And they've got Gainwell and Warren. They're 2 running backs that can do some damage as receivers. Mm-hmm. And then even though it's funny that he said, boy, they do a good job of limiting he didn't say explosive plays, but he said the big plays or something like that. That's one of the few statistical areas where the Texans aren't as good as everywhere else, is some of the blown coverages. And they've allowed some big plays downfield. Usually it's because of mental errors, not physical losses. So
and way more lately than they were during the chunk of the season.
Which, when Kamari Lassiter wasn't playing especially, you see that. So Kamari Lassiter stabilizes some of that just because he's in communication with those safeties better and, with more knowledge than Tremon Smith would be. But they're going to be trying to figure out ways to dupe the safeties into making bad coverage decisions so they can hopefully, if they can protect Aaron Rodgers long enough, that's a big if, they're looking to dial up some of those deep shots on blown coverages.
The Texans have a very good defense, as Mike Tomlin just outlined. Statistically, aesthetically, visually, watch them, look at the numbers. They're a great defense. This is courtesy of a very nervous morning show on 93.7 The Fan up in Pittsburgh this morning, Seth. when they have played top 12 defenses this season, defenses that are basically in the upper third of defenses, by whatever measure, they've performed very poorly, the Steelers have. They've not done well against good defenses this year. In the 7 games they've played against top 12 defenses, Green Bay, New England, Buffalo, Chargers, those are all teams we watch play this weekend and play some decent defense. Well, Green Bay not so much in the second half, but you know what I mean. And then Minnesota and Cleveland twice. Those were 7 games against teams that had good defenses, 16.5 points per game, 260 yards per game. That's less than what the Texans are allowing in both of those metrics this year, and the Texans are an elite defense. So the Steelers, when they've played against good defenses, they performed at a level below what the average Texans opponent has performed at.
And most recently, and this honestly, I feel like most Steelers fans, I would guess the majority of Steelers fans don't feel good about this game just because Mike Tomlin's teams have been so bad in the playoffs as of late. They're not just they haven't just lost 6 straight games. They've really gotten beat the hell up in 6 straight games in the playoffs.
That was a question that they were asking each other on the morning show this morning. They were like, would you feel better about this if Tomlin had just won one of those playoff games?
Right.
Just won one. Would you feel better? And they were like, yeah, I'd probably feel better if he'd won one. But they've all been blowouts, like you said.
Well, yeah, but the Texans are a warm weather team, right? The second game in that 6-game streak was against the Jaguars, where they got destroyed by the Jaguars, and I think that was in Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah.
So, and regardless, the most recent really bad offensive performance didn't have DK Metcalf, but they scored 6 points in that game, and some Steelers fans I've seen have been saying, "Whoa." They took care of Myles Garrett in that game. Didn't have any sacks. Like, no, you idiots. One of the reasons they only scored 6 points was because they had to commit so many resources to blocking Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
Like, that's not – scoring 6 points isn't proof that you shut down Myles Garrett because he didn't have any sacks. Myles Garrett's presence was very much felt. And now you've got a Myles Garrett on either side of the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, Garrett said after that game that it felt like they were more focused on stopping me than winning the game.
Yeah.
And because you got to keep in mind, Garrett was going for the sack record in that game also. If he got a sack, he would have broke it. I don't think they were on the whiteboard, the Steelers, before the game saying, all right, our number one key is to keep Myles from getting the sack record. But obviously Myles Garrett is a point of emphasis for any offense.
Yeah, and it's one of those things too where like Myles Garrett didn't go. It was when the Steelers play with 6 offensive linemen a lot of the time too, just like the Texans. Mm-hmm. But they'll pass more out of their 6 O-line package, and that's when you fall into that same dynamic of okay, cool, we're keeping Aaron Rodgers safe because we've got an extra offensive lineman, but that means we have one less receiving option. And it just, great. If Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson come out of this game with 0 sacks, I actually feel like that's a better indicator that they won the game. Because the Steelers, that means that they overloaded. They overloaded everything. They did everything they could to limit those guys from.
The consensus on the text page seems to be that people want to keep us, Seth, by and large. Count me in to keep you guys. Best ever. They better not get rid of. They're not. We're joking around if somebody's just getting in their car. For some reason, the bump-ins to each segment has voice guys saying 610 presents and then just nothing after that.
We should, with each successive win that the Texans have in the playoffs, presumably I feel like the Texans winning is good for you and I and our job security.
Yes.
That we need to celebrate us having a job for another week.
Yeah, okay? That's what we'll do.
Yeah.
Someone said, it's middle screen. I can take y'all or leave y'all. I love you, middle screen. Someone said, "Is Easter be working in the 610 front office right now?"
If you and I get fired, we need to do what Bill Simmons has done for 2 decades since he was let go from ESPN, which is just talk smack about our
every
station
outlet
endlessly. Yeah.
Yes.
And act like we were wrong so woefully.
Oh yeah.
It's like Simmons goes on. Simmons has made like a couple $100 million since he left ESPN, but he still can't get over the fact that somehow he needs to prove to the world that ESPN did him wrong.
That's a level of pettiness I would like to experience once in my life. That I've made $200 million and I still just carrying all that baggage around.
Employer,
yes, they're still renting space in my head. I just want to see what it feels like because it would mean that I have $200 million. If there's an X factor, Seth, that flips what is, I think, likely going to be a low-scoring game tonight. I think this is the first one to 20. Another stat they had on the Pittsburgh station this morning was that the Texans have won, I think it was 15 straight, and I think they're 11-0 this season when they've scored 20 points or more.
Yeah.
The Texans scored 20. They generally win.
Yeah, if you go back to like each individual game, even I can't remember what the stat was. It was if they'd even if they had won, it's just they're that consistently good on defense that the bar is get to 20 on offense.
Yes.
Get to 20 and you've got a real good shot. Because also if you score 20, then usually also it means your defense has been off the field, at least a few extra series. I think with the Texans offense, it's not the high-scoring affair that you dream of and that you want and that you would love to have in the playoffs, but they have been consistently scoring more than 20 points.
Yeah.
And I know that sounds like a meager goal, but when you've got a defense on the other side of the ball that's as good as it is, that is enough. Like, that's a winning formula. As long as you're just consistently scoring multiple touchdowns, you can get by with that. You can have a playoff run with that.
My concern in terms of an X factor that would negate something like that, or that would give the Steelers easy points or prevent the Texans from getting easy points. The kicking conditions are a concern I brought up before. That is a concern of mine. As much as the Texans rely on field goals, this has historically been, in any kind of weather, the worst stadium to kick field goals in just because of the aerodynamics of the stadium and next to the river right there.
I think both these teams have won games the turnover margin, and their records are what they are. The Texans have a better record, but the Steelers have a winning record, in large part because they take the ball away a lot on defense, and they don't turn the ball over on offense. So that's a bit of a stalemate there, and that's a huge factor in whether you win or lose a game.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, the Texans, they feast on turnovers. You look at last week's game. Without Danielle Hunter's strip sack, it's hard to win that football game. But you shouldn't go in expecting to force 3 turnovers against the Steelers.
No, and conversely, I'm not concerned about the Texans turning the ball over because they've turned the ball over less than any team in the NFL this year. I am concerned if they do it, if they're doing it on their side of the field and they're giving easy drives. Easier. There's nothing easy against this Texans defense, but if you make the Steelers have to work for their offense, they're not scoring 13 points tonight, I don't think.
I was looking at the Patriots, looking ahead. I know I shouldn't be doing that. Got to keep the eye on the what's in front of me. And yet, one of the Patriots' weaknesses is supposed to be their red zone defense. And I thought, okay, cool. Yeah. Well, all right, the Texans' offensive red zone has been atrocious. And then you watch the first half of that game, that entire game, and the Chargers aren't doing a damn thing in the red zone. So the Patriots team is way more for real than I wanted to acknowledge, I think.
Yeah.
And including some of the things they've done against the few good opponents they've played and the few good defenses they've played. They've put up points like against that Chargers defense, against the Ravens second half of the season defense. They've put up points against some good defense.
Drake May football when under pressure last night, though. He put the ball on the ground a couple times. And that Patriots offensive line has been banged up and or inexperienced. That left side that's 2 rookies on the left side for the Patriots.
Yeah.
They're good rookies, but it's 2 rookies nonetheless in the playoffs. So we'll see. I saw some things. Drake May's really, really good. He's really good. There were some things I saw last night where I go, okay, if he was going against the Texans defense, I think it might have been a little bit of a different story.
Then a real quick aside to Trevor Lawrenceville. Trevor Lawrence throws 2 interceptions in that game. One was on a tipped ball. One was just an idiotic interception. But he could have thrown more.
Definitely could have thrown more.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the first half of next season to see if Trevor Lawrence turns into a pumpkin the same way he did with Doug Peterson.
Yes.
And Doug Peterson got the best out of him in the second half of a season.
Mm-hmm.
And then once teams had an entire offseason to look at it, like, oh, he's Trevor Lawrence. Okay.
Yes.
So I eagerly await.
Are you ready to do some acknowledgments, my friend?
I've never been more ready, Sean. In my last game ever with you, yes. Yes.
You're going to scare people. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We do Acknowledge Me every Monday at about this time, 7:20-ish. We acknowledge big accolades, big performances, some ironic performances we've started to mix in as well. Acknowledge Me doesn't always mean that you were on the good side for us, but nevertheless, we start on the best side, which is the Texans, And let's acknowledge Derek Stingley Jr.
Acknowledge me.
Will Anderson Jr.
Acknowledge me.
Who made first-team All-Pro. And Daniel.
Acknowledge me.
Second-team All-Pro. The Texans, Seth, and that's great, all well-deserved. I think that's exactly the only thing that I think when you and I were talking about this, the prediction I got wrong when it came to All-Pro is I thought Nico Collins was a lock to be at least second-team All-Pro. He finished one spot outside of that. There are 3 receivers on first team, 3 receivers on second team. He finished 7th among all receivers, Nico did.
Yeah.
Chris Olave got in over him. I'm just name me one big play Chris Olave had this year. You know,
he was really productive. It was just on a bad football team.
That's him. Nico
he was more productive than Nico by the box score and what have you.
Not by much, but yeah.
Yeah, but also where I feel like, man, when you're playing from behind and everything, those are I don't like. Easy, it probably isn't a fair one, but it is. It's easier.
They're different stats.
Yeah.
They're different stats. Anyways, I thought that's the one thing that the voters, as far as the Texans go, that the voters got wrong. A ton of Texans got votes. I will say that. A ton of them got votes.
The interesting thing was with Jalen Petrie, I saw Emmanuel Ocho say something about how Jalen Petrie had initially been classified as a safety, but then they moved him to slot cornerback. So I don't know what happened with all of that or what that means. But I don't know if he would have gotten, more votes as a safety than he did as a slot cornerback. He ended up getting 6 votes, and the 2 winners, the top guys, Cooper DeJean and Derwin James, got 24, 80. Oh no, I'm sorry. Jalen Petrie got 29.
29 points. So the way it works, the second team.
Yeah.
First team votes are worth 3. Second team votes are worth 1.
But he finished 3rd.
Yeah.
So Cooper DeJean and Derwin James ahead of him.
Yep.
And then, I don't know, with Jalen Petrie and that, whatever they're calling the slot cornerback or nickel backer or whatever, that nickel defender that gets those votes, I feel like this year Jalen Petrie has entered the consciousness of the public.
Yep.
And there's a good chance if he plays the same way he did this year that he gets it next year.
Especially if he plays well in the playoffs. People remember that, man. I know the voting will be a year from now, but the Texans make a deep run. It helps a lot of these guys. There were 5, 6, 7, there were 9 different Texans that got first place votes at their positions. A lot of them was just 1 or 2, but still, the Texans had the second most points for the All-Pro out of any of the playoff teams, behind only Denver. So good job by the Texans. Alex Bregman,
acknowledge me.
5 years, $175 million, signs with the Cubs. So he got $40 million from Boston last year in the 1 year he was there. He's getting $175 for the next 5 years. I think there's some deferred money in there, but for purposes of this conversation, he's gotten a combined total of $215 million for the period of 2025 through 2030. 6 years, $215 million. For some perspective, the Astros' best and final offer to Bregman was 6 years, $156.
So he's making $49 million more over the course of 6 years than he would have with the offer from
$59 million. Yeah, $59 million. So that was a good decision by him. If finances were the big thing, that was a good decision. And some might even say if you're trying to play on a World Series contender, this was a good decision. The Astros, there's just as good a chance as they're on their way to being average as it is them getting back into the World Series picture.
Yeah, and like Bregman much more so than Tucker is a guy that you feel, all right, makes the team better in ways other than just his actual production.
Leadership.
And like everything they said about him in Boston was that they were getting everything that they hoped to out of him in terms of mentoring younger players and the competitive at-bats, et cetera.
I talked to a lot of Cubs fans. They are more excited about the Bregman signing than they were I think they were excited about the Tucker trade, but I think between the injuries and the postseason performance, they had zero appetite to bring Kyle Tucker back to the Cubs.
Well, and it was a deal with opt-outs where it just wasn't. It was a 1 year deal basically.
No. I'm talking about Tucker. It was a 1 year deal. Oh, we said opt-outs. That's why I was
okay. Sorry. Yeah, it was a 1 year deal. It was expiring contract.
Yeah.
I did say opt-outs.
Yeah. I thought you were talking about Bregman. Sorry. So they're more excited about the Bregman up there, I think, than they are about Tucker. I saw a clip this weekend, Seth, from I think it was Jim Bowden or one of the reporters on MLB Network, and they said that they think Tucker's stock is dropping out there in the marketplace right now. that the 10-year deal he was hoping for is not going to be out there for him. And they show the stats on the screen, and you forget that, or at least it's his Cub last year, and I wasn't paying super close attention. He's only played like a combined total of like 200 games over the last 2 seasons. He missed a big chunk of the season with that shin injury with the Astros, and then he had all kinds of different injuries with the Cubs last year. And he only played in like 89 games. So I think that's, if you're looking at that, I think they said that's scaring teams a little bit, that he's missed a bunch of games, and the postseason thing, obviously. So we'll see.
The Payne and Pendergast curse lives on.
Yeah.
You and I were there,
we were like
30
10
feet away from Tucker when he got hit in the shin.
Yeah, and it sounded as nasty as it ended up being. This random Jags reporter, I guess?
Acknowledge me.
Is it a reporter? I don't know.
She's from the Jacksonville Free Press, yes.
Okay.
I'd seen that this morning.
Okay. So technically a reporter.
It's a publication in Jacksonville.
It is a publication there. Okay. And so she's do we have a name for her or just
I did at one point, but I've lost the tweet. So yeah.
If you missed it, Liam Cohen at some point during his press conference after getting knocked out of the playoffs at home, this particular reporter had encouraging words for Liam Cohen.
I want to tell you congratulations on your success, young man.
Thank you.
You hold your head up, all right? You guys have had a most magnificent season.
Thank you.
And you did a great job out there today.
Appreciate
so you
it.
just hold your head up, okay?
Thank
and
you,
ladies
ma'am.
and gentlemen, Duval, you the one, all right?
you, ma'am.
keep it going. We got another season, okay?
I appreciate
Take
it.
care and much continued success to you and the entire team.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, and he didn't say that at the end. It's funny though. This brought a lot of reporters out of the woodwork all of a sudden. Particularly female reporters who I think rightfully said, hey, it's a press conference. We've been battling all these years to try to, achieve some sort of equality in these environments here. Stop giving it all back in 30 seconds by treating this as some sort of rah-rah segment for Liam Cohen. My biggest thing, Seth, was I wish that something like that were to have happened with a coach that's a lot saltier than Liam Cohen. Liam Cohen was being very polite.
Yeah.
He just got knocked out of the playoffs.
I know.
Like, do that with Vrabel. I need her to show up if the Texans beat the Patriots next week, and do that with Mike Vrabel.
I don't know. There's a lot of people, a lot of actual journalists, Sean and I are not journalists, to be clear, were really upset about this. I found it so over the top that it was off-putting and kind of annoying. I feel like that people are going to be split on this one way or the other. It was over the top, man. It was Lynn Jones from the Jacksonville from the Jacksonville Free Press News.
Acknowledge her, Colin. Lynn Jones.
Acknowledge me.
God.
Well, I don't think she's that much older than, or at least from looking at her picture, I don't think she's that much older than Liam Cohen. So when she called him a young man, I was a little surprised by that.
Okay, yeah. The other thing too was Schefter tweet. This is where I saw it first. Schefter tweeting, "Look at this awesome exchange between this reporter and Liam Cohen," and I'm like, "Is it awesome?" I'm meant to be doing this in at any rate.
I like so a lot of the journalists are upset because they're like, "Hey, serious questions need to be asked."
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, I'm going to have to go back and listen to every single question from that press conference and see how many of them were repeats of a previous question.
Yeah.
Or questions about how's it feel or whatever. I get what you're saying, but it's not like one of these New York City press conferences where there are people asking like just downright viciously difficult, et cetera, et cetera. I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical that she was taking up time from a more hard-hitting question.
I agree.
I would say the same for Houston. It's just not as vicious a media environment as it is in some of those places.
Seattle Seahawks.
Acknowledge
This is another thing people were split on this weekend. Apparently, Seth, the Seahawks, who have yet to play a playoff game, they have a bye. They play the 49ers next week at home. They sent out a warning to their season ticket holders over the weekend, to season ticket holders that are reselling their tickets and putting their playoff tickets up on websites that resell tickets, saying that our records indicate your seats for the upcoming divisional round playoff game are currently posted for resale. As communicated prior to this season, 2026 renewal eligibility may be impacted if it is determined that your season tickets, including any playoff games, were used primarily for resale purposes. They then go on to say, if you want to avoid any impact of your renewal, take your tickets down right now from that resale site.
Yeah.
I could see both sides of this. General football fans going, I bought them. They're mine. I can do what they want. At the same time, it is their product. And they can attach whatever disclaimers or rules. And it sounds like they sent a warning letter out before the season. So this is not coming out of left field from the Seahawks.
There's one thing I know about Seattle, very healthy respect for authority in that city.
Yes.
And
oh, boy.
I think they're gonna step right in line with whatever the man is telling them.
Poor Paul Gallant is having flashbacks right now. They stormed his building in Seattle.
I don't know. I have a hard time with this one too. It's that it does. There is something about like, okay, wait a second. All right, I bought these tickets. There's a part of me that when somebody tells me, even if I would never try to sell my ticket or whatever, because that I don't like being told what to do, man. I don't like being told what to do.
I get it.
But let's be honest. At the end of the day, it's not going to affect whether, for me at least personally, I would be annoyed and perturbed. But I'd probably step in line.
They're worried about – I think the biggest thing they're worried about is whoever they're playing in the playoff game storming the state, like fans from that city. And we know this firsthand. Yeah. Niner fans travel. If it was the Rams that had gone to Seattle instead, if Green Bay had held on to that lead against Chicago, it would be the Rams going be Green Bay going to Seattle. They travel also. So this is
the thing. This is about whether they were using it. This is basically just saying people that it looks like there was a pattern of they were only using this to resell it. It showed up for resale every single home game or something like that.
Yep.
So if somebody's hard up and needs to pay the mortgage and they sell their tickets, I think that's different than somebody that's a small time ticket broker, I suppose.
Probably so. I want to get this one in. Buffalo Bills.
Acknowledge me.
Mostly, Seth, because I know you and your family are from up that way. Highmark Stadium is definitely going to be Dunzo now. The only chance Buffalo had of still playing another game
Dunzo in a good way?
It's gone. They're
Dunzo. Okay.
Highmark's. They're moving to a new stadium next year.
Yeah. Oh, Buffalo. The new one. I didn't know what the new one was going to be called.
Yeah. Okay. Highmark is the old Ralph Wilson Stadium or whatever. It's the one they've been playing in.
I do. By the way, I don't pay attention to any stadium names anymore.
I can tell.
I really don't. I thought it was Everbank still in Jacksonville. The new one's not.
Highmark Stadium in Buffalo, which is the only chance there would have been to have another game there would be if the Bills faced the Chargers in a 6-7 AFC title game. It's gone now. So they're doing what organizations do. They're selling off parts of the stadium. They're already selling off. They have people buying seats and benches and things like that. They are also reportedly, Seth, going to be selling the big urinal troughs from the bathrooms there. Is there any chance that you get in on the bidding?
My brother-in-law, he just put a new bathroom in his bar and grill.
He owns a bar, right? Yeah.
They tried a lot of business from Bills fans, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if he has the space for one of those troughs. How long are they? Does it say?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Trough length.
Do you think is there at least one of those troughs sold to somebody who puts it in his actual rec room or something?
Yes, 100%. Yes.
There was a fraternity that used to have awesome parties in college. I think it was ATO. They had in their basement.
Yeah.
They had just a gutter in the basement that was basically used as the pee trough.
Okay.
And it wasn't designed for that, but it was cool. It was one of the appeals of it. It was 20 feet away from the bar.
Yeah.
And it was kind of nice. I would love to have in my rec room a big old trough.
The post on Barstool about this particular story turned into like an homage to the different urination situations around different stadiums. Apparently Delaware, the University of Delaware, has something similar to what you're talking about, where it's just a square room with no urinals or anything. It's just a gutter at the bottom that all feeds into a drain.
Yeah.
They call it the piss wall in Delaware. Missouri State has windows above the urinals that have a field view, so you can keep watching the game.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Yeah. And
Rice used to have the big old troughs.
Rice had it. Wrigley Field troughs. Yeah.
I'm actually a fan of the troughs.
Are you?
I would rather have the troughs. You know, at NRG, they don't have partitions.
Yeah.
It's urinals. I'm like, all right, why don't you just go ahead and just do a trough, which creates, at least it provides spacing. The thing about a trough when it's crowded is you are shoulder to shoulder with a bunch of other dudes whip it out.
You'd have to go a long way to watch a game there, and to go there just to urinate would be an odd reason to go. But the University of Hawaii, troughs with dividers.
Oh.
The best of both worlds, according to Seth Payne.
There's an efficiency to the trough that I admire. You know, the fewer moving parts, the better.
Sure.
It's economical.
Just feeding into the
drain.
drain.
It makes sense. Yeah.
I'm not a trough guy. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Top of the hour, we are going to start in on Texans Monday. Seth and I are with you till 10 a.m. We'll have Mark Vandermeer joining us at the top of the hour. Up next, lies about the Texans being spread 24 hours before their game tonight against the Steelers. We've got that for you coming up next. But first, Beck's Prime. My first Beck's
610-222-2222.
Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, yes! Your campaign worked, everybody. Our names are back on the bump-in with the voice guy right there.
Good job.
Yeah.
We did it together.
Yep. The power of the people right there.
As a reward, we're giving all of you an attaboy. Yeah.
And two more hours of us today.
Yep. Two hours of hopefully me not making any FCC violation. All right.
We're good. So good.
Don't disappear under the desk and entice me into doing what that hockey announcer did for the Flyers a few weeks back. Made a crude comment about somebody who was fixing.
Oh yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
It was pretty funny. He got suspended for 2 games.
Right.
It was like a hockey game, so it's not like they were like, okay, it's an FCC violation. We got to do something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Seth, if you recall, I believe it was a week or two ago, one of the Sundays where you and I were not doing a Texans game. I think it was week 17 because we had the Chargers game on Saturday that week, so that gave us a whole Sunday to watch football, where normally you and I would be working. And I said, you know who I really like? Alex Smith. I really like Alex Smith on Countdown on ESPN, on Sunday Countdown, the morning show, the studio show they have. He's excellent. And then yesterday, Rex Ryan is making a case for the Texans in the face of a very, very agitated Teddy Bruschi and Alex Smith, who are both campaigning for the Steelers.
Bruschi is a Texans hater, by the way.
He is a Texans hater.
He is. It's a couple weeks in a row now he just does it. Anytime anybody brings up how good the defense is, he's like, they're all right.
Can you imagine if the Texans win tonight? And
I can.
They're going against the Patriots this week?
Yes, I 100% can. I've already imagined it, Sean.
Bruschi is going to be unbearable.
I had a dream about it last night. Remember, I slapped him in a dream.
Oh, that's right.
Just last week.
Yeah, and Brady, too.
That's right. Yeah. I felt bad about Brady. Bruschi, I really enjoyed it.
Oh, I enjoyed it. Here was Alex Smith. It's just people are just making things up now about the Texans. This is Alex Smith making his case for the Texans, making his case for the Steelers against the Texans tonight.
I'm not saying statistically the Steelers are on par, but at home they are a different animal, and this Texans defense has struggled on the road and outdoors. And the last time I checked, this game is getting played at Pittsburgh. I think this is going to be low scoring, and if Pittsburgh can make a couple plays.
You're making things up.
Yeah, what the hell are you talking about?
You're making things up. They had one by their standards bad game outdoors, and that was at Seattle in week 7.
Right, and they had a couple bad drives early in the game.
Early on,
but then they also did they were stuck on short fields.
Yes,
it was it wasn't a bad performance.
The defense kept them in that game with turnovers in the
offense. The offense gave them some short fields to deal with, and they were put in a bad spot. They had some bad moments versus Jackson Smith and Jigba. Welcome to the club, and that wasn't a cold weather environment, obviously.
And aside from that, every other game they've been in like the teens at worst.
This is Alex Smith has said some nice things about the Texans this year, but I'm guessing what it was, Sean.
Yeah.
I think the barometric pressure was dropping.
Yeah.
So there was some bad weather coming in, and his tib-fib started to ache.
Yeah.
His tibula and his fibula, his gruesome injury that he sustained at the hands of one J.J. Watt back in the day, he started to feel a certain type of way about the Texans.
That
defense.
happens sometimes, like a Pavlovian thing. Yeah, and that's a good point right there.
Mm.
But yeah, just you're making things up, Alex Smith. I was really complimentary of you last week, and he had a stat that was clearly incorrect. And by the way, I think I saw Stressens, I think, said that they're Houston Stressens, good Twitter account, said that no, outdoors on the road they're averaging 15.4 points allowed per game. Which would be easily the best in the league if
historically
it were
one of the best defenses in history, actually. If you did that for an entire season. If anything, I wish they could have played more games outdoors.
So the annoying thing about that was Alex Smith doing that thing at the end. He was like, last I checked, this game, no, you were wrong, dude. You can't do the whole last I checked thing. Another lie being told. Tony Romo, horrible take on the Bills-Jags game coming in. This isn't a lie about the Texans, but this is just Tony Romo completely botching the open to an NFL playoff game right here.
Wide open tournament is about to begin.
It is wide open. I don't think we've ever seen it where you're like, who's going to win? I don't know. You know, and I'm pretty good at football knowledge, and I'm like, I don't know. Today's going to be very telling, though, because Jacksonville is a complete football team. They can surprise a lot of people. Carolina did that yesterday. They earned the respect of them. Almost won. They didn't. Jacksonville's in that same situation. They could do it. This could be a major upset, even though it's really not an upset because the Bills are actually the underdog, but they're the overdog. Well, we'll see today.
He just got so far out over his skis. And look.
I knew where he was going with it. I get it.
You speak fluent Romo. 4 hours radio a day, you're going to talk yourself into corners sometimes. So I'm not saying that has never happened to me.
So I've been told, yeah.
I'm not saying that's never happened to me before. What I am saying is you're only being asked for 20 seconds in an intro that you've had a week to prepare for. You've had a week to organize your thoughts in your head as to what you're going to say about what, in my opinion, was the game I was most looking forward to coming into the weekend. I was most excited about that game. And before the ball is even kicked off, I'm given this stark reminder that we got 3 hours of Tony Romo coming up.
You know what happened to poor Tony there is that because I can see myself getting into the same pickles that Tony gets into at times. Was the Jaguars, by the time the game rolled around, were the favorites. They had started off as the underdogs, had they not?
They were underdogs to begin the week.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think at some point he probably had his comments prepared, and then somebody informed him that, hey, by the way, the Jaguars are actually the favorite.
Oh, right
and
before
it toppled everything.
Right before the red light went on. Tony, by the way, this part on the telestrator about the Jags, that's wrong.
Yeah.
That would mess with me.
That would screw me up bad, man.
A little bit. Hey, by the way, developing story per ESPN, per Adam Schefter, Packers and Matt LaFleur. Expected to try to work out an extension.
Oh, okay.
Mild surprise. If there were breaking news about Matt LaFleur, I would have bet pretty heavy that they're just kind of tired of being the seventh seed. And
yeah, they move slow and steady up in Green Bay, which can be an asset or a curse. Yeah. And I think look at Jordan Love's performance in that game. Jordan Love himself played well. The game management's all down on Matt LaFleur.
Yep. All right. Seth and I, you got us. I know normally here during football season, you guys would be like, okay, well, we'll see you guys tomorrow at 6 a.m. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer up next. Vandy is up next, but it's over the phone with me and Seth because you got Seth and I for the next 2 hours to help preview the Steelers and the Texans tonight. I'm so excited about this.
It's like we're calling a 1-900 line. Then Vandy is the guy that we're talking to.
Oh, we're going to get some hot action with Vandy coming up.
I'm going to pay $3.75 an hour to talk to Vandy.
It. Yep. All right, so we're going to do that coming up next. Mark Vandermeer is going to join us as we roll in now into Texans Monday. We'll be joined by N.D. Kalu at the bottom of the 8 o'clock hour. Andre Ware and John Harris join us in the 9 o'clock hour. If you're looking to get ready for tonight's game with the Steelers and the Texans, I say keep it tuned right here all day long, all the way up till pregame today at 4:15 with me and Seth. Mark Vandermeer up next.
Council.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Indeed, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you here on Texans Monday as the Texans crew is in Pittsburgh getting ready for tonight's game between the Steelers and the Texans. Great to be with all of you here as we get ready for tonight's game. 7:15 kickoff, 4:15 Texans countdown gets started with me and Seth, and then Clint Stoerner and I have you until the wee hours of what will hopefully be a victorious Monday night football game for the wild card round here, NFL playoffs 2025. All right, so we've got guests lined up here for the next couple hours. As normally it would be John Harris and Mark Vandermeer taking the baton from Seth and I, but we will have both Vandy and Johnny on over the next couple of hours. In between, we'll have Andy Kalu. So it's great right now to be joined by, right off the top, by the voice of the Houston Texans, Mark Vandermeer, joining us right now live from Pittsburgh. Vandy, how weird does this feel getting the playoffs started with a road game on a Monday night as opposed to the customary Saturday 3:30 spot?
Well, not only on the road, but the Monday night thing does feel big because it feels like you're in that Friday night 10 p.m. game in the first and second round of the NCAA tournament. You know, that Friday night 10 p.m. game in the first round, you feel like you're already in the second round. So it's weird. We're already into next week with all these NFL teams that played this weekend, but you haven't played yet. So that's a strange feeling, being on the road too and facing Aaron Rodgers on the road. You look at the brand name of Aaron Rodgers. Look, he's not the same Aaron Rodgers that you saw 10 years ago, but it's been since 2008 that the Texans have defeated Aaron Rodgers. So you have a lot of different storylines in this game, and one of them is Pittsburgh itself. I'm looking at the hills of Pittsburgh here across the Three Rivers, and you look at the scene. It's snowy, it's cold, it's playoff time, it's historic, it feels great.
Well, yeah, and I think that it's Sean and I have tried to explain this throughout the week, or at least last week, because it's a unique environment, and it's every cold weather place presents its challenges. But there is something about Pittsburgh, and in the stadium itself, whether it was the old Three Rivers or the new one, where you go into that and you can just feel that it's hard to kick field goals in that place. And like for you tonight going into this, as a play-by-play announcer, it's got to be kind of exciting that it's so difficult for field goal kickers there. Hopefully that Boswell, the kicker for the Steelers, ends up feeling more of the brunt of it. But it's a huge dynamic in this game.
Well, the day that your team, Seth, defeated the Steelers here in Pittsburgh, the only time the Texans have won in Pittsburgh in 2002, it's a similar kind of day weather-wise. You know, there's snow on the ground. It's not going to be snowing, but there's snow on the ground, and you just feel that presence of cold and Steeler history on you. And when you look at the field goal part of this thing, that game, it was a big deal when Chris Brown kind of put the cherry on the sundae. We always talk about the 3 defensive touchdowns, and rightfully so, because that was amazing with only 47 yards of offense. But Chris Brown kicking that field goal was beautiful because he was let go by the Steelers because he had trouble kicking field goals in this stadium at then Heinz Field. So, yeah, it is a big deal. And, you know, Fairbairn is such a weapon for the Texans. I mean, this is the greatest kicker we've ever had. And he is such an asset. But does D'Amico change his thinking? Are those 50-yard bombs as available in his arsenal as they usually are on a night like tonight? And I think pregame warmups are going to go a long way toward determining that.
Yeah, what is the forecast for tonight, Vandy?
It's 20s, you know, somewhere in the 20s, and light winds. Basically, I think they're light, but they could have a factor 5 to 10 miles per hour out of the south, which means nothing here this time of year. Trust me. In Houston, when you get the wind out of the south this time of year, it's going to be a nice day. When you get the wind out of the north, you might be looking at a cold front coming in. Here it doesn't matter, just free cold, especially right here in the depths of January. So I don't think it's going to be that much of a factor, but, cold weather, does the ball fly as well? Chris Boswell has not had a great year. Look at his numbers. He's had some misses. This is not, and clearly last week in the championship game of the AFC North, unofficially, but he has not had a great year, and some of that has been here in this building. So, I hope for his sake he hangs on. But tonight, let's have a shaky night from him, the Rice alum, because we could really use all the help we can get.
Yeah, I think if we look at these two teams, there's a few of the things that they do very similarly. One is the takeaway and giveaway margin, the turnover margin. They're both really good at that. They're both top 4 in the league in turnover margin. Who do you see having the advantage on that side of it, when you take into account the fact that both the Steelers and the Texans have been good at not giving the ball away, and on defense they take the ball away a lot?
It's been a huge part of the formula, right? Not turning the ball over. This Texans team has the fewest giveaways in the history of the franchise. And, I know we talk about we want to see this out of the offense, want to see that out of the offense. This is a big deal. I think if you're able to not turn the ball over, especially when you have a great defense, you have to live by that formula. I'm not saying be overly conservative, but you have to be able to hang on to that rock. And especially tonight, you can't give Rodgers short fields. So, I believe the Texans will be okay, and they'll be careful because there's nothing wrong with punting if you do it well in certain situations. You just don't want to see a barrage of 3-and-outs, right? Deep, you want to be able to get the short field as a result of that, play complementary football. It's not just about, just go 3-and-out and punt. We'll be fine with this defense. They're going to wear out after a while because the Steelers have all the weaponry you guys have undoubtedly been talking about for the first 2 hours and all of last week. So I think the advantage, I would like to say it goes to the Texans. I know Rodgers is going to do everything he can to do the same thing. Hey, let's not turn this baby over. But they got to make plays here. They have to find a way to engineer drives against this Houston defense. I'm really eager to see, we all are, how they're going to do that with the quick passing game that Rodgers has been implementing because, he knows that he cannot move around the way he used to, and especially against a defense like this. But I like that you pointed that out, Seth, about the giveaway, takeaway numbers, and also when you look at sacks, they get after the quarterback. I know that T.J. Watt gets a lot of pub, and maybe the Steeler front should, with Cam Hayward and, Alex Highsmith rushing the passer. But they do get a lot of sacks, and that's something that this Texans O-line has to be careful with. Nick Herbig could be a big pain in the butt for them.
Mark Vandermeer joining us live from Pittsburgh here on Texans Monday, 7:15 kickoff tonight between the Steelers and the Texans here on Sports Radio 610. All right, so Vandy, there's 3 streaks that have gotten the most chatter over the last 6 or 7 days. Historian that you are, I'm curious which of the 3, because at least one of them is going to go by the wayside tonight, maybe 2. And I think you know the ones I'm talking about. The Steelers' 23-game home Monday Night Football winning streak that dates back to the year I graduated from, 1991. The Texans never having won a road playoff game. They're 0-6 on the road. And then the Steelers having not won a playoff game since 2016. They're 0-6 over that time. And it's been a very unimpressive, as if there's anything impressive about 0-6, but it's been blowouts galore, especially in the first quarter of these games. Teams have put the Steelers away early during this streak. Of those streaks, which one matters the most, do you think? Or do any of them matter in this case?
I think 10 years without a playoff win matters more than anything because that's a lot of pressure. And you get there, you don't get it, and it's been a decade for this franchise. And look, I really like Mike Tomlin. I think we all do. But this is a tough sell to this fan base. And especially when you're here, you just feel it. This is such a provincial area. I used to live in Clearfield, Pennsylvania, and State College, Pennsylvania, a couple of hours east of here, and I would come in to cover events and the Pirates back in the day and do high school hockey at the Igloo and things like that. And all they do is talk about the Steelers all year long. I mean, when the Penguins were winning Stanley Cups, all they would talk about was the Steelers in the spring. They would talk about the backup left tackle instead of the fact that Mario Lemieux was lighting it up. It's just that way. So to go without a playoff game for a decade, a playoff win for a decade is unbelievable. Now, the Monday Night Football thing, I don't put any stock in that because to me, I know we're playing this on Monday night. This is not Monday Night Football, okay? This is playoff football that happens to be on a Monday night, and I think there should be a very big distinction here because what do we say about stats? You don't get your regular stats. And that stat should not count tonight. There should be a little asterisk if they do happen to win this thing. I think it's a different deal, and you're playing a very good defense, the number one defense in the league. I don't care that the Seahawks got us by 0.2 of a point in the scoring department. We all know who the number one defense in the league is. They've proven it, and I think they're going to show it again tonight.
Vandy, last week after the Steelers beat the Ravens, I interviewed Todd Haley, former offensive coordinator for the Steelers, and he's adamant that play-by-play announcers have an ability to jinx a kicker, and he blames Mike Tirico just gushing about Tyler Loop before that final kick for Tyler Loop missing that kick. A, do you believe in those jinxes, and B, are you willing to do that to Chris Boswell tonight?
Listen, if I had any effect on the outcome of a game, we'd be celebrating our 10th Super Bowl victory already, okay?
Yeah.
So it does not matter. Haley is funny, though. I do like hearing him. I got to listen to that one set today, and I do like hearing him on Sirius XM because he's one of the best guys they have on that NFL channel. But no effect. Andre does try to put a hex on them. He holds his hands out and tries to hex the kicker. And Andre does have a lot of confidence at times because the first time the Texans ever beat the Colts was 2006, and Chris Brown's lining up for a 40-something yard field goal. And back in those days, that was not the chip shot kind of field goal it is today. And he's lining up for it. Andre's like, when Chris Brown makes this kick, we're going to celebrate. I thought, you are very confident. Not that I thought he was going to miss it, but I'm thinking, don't jinx him by saying he's definitely going to miss. So maybe Andre has special powers. Yeah. I don't know. But did you guys see that video of the Bears game? And the guys in the living room are watching the game. They hold up the fan to blow the ball to the right.
No, I didn't see that. Oh, that's amazing.
I'll send it to you guys. It is so good. It's so fantastic.
Well,
so, yeah.
You know, if there's been one trend this playoffs, it's, if anything, coaches are not just ignoring the analytics anymore. They're ignoring it in the other direction on these fourth downs, and they're going for it even when the analytics say that you shouldn't go for it, which makes for exciting games. But I don't know if this is the first time I've started to wonder, like, all right, are coaches taking this a little too seriously? They're going for it all the time on fourth down.
I just think it's crazy when you have, say, 4th and 4. Like, all right, you couldn't get closer than 4 yards to a first down on your first 3 tries. Maybe you should go ahead and punt or try the field goal. You know, you're not exactly hot right now, okay? I don't think you're feeling it. You know, when you have to produce heat, when you have to produce results out of really bad performance for the first part of the game, I think it's probably not time to go for it. But if you feel like you really got it, all right, seat of the pants stuff, maybe. But we all know, I think I say we all know. How about this? I'm fairly confident that D'Amico Ryans tonight is going to take his field goals when he's got them, unless it's 4th and short or whatever, or again he's feeling it. But those threes are very valuable. We've seen how they've won games this year. Yeah, it hasn't been a barrage of points, but those are valuable little nuggets. Those 3-pointers that you get from Fairbairn.
No doubt. Vandy, was there anything that happened over the weekend in the first 5 games of this postseason that you were watching through a Texans lens, maybe as a warning to the Texans or a takeaway that was Texans related? What did you gather and garner from these first 5 games?
Well, it's not the spread that this one is, but Carolina, I think, is a good cautionary tale for anybody who feels like they're going to roll over and, steamroll a team, whatever. I mean, that was such a hotly contested affair, and I think the Panthers come out of that holding their heads high. I mean, they coulda, woulda, shoulda, but, man, did they give them a game. And, I look at Jacksonville, too. Jacksonville, it just shows you how everything can come to a screeching halt. Jacksonville has this tremendous run. They have the winning streak right behind the Texans. They hadn't lost since the Texans came back from the 19-point deficit. And then all of a sudden, bye, and they don't play well, and they're at home, and it's Josh Allen, I know, and you picked that draw, or you've got that draw, and it's not a good one. That's the team everybody wanted to avoid in the AFC, I think, just because it's Josh Allen. But that one, to me, spoke volumes about, hey, and, you got Aaron Rodgers tonight. You better be ready for anything. Go ahead and take care of your business. And I don't think the Texans are overconfident. I just think they're confident that they can play well tonight.
How do you feel about the Bills with a very banged-up Josh Allen going to Denver next week?
I don't believe Josh Allen. I know he's banged up. But, guys, he pulls himself himself out of situations. What about last year against the Texans when he goes into the tent and you're thinking, that's it for him today? I mean, concussion. I mean, how could he possibly come back out? And then all of a sudden, hey, we got the ball, and Trubisky's still out there. Josh Allen's like, what? I'm going out. I'm playing. And, it's not like they hid his helmet or anything. They're like, hey, don't hide Josh's helmet. They hold it right in front of him. They want him back in there, obviously, and he finds ways to get back out there. Evaluated for concussion and comes back out, and he's done it multiple times. This is kind of weird to me, but I will never. He's one of those guys like Peyton Manning, Brady. He's not as good as those guys. I know this. The results aren't there, but he's one of those guys like Mahomes where until he's dead, I don't believe it. He's Glenn Close coming out of the bathtub, dated reference, but he's just one of those players. Until he's just sidelined for sure, I won't believe it.
That's a great reference. Glenn Close coming out of the bathtub. It's not as sexy as you think, kids, her coming out of the bathtub. Mark Vandermeer joining us live.
Certainly not now.
No, God, no. Yeah, for sure. Mark Vandermeer joining us live from Pittsburgh. So, Vandy, as far as tonight's game goes, is there a particular Steeler that you're worried about wrecking the game at all for the Texans tonight?
I won't steal Johnny's, but I'm gonna sneak preview. It's spoiler alert for Johnny's segment. If you ask him the same question, he's gonna say Nick Herbig because they move him around a lot and everything, and he's hard not to notice when you're watching Steeler tape. I just don't want to see T.J. Watt do something really Steelers against JJ's former team. I just don't want to see that tonight. I want to see a victory most of all, but those guys do scare me. Everybody up front, because, look, we know what this offensive line has faced. You saw the third quarter of the Charger game. You don't want to see CJ under that much duress. There's going to be some tonight. They're ready for it. They're preparing for it, but I just don't want to see an overwhelm, by the offensive line for that Steelers front. I just got to see them be able to handle their business well. Get Woody going. I know you don't have Jawar, but you got Woody, you got Chubb. Maybe Chubb can give you just hard-nosed playoff runs, some really physical stuff. Just get that 4 or 5 yards that you need from time to time and keep things moving. But that defensive line, that front, and, Highsmith as well, they scare me.
Yeah. Yeah, and and the thing about that Steelers defense is that they've got issues in the secondary. Their pass defense isn't great, yet at the same time, they were 6th in the league in sacks. And you can't point to one specific guy that you have to identify and take care of because they've got multiple guys that have 7 or 8 sacks or thereabouts, and they blitz a lot. So it's coming from safeties, it's coming from outside linebackers, at times it's Cam Hayward. That's the part that, and if you think back to the Chiefs game or the Chargers game, when the Texans aren't picking up the blitz well, there's a chance for catastrophe there. And I think that's what the Steelers, both offensively and defensively, aren't overly impressive, but they've still got a very high capability of splash plays, and it's just a matter of, all right, splash plays that they might make on a blitz or that Aaron Rodgers might throw to DK Metcalf that can really flip the tables in a game.
Yeah, this is a huge game for Nick Caley. He's definitely seen this offense improve over the course of the year, and it's still, as we say that, a work in progress, no doubt. Now everybody takes it up a notch in the playoffs, and that's another thing. I don't want to say it's a big concern of mine, but this is something to watch. And it reminds me of the Jeff Van Gundy coached Rockets or even the Knicks when Van Gundy, remember how hard they would play in the regular season defensively. But then when you get to the playoffs, everybody takes it up a notch. And all of a sudden, hey, they're not that much better than everybody else on that side, on that end of the floor. And it's kind of like that in the NFL. Like, you've played so hard. And for the Texans themselves, they've burned so much jet fuel during this winning streak because they were up against it at 3-5, and they've just kept it rolling. Now you go to the playoffs, and you got to take it up even more. And I think, I know that they know that, and I think they're ready for it. But that's worth watching tonight because whatever performance you've been getting out of the Steelers, and there have been some good games at Detroit. Obviously, the game against the Ravens, they played well, even though they coulda, woulda, shoulda lost it. I know they played crappy against the Browns, but whatever they are, they're going to be better tonight. This is the playoffs. Everybody brings it. So we have all watched it all weekend long. So be ready for that and be watching for that.
Hey, Vandy, last thing before we get you out of here. At what point last night during that Chargers-New England game did you come to the resolution, or you kind of arrive at the point where you're like, all right, well, if we win on Monday, we're going to New England? there's not going to be.
Yeah, I was hoping, and then in the second half, it just started to unravel, right? I mean, Justin Herbert was getting his butt kicked. It was so sad in a way to see that, because the narrative going in, and all his playoff games, all three of them, have been on the road. But the way they were getting into the backfield and just smushing him, it was, contorting his body. It was really something to see him come back out. I mean, I thought at one point he was going to exit the game for sure, and they were going to hold up the white flag. But, yeah, you could just see it. New England's got it. Now, New England, we all know that the schedule wasn't as great as it could have been, but they're a good football team. There's no doubt. And you see with that defense, they can give you a lot of problems. I think the Texans could play really well against their offense. But, look, I want that challenge. Let's be talking about that challenge tomorrow morning for sure.
That would be fun. That would be a whole lot of fun. Mark Vandermeer joining us live from Pittsburgh. Vandy, have a great call tonight. We'll talk to you on the pregame show on Texans Countdown a little bit later on today.
All right, gentlemen, looking forward to it. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, night game, Monday night game in Pittsburgh. Win or go home. That's the stakes tonight. You win, you're on your way to New England. You lose, and then it's a miserable Tuesday here tomorrow.
This is one thing where in playoff games especially, the Steelers, and I don't like to buy into streaks too much, but this is relatively recent, and it's with Mike Tomlin as their coach. This 6-game losing streak that they're on, teams have gotten off to big starts in the first quarter. Offense isn't known for getting off to huge starts in the first quarter, but we've seen it as recently as the Chargers game that they're capable of it. Yeah. But if you can get a jump on the Steelers, you're playing your type of game. No team has played more minutes with a lead this season than the Houston Texans.
Right.
The Steelers under Mike Tomlin recently haven't been really good at all in these playoff games of doing anything at all, scoring any points at all in the first quarter. They've been outscored 73-0 in the first quarter on this 6-game losing streak in the playoffs. That's huge tonight, because you know that the Texans defense is capable of maintaining that lead if you just get off to a fast start.
I think I feel good about them getting off to a fast start. I mean, the environment is the thing that makes me the most concerned, just the ability to hear and execute. But they've been pretty good at scoring on opening drives this year, especially for a team that's average to below average offensively.
Yeah.
They've been good. They've been good in the first quarter. They've been good late in games in the fourth quarter. It's the lulls in between in the second and third quarters that are going to ultimately kill this team if they don't figure out some way to not have 5 straight 3-and-outs in the middle of a game.
Yeah, and look, I don't think the Steelers are going to be afraid to blitz early. Yeah. And they do. They blitz a lot, and they're successful with the blitz. But with that secondary they have, if you've got the right protection, if you hold up in pass protection, there's opportunities for shots downfield. Mm-hmm. And that's the million-dollar question in any game versus a quality opponent with that Texans offense. Is hey, is there going to be a stretch at some point in the game where it looks like they have no answers at all versus the blitz? If the Texans come out of this game and at no point do you feel like, oh, they don't have any answers against the blitz, then the Texans have won that game. Mm-hmm. And they've shown and improved on some of the things, but it still rears its ugly head at times.
All right, this is Texans Monday, brought to you by Houston Methodist. If you find yourself under the weather, Houston Methodist Virtual Urgent Care can help. Get direct access to board-certified providers via video visits. For more information, visit HoustonMethodist.org. The official healthcare provider for the Houston Texans is Houston Methodist. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. Up next, Andy Kalu, former Texans defensive lineman, will join us. We'll get his thoughts on tonight's game, particularly on the defensive side of the ball for each of these teams. The defensive line, big strengths for both these teams. We'll get Andy Kalu's thoughts on that and a whole lot more coming up next. This is Texans Monday on Texans Radio.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the
hear the wild card round game here with pregame coverage starting at 4:15. Kickoffs at 7:15 with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on Texans Sports Radio 610.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Good to be with you on a Monday, as the man said. It is a Texans Monday, the rare Texans Monday that is more of a preview for the Texans game as opposed to a recap as the Texans kick off tonight, 7:15 against the Pittsburgh Steelers, the first time in the Texans' history that they go on the road to start the postseason. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. We'll have Andre Ware and John Harris joining us in the 9 o'clock hour, but joining us right now, he is a former Texans defensive lineman. He's a fixture on these here airwaves on a Texans Monday, and it's always a pleasure to chat with former Texans defensive lineman Nd Kalu. Nd, we haven't talked to you since January 1st, so I'm going to give you a January 12th Happy New Year. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm well, and Happy New Year to y'all as well.
Yeah, thanks. It's great to talk. So this is, if you're a former defensive lineman, and I know because I do the show with one every day, this is a fun matchup tonight for former defensive linemen because these are two defensive fronts that can get after it. How big a concern is this for you tonight, the Steelers' defensive line against this Texans' offensive line?
No, it's definitely a concern. When you talk about the talent, the experience, you got a guy like Cam Hayward who, I'm just amazed about his longevity and the production this late in his career. And, those are the type of guys that they know the tricks of the trade. They understand what it's like to play in the playoffs. One of the top defensive players, regardless of position in the game, and TJ Watt, I'm sure he's going to be healthy and humming. So when you talk about just those two guys on the bookends, it's definitely something you should be concerned about when you talk about the woes of the offensive line for the Houston Texans. And regardless of that, those are just two. You got one for sure Hall of Famer in TJ Watt, another arguably, a guy that's going to get into the Hall of Fame in Cameron Hayward. I don't care who you have up front protecting your quarterback, you're going to be nervous when you're facing guys like that in the playoffs.
Yeah, Cam Hayward, it's funny. I had read some article before I watched really in depth on the Steelers or anything this week where they said that, Cam Hayward's, along with a few other Steelers, basically washed up. And I'm watching him in that Ravens game and then go back and finding other games, and he's physically destroying people. Maybe he's not as fast as he used to be, but that was never his calling card. I guess that's my big question is things have stabilized on the offensive line since Titus Howard went to left guard and Trent Brown went to right tackle. But Cam Hayward can line up anywhere on the defensive line, and he's that big, strong, physical dude that the Texans have struggled with at times this year. Do you think, have the Texans improved enough on that side of it, just handling those really big, strong, physical defensive linemen like they saw in the Seahawks game or Chris Jones with the Chiefs?
First of all, if Cameron Hayward is washed up, I wish I could have been washed up for about 12 years of my career. Look, I'm like you, Seth. Maybe they're just looking at stats or how he's chasing the ball, but his point of attack, his hand placement, his violence with his hands and getting the separation, I still see it. And to answer your question, that is the concern. But like you said, the offensive line has shored themselves up, their technique, where the guys are playing. But, man, that's my biggest concern. I'm glad y'all opened the segment with that question. Like, if you would have asked me what's the biggest concern, is how they're going to block Cameron Hayward, TJ Watt, Derek Harmon, those guys. So yes, I'm more comfortable with the offensive line to date than we've been in the past, but that's still a big concern because I just feel like those savvy vets, they know all the tricks of the trade, and I played with Bruce Smith at the end of his career, and I don't think he was ever washed up. For him, washed up meant 8-9 sacks a season, which for most guys, that's what you're aiming for. And even when he was 37, 38, when I was playing with him, he was slower, but he just had all these tricks that he would pull out of his bag. And he would also do it during the big games, whether it was our playoff game when I was in Washington or just our big games. And that's what I'm expecting to see come out from Cameron Hayward.
Are you more concerned about their ability to get after C.J. Stroud or their ability to snuff out the Texans' run game? Because they are excellent against the run, too.
Ooh, that's a good one. And again, I'm just thinking of T.J. Watt and off, and getting after like for the Texans to win these playoff games, to go deep in the playoffs. We know what the defense is going to do. We understand how great the defense is going to play, Sean, but I feel like C.J. Stroud is going to have that Brock Purdy type of game. It can't be, oh, he's a great manager, and that's not a disrespect. We're trying to give him his props. No, we need to see a couple of games where C.J. Stroud, where we're talking the next day, where you're talking during your post-game show where you do a great job, and you're saying, hey, C.J. Stroud won this game. So my biggest concern is T.J. Watt not allowing C.J. Stroud to get comfortable in the pocket.
So one thing the Steelers do really well is they get rid of the ball quickly. Aaron Rodgers, second fastest time to throw in the league, just behind Tua Tagovailoa. So amongst guys who at least finished the season as starters, he was the fastest at getting rid of the ball. Pepper in the line of scrimmage, all that stuff. So, but you know that when it's like that, it's hard for Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter necessarily to get a boatload of sacks because Aaron Rodgers is getting rid of the ball so quickly. What does a successful pass rush look like tonight if it doesn't necessarily mean a boatload of QB hits and sacks?
Hands up in the passing lane. You have to understand that he is going to release the ball very quickly. You got to understand where those passing lanes are and do what J.J. Watt made famous. I'm sure there's an older defensive lineman saying, hey, I did that as well. But get in those passing lanes, get your hands up, and a bunch of tip balls. Because if you're not going to be able to hit Aaron Rodgers because of that quick release, the one thing you can do that's going to allow you to disrupt the passing is getting and understanding where those passing lanes are.
Who used to be really good at it before J.J. Watt was that big white dude for the Falcons back in like the early 2000s. You remember that guy, Travis something or other?
Patrick Kearney from Virginia?
No. It was a defensive tackle. It was and it was the same thing. It was a really tall, long guy, and he just had a knack for getting in passing lanes. And I do feel like that.
This is a job for ChatGPT.
The Texans, it should be easier for me to keep track of white defensive tackles because there's been like 8 of us this century. But this defensive line and the way they play, where they get push up the middle, they're not necessarily going to get a whole bunch of sacks. I do think that honestly, that has as much of a chance to impact this game than as Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter do, because you're right, Aaron Rodgers can still scramble, but he's not looking to scramble, and he's trying to get rid of the ball quickly. Tommy Togiai could be as much of a factor in this game as Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter, I think.
Oh, 100%, because even with – look, yeah, there's a quick release. I'm still expecting a couple of quarterback hits, a couple of sacks throughout this game. And you get a lot of those sacks when you get the push up the middle. And when you have guys like Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter coming off the edge, if you have nowhere to step up, that's going to result in quarterback hits and making them very uncomfortable. So I still see a scenario. Look, we've seen it before. We saw when they played against and lost to the Cleveland Browns, what the pressure did to Aaron Rodgers in that pocket. So, I definitely still expect to see the quarterback hits. And you talk about rush lanes, not just more for passing, knocking the pass down, but also not giving Aaron Rodgers a way to escape, because he has kind of that Patrick Mahomes in the pocket savviness where he could extend plays for literally 3 to 4 extra seconds because of the way he moves around.
Who is the big white defensive lineman for the Atlanta Falcons that knocked down a lot of passes in the early 2000s?
Was it Travis Hall?
You're thinking of Patrick Kearney, says ChatGPT.
Yeah, it's Travis Hall. Yeah.
Kearney was a big, high-motor defensive end. I don't know.
Oh, high motor, was he?
It's the description. Yeah. He was.
No, Patrick Kearney's the guy that I mentioned. That's the problem. He was very athletic. And He was actually, kind of ripped up. He was like Seth said, he was more of an edge player.
Yeah, he was a defensive end. Travis Hall was the defensive tackle.
Okay, yeah. Skill you remember, exceptional pass deflections.
Ooh,
Patrick Kearney, yeah.
They were good in general.
He had a wingspan. He had a big wingspan.
The Falcons went through a stretch where they were kind of like the Texans in 2011, where they were really good at batting down passes.
I don't know why I remember this, but Patrick Kearney, I believe he's a pilot also. He flies planes. Don't ask me why I remember that.
That's what's next for ChatGPT. What are his flying skills?
It's one thing Patrick Kearney and I share in common. We have a pilot's license.
Yeah.
Mine hasn't been used ever since the day I realized that I am way too absent-minded to be a pilot.
On.
Yeah.
I need that reality show.
That Seth Payne's pilot career was going to end in flames. Yeah, it was going to be an ugly end.
Captain Seth. Kids usually like going up in the cockpit. Like I don't want to be on the front of the plane when it nosedives into the ground.
If the landing gear wants to come down, it'll do it itself. Yeah.
Andy Kalu joining us here on Texans Monday. Staying on the offensive side of the ball for the Steelers for a minute, Andy. We've talked a lot about Aaron Rodgers. Is it just simple to say DK Metcalf is the weapon that scares you most, or is there something else between the two running backs, the tight end, et cetera, that you think is a key, the biggest key to shutting down for the Texans defense today?
No, for this defense being the Texan defense, as great as they play, I feel like DK Metcalf is the one guy that can expose, or that we can see ourselves saying, oh, man, you know what? He had a hell of a game. Did you see that catch? This is the reason why they won. That's the one guy that does scare me. It's the NFL. You know, anybody can step up and have a big game. I wouldn't be overly surprised if Jaylen Warren rushes for over 100 yards. He's done that twice this season. But, no, DK Metcalf is the guy that I feel like, okay, you stop him and you leave there with a victory.
The running backs for the Steelers, Warren and Gainwell, they're really good as receivers as well as runners. They're both averaging 4.5 yards per attempt on the ground. But their ability to run after the catch is the thing that I think I'm probably what I'm most concerned about with the Steelers offense. If they can figure out a way to exploit either Henry Toa or one of those other guys. I'm kind of torn on this right now because Toa been up and it feels like ever since that Raiders game that he came back and had a really good performance and got some things dialed in. Should I still be concerned about that, or is that more just me thinking of the down times and not the good times?
You know what I would say as a fan, just think more about the good times and the way Henry To'oTo'o has been playing of late. But I hope that D'Amico Ryans was worried about it this week, and I hope that they saw a lot of those Texas routes from the running backs coming out of the backfield, so that they understand Henry To'oTo'o and company understands what they need to do, how they need to defend it, how they need to anticipate. Because one thing is very tough, and I'm sure you've talked about this on the show, and I was lucky enough to play a little joker position, which is like a linebacker. It's tough to keep up with a running back, so it's good to anticipate and know what routes he runs during the situational football, down in distance, where they are, because if you can anticipate the route that he's going to run, then obviously you're going to have better success. So as a fan, I'm not sitting here thinking about it, but I hope that D'Amico and and the rest of the coaching staff during the week, they were thinking to themselves, you know what? Trying to cover Kenneth Gainwell out of the backfield is going to be tough. So let's make sure we spend an extra period or extra sessions with our linebackers, our safeties, understanding the routes that they're running out of the backfield.
I don't know if you saw this last night, ND or not, but it was a great moment in the game for defensive linemen watching this was, I think it was Tier Tart dropped into coverage for the Chargers. And he runs. Stephon Diggs came over the middle, and he just basically grabbed him and held him in place. That's the part that it is one of those little wrinkles you throw in, and people always wonder, how the hell does a defensive lineman dropping or a defensive tackle dropping into coverage make any sense at all? Quarterbacks just don't expect it. And you do get some opportunities for like the Keith Traylor touchdown back in the day.
No, absolutely. And the quarterback's not expecting it. And if it's a good drop, you're dropping in that space. That's the only open soft spot space, whether it's what type of blitz you're running and what type of coverage you have. But you have those big guys dropping in one space that's usually going to be exposed. And that's so fun for defensive linemen to give that fake step upfield. Then you get to drop back and show how sweet your hips are, and you get to pretend to be a defensive back. So that is a great, great moment for defensive linemen.
This Steelers defense is cool because there's times when I watch it where, and everybody talks about sim blitzes these days, and really, like, I watch and I'm like, all right, call it a sim blitz or a zone blitz or whatever you want. It's still the same thing that people have been doing ever since Dick LeBeau and Dom Capers back in the 90s with the Steelers. And they really do a lot of those same things where they're going to drop both those edge rushers off into coverage. The safeties will come from deep, and they do, like, they're 6th in the league in sacks, but they do it in a lot of different ways, but a lot of it is the blitz. And that's where, we talk about potential weaknesses on the offensive line or whatever. I optimistically think they've gone through multiple stages of seeing exactly all the different ways that defenses are trying to confuse you these days. And I think they've gotten a pretty good beat on it, but it's just a matter of getting into the right protection. Where do you feel on that? Because the last time it really got me scared was in the Chiefs game. The Chargers showed some elements of it, but I don't think they were as effective as the Chiefs were. But just in picking up the blitz, how do you feel about the O-line right now?
What makes me nervous, and this isn't just so much the Houston Texans offensive line, it was just watching Pittsburgh Steelers defense. When you talk about the different combinations and how they blitz, one thing I noticed is that they hide it very well. Like usually I'm pretty good at picking out, like, oh, that guy's faking. He's actually not coming. He's going to drop back. So there are times where I've thought that watching Pittsburgh, and then he does rush, or it looks like he's rushing, and at the last second he's pulling out and he's being replaced by the safety rushing. That's one of the big – I didn't want to get too geeked out because I love defense when I was talking to y'all, but that's one of my big concerns is their timing and how they're able to what's the word I'm looking for? God dog it. When they're faking coming, and when they don't actually come,
sugar it. Yeah.
Disguise. I'm sorry, disguise. I had a CTE moment, so they do a very good job disguising their blitzes, and that's not even about down in distance. That's just about being disciplined and not coming at a certain time and really being patient. When you just something I noticed with Pittsburgh, and that just goes to coaching. And Pittsburgh's been like that since Greg Lloyd and Kevin Green. Like, they've been so great when it comes to blitzing, not just with the edge rushers, but the safeties and with the way they disguise.
Hey, you think you're having a CTE moment? According to Google, prominent white defensive tackles in the 2000s include Casey Hampton, a dominant force for the Sioux.
Yeah, well,
this is going to be news to Casey.
This is how wrong they are about that. I'm looking at Travis Hall's Wikipedia.
Yeah.
He played in the league for 10 years in high school.
Philadelphia.
He Atlanta and San Francisco, it says. He wrestled, played hockey and football in high school in Utah, and went to BYU. He's as white as it gets. That's the whitest guy ever. Went to BYU and played hockey and wrestled in high school.
What'd they get wrong about that?
What? Oh, no, no, I'm saying Casey Hampton was wrong. Yeah, that's how far off they were. Is that Travis Hall is the whitest guy ever? Yeah.
Okay, I know Casey's light skinned, so I can't blame Chad.
I was gonna let you say that, ND.
He's a yellow. We call him a red ball or yellow bird.
Okay, on that note, ND,
he's right down in Galveston. We gotta have a chat with him about this.
Hey, ND, 15 seconds. Your prediction for tonight's game.
Oh, I do, and I'm not just saying this because, we're former Texans on the air, but I'm expecting the Houston Texans to win. I'm expecting them to get after Aaron Rodgers. So because it's away, I'm going to say Houston Texans by 7.
Okay, there you go. That's the great ND Kalu, former Texans on Texans Monday. ND, we appreciate it. Always great to talk to you, man.
Always great to listen to y'all. Y'all keep up the great work.
Yep, thanks, ND. Appreciate that. All right, up next, more Texans Monday, top of the hour in 9 o'clock, 9:10 actually. We'll talk to Andre Ware. We'll have D'Amico Ryan's Coach's Corners interview as well at 9 o'clock. Stay there. You're listening to Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
We believe in possibilities at Texas Children.
Senior Showcase and make their college football dreams come true. Now, more Texans Monday.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. It is a Texans Monday here on Texans Radio. Good to be with you. Coming up next, we will, at the top of the hour, we're going to do the Coach's Corner with D'Amico Ryans. Andre Ware joins us at 9:10. Seth, as long as we've got a few minutes here, because we'll obviously be diving deep on this matchup in the 9 o'clock hour. There was a bit of audio I didn't get to in Payne and Pendergast that I'm going to take liberties with and play here. That retroactively is a really, really bad take. It will take a mania segment for a few weeks at least. But my question is, as before we play this, was anybody missing the Kansas City Chiefs this weekend in the postseason?
No, I don't think so. I didn't hear a lot of people saying, like, oh, woe is me.
Right.
Where are the Chiefs? We've got all these games that are coming down to the final drive.
Yeah.
You got the Panthers potentially pulling off a huge upset versus the Rams.
Yeah.
You've got young quarterbacks really coming into their own, like Caleb Williams on 4th and 8.
It's amazing.
Bryce Young is making a fight of it. Hey, Drake May might really be the real deal.
Yeah.
No, I didn't once think like, oh, but if only Pat Mahomes were here.
Yeah.
Oh, then this would be an intriguing playoffs.
Because Rich Eisen told us that was going to be the case.
This is what I want to say on this front with the Kansas City Chiefs not making the playoffs, first time in the Mahomes era. You're going to miss them. You're going to miss the Kansas City Chiefs when the AFC playoffs are hitting. You're going to miss the buzz. You're going to miss the pizzazz. You're going to miss Mahomes versus fill in the blank. You're going to miss Mahomes versus fill in the blank with no time left. You're going to miss something. The AFC playoffs will have less juice to it without the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. In one day.
We're good. We're good. No, I don't need to hear in one day.
No, the only thing that was in danger, the only thing that was threatening to provide less juice for the playoffs is if somehow Rich Eisen was going to be doing play. That's the only thing I was deathly concerned about is Rich Eisen going to sneak in here on one of these broadcasts?
Yeah,
and he did not.
I'm not even saying it because I hate the opinion. I'm being literal. I didn't think about the Chiefs once this week. The closest I came to thinking about the Chiefs was watching Traders with my wife, and Donna Kelsey, his mom, is one of the contestants on there.
Oh, okay.
That's
the reality show there.
Yeah.
The only time I thought about it was during the Bills-Jaguars game, where Romo just kept calling him playoff Josh and everything. And I'm kind of like, all right, yeah, I know statistically it's all great, but it's what the hell are you talking about, Romo?
They were calling him, not even they, Romo, was calling him playoff Josh as they were showing the graphic that he was 0-4 on the road in the playoffs.
Yeah. It was, and then obviously if you're thinking about playoff Josh, then I'm thinking about the Kansas City Chiefs. But Romo had a few talking points in his game, one of which was also every yard matters and every play matters. Because about every other play, he would be pointing out, whoa, every play matters, Jim. Just amazing.
My new favorite internet thing is people finding the latest weird sound that Tony Romo makes.
Yeah.
And just putting it in a meme, like on a repeat. Like,
I like his weird sounds, except that it's usually tied to him not understanding what's going on or what the rule is in a specific situation.
Yeah. The one he made yesterday was when the guy Shavers from the Bills, who's a really long receiver who on punt block, and he almost got in and blocked a punt early in the game. Yeah, and Romo's like, and I'm
like, the point he should have been making there is that, kids, this is a lesson for you. When blocking a punt, you don't dive out. That's you run through. It's kind of like the old diving headfirst into first base theory. It just slows you down. And with the angles and geometry of blocking a punt, you want to run through and take the ball off the punter's foot.
Yes.
That punt could have been blocked if he had run through it instead of diving. I don't know if it looked like he was also maybe getting hit and off balance, so he might have had no choice but to dive at that point.
They won the game. I was just amused
by it. But instead, we get...
All right, Texans Monday here on Texans Radio. Up next, D'Amico Ryan's Coach's Corner interview with Mark Vandermeer. We'll have that for you. 9:10, Andre Ware. 9:30, John Harris. This is the place to be to get ready for tonight's game between the Steelers and the Texans. Stay there. You're listening to Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
A breast cancer diagnosis.
390.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
All right, Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne with you here. It is a Texans Monday. We'll talk to Andre Ware in about 10 minutes. We have multiple texts to our text page here on Sports Radio 610 this morning, Seth, talking about these are like longtime Texan fans, longtime Houston fans, saying, for me, guys, tonight there's a little bit of a revenge factor based on those two AFC title games the Oilers lost to the Steelers.
Yeah,
back in the late 70s.
The Steelers single-handedly kept Houston out of the Super Bowl.
On a bad call, a bad referee call with Mike Renfro. But I got thinking last night, especially after the Patriots beat the Chargers, because for those who don't know how this stacks up, if the Texans win tonight, they're headed to New England on Sunday to face the Patriots. And then the hope would be that obviously the Texans beat the Patriots and the Bills beat the Broncos, because then you'd have the AFC title game here at NRG Stadium. I'm getting way ahead of ourselves, but I have a point here. This could be the Texans are actually able to exercise the most demons possible.
Yeah.
Because they would be exercising the Steeler demon tonight to a degree. They would be no franchise was a bigger thorn in the side of the Texans trying to get out of the starter's gate of being a legitimate Super Bowl contender during the Kubiak and O'Brien years than the New England Patriots, who beat them multiple times in the playoffs, beat them multiple times in the regular season until the flu game in 2019. They'd exercise those demons, and then Buffalo is the biggest one. If they get them back here at NRG, the Texans can step over the Bills to get to a Super Bowl and exercise the Oiler demon from 1993.
Would it be in poor taste if the Texans win this game and on Tuesday we burn an effigy of Chuck Noll out on Wesleyan? Would that be considered classless?
No, I don't know that I'm the right person to ask, but I say no. I say let's give it a go.
I don't think so.
To get some buzz.
Make Chuck Noll relevant again,
right.
Yeah. That'd be like, it would get Tomlin fired, basically.
Knowles,
that never happened under Chuck Noll's watch, I'll tell you that much.
This is how Noll is going to finally build up his Instagram account from the grave. Is by us burning him in effigy. All right, speaking of Coach's Corner, D'Amico Ryans sits down each and every week with Texans head coach D'Amico Ryans to preview the upcoming opponent. Here is Vandy with D'Amico Ryans.
Coach, what's it been like getting ready for this one? You had the extra day because it's a Monday night game. How was practice?
Yeah, practice has been outstanding all week. The guys been really dialed in, in the preparation, just through our meetings. I can just feel the energy. I can feel guys are really locked in to what the coaches are saying in the meetings, and they're taking the meetings out to the field, and they did a great job each and every day this week of handling their preparation on the field the right way. And when we've prepared right every week, guys put the work in throughout the week, it shows up on game day. So I'm looking forward to this week in particular, because if we show up the way we practice this week, it's going to be a great game for us.
Everyone talks about Aaron Rodgers, but I'm thinking that you're thinking stopping Jaylen Warren is just as important.
Yeah, both backs, starting with Jaylen Warren. He does a really good job as a perimeter runner, getting the ball on the edge. So he's a tough tackle, smaller back, but he does run really strong, aggressive. He keeps his feet moving, so we have to secure the tackles. So I've been coaching the guys all week. We have to make sure we're putting body on body, just wrapping, securing the guys. Doesn't really matter about the big hit. If we miss them, we got to make sure we're securing these guys.
Do you think about Aaron Rodgers and how smart he is, along with the ability to just make plays?
Yeah, it starts with his smarts. I think it starts with him being able to get this offense into favorable plays. Right, But for us defensively, we know with Aaron the things that changed throughout the years of his career. Now the ball is coming out much quicker than he's not waiting a long time. He's not running around trying to extend plays. So for us, can we play sticky coverage, right? And can we allow our D-line just one more second to be able to get home? And if we do that, feel like we lost a lot.
They've got a lot of sacks. What makes them so good on the D-line and around the line of scrimmage?
Yeah, all 5 guys, they are violent rushers, right? They get after it. They're physical. They disengage blockers very well. So for us, we got to get the ball out quick, right? We can't sit back and hold the ball. We got to make sure we're getting the ball out quick, and we got to make them run. We got to hit some runs on the perimeter to make their big guys run, all right, to get them gas. And we have our opportunities to hit some shot plays, which they are there. We have our opportunity. We have to make them pay.
So the kicking game was huge in their last outing, in all games at Pittsburgh, really. So how do you regard that? You've got a great weapon in Emi.
Yeah, Emi has done a fantastic job all year, right? It's going to be another big week for him, right? For us, the key, like, we have to make all of our kicks count, right? And I know Emi will do a great job of that this week, but also in the special teams game, I feel like we got to get the ball out. Right, on their return unit, they're loose with the football, punt return, kick return. As our guys are swarming and covering these kicks, we have to get the ball out this week.
So it's the playoffs, but do you regard this as, hey, you've done things like this before, win big games on the road, just go do it again for your team?
Yeah, the Texans just have to be the Texans, right? We don't have to rise up to the level of the Steelers. Like, we got to go be who we are, take our game on the road, do what we've been doing, like, locked in on our focus. Our preparation has been great. Now we got to go out and execute. It's not anything to talk about or get hyped for. We just got to go out, execute, play good, clean Texans football. We do that, we'll win the game.
Coach, thanks a lot. Good luck.
Thanks, Mark.
That's Coach D'Amico Ryans. Back to you.
All right, so there you go. D'Amico Ryans talking about the Steelers tonight. Seth, one of the notes that you put down here that got me very excited, because I know you were taking notes while you were listening to that. Offensively for the Texans, because we get people asking this question, do you guys think the Texans are sitting on some things, waiting for the playoffs? And I'm like, I don't know that this feels like an offense where they can be sitting on things when you're rated, 20th or 18th.
Yeah, we're going to wait to unpack this one.
Yeah, we're just going to lay back and be 18th in scoring or whatever it is, 13th, whatever. But the jumbo package potential for wrinkles there, because they use it so much.
When you've got Blake Fisher in at tight end, for one, there's always the potential that maybe they'll use Blake Fisher as an actual receiver, but just also in general, they've run a lot more out of that than they've passed, and that might be something they think about with an extra day of preparation as well, that we can take advantage of some of our tendencies we've built up at this point.
Yeah.
And use them. The great thing about building tendencies on offense is when you decide to break your tendencies and you can ambush teams. And also the fact that D'Amico there, where he spent most of the season saying, hey, we can't be so eager to hit shot plays all the time. You got to really take what the defense gives you and everything. Just to hear him say, for him to bring it up, that, like, we got to, take advantage of those opportunities when those shot plays are there. I think that C.J. Stroud has gotten to a point where he really gets it and he understands you got to bide your time. You got to game for a while and wait for the defense to give you that opportunity. And, and I think he's gotten a lot better at that element of it. This Steelers secondary, they will give you those opportunities. Now, it's got to marry up to having good pass protection and everything. But you go back to that Ravens game. Yeah. They let Zay Flowers behind him a couple of times. They'll have some botched coverages, and it's just a matter of just biding your time, trusting your defense, and when those shots are there, be accurate with it.
All right, this is a perfect segue into our next guest, because he is on the hotline right now. He is getting ready to call tonight's playoff game alongside Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. He is Texans color analyst and also former Heisman Trophy winner. Andre Ware joining us right now here on Texans Monday. Dre, it's great to talk to you. You were on hold, so I'm guessing you may have heard what we were just talking about, but the potential for the Texans to maybe unveil a few wrinkles that maybe the Steelers haven't seen yet. What do you think the potential is for that tonight, for maybe a little chicanery from the Texans offensively?
Yeah, I think it's there. I think it's a possibility, certainly, with this defense. And they give it up in the air or through the air, 243 or so through the air. And so I don't know that it's a bona fide pass rush that just overwhelms you. The two guys that I'm concerned about, obviously, are Highsmith and T.J. Watt. There's another matchup I would keep an eye on, and that's Canu Benton in the middle against the Texans center, Jake Anderson. bruise, to struggle a little bit with a guy over his nose. And so when you're talking about taking shots, you better be able to protect up the middle as well. And so I think Jake's going to have his hands full tonight with the two guys, Logan Lee and Ken Benton, because he just hasn't had good success during the season with a guy right over his face. He's struggled at times, and that's a worry for me when you start talking about taking shots.
You look at Aaron Rodgers and, the way he's operated this year with the Steelers, it's clear that he's come to terms with there's some things that he can and cannot do anymore physically, but he still does have some beautiful moments where he just flicks his wrist and throws a perfect pass to DK Metcalf. This is the way I'm looking at it. It's that Aaron Rodgers' game down in and down out does not match up well against this Texans defense, but there could be 2 or 3 key moments in the game where you just see the vintage Aaron Rodgers, the same way we saw him versus the Jets last year. Is that like, what's your concern level over seeing vintage Aaron Rodgers 3 or 4 times this game?
Vintage Aaron Rodgers scares the hell out of you. So if he's himself and he dials it back, they've got enough weapons for him to kind of start to do his thing. DK Metcalf returns tonight to the lineup, so that gives them a deep threat, someone that they haven't had, or a piece that they haven't had in obviously 2 weeks, and that's scary in and of itself. With Aaron, though, I think this defense has a chance to really sit on some balls and maybe intercept a couple of them, because they like to get the ball out. And so when that happens, you're not really thinking about the ball going over your head. You're thinking about, just maybe sitting there anticipating and then coming up with big stops or big plays or turnovers, interceptions, things of that sort. You're going to certainly have to have a couple. They show you what they're going to do at times on film or on tape, so you have obviously an opportunity to break on some balls. This is going to be an interesting game. Aaron Rodgers, one of the best to ever do it against this secondary, obviously one of the best in 2025-26.
Andre Ware joining us here on Texans Monday on Texans Radio. Dre, I'm just curious, from a quarterback's perspective, for you, what's the most impressive thing about these guys, specifically, I guess, Aaron Rodgers, but, Brady and other guys playing into their early 40s? What's the most impressive thing about that to you as a former quarterback?
Well, obviously, they've had their bumps and bruises. Brady with a knee at some point during his career, Aaron Rodgers with the Achilles. And when you start talking about the lower extremities, that's where you throw the football. Though that's the footwork, that's the placement of receivers within your body so that you can make accurate throws, things of that sort. So it's been impressive with him coming back from the Achilles injury and then now starting to perform like he is. I tell you what, you can't allow him to complete 66% of his pass at 300 yards, because he's going to cash in on a touchdown or two, and that's the game that the Steelers want to play. Quick game, quick passing game, methodically move it down the field, get to the fourth quarter, and find a way to win it. And that's their recipe, and it has been. It's got them to 10 wins so far this year, and that's what they'll try to do tonight.
The offense has improved in a lot of ways just in terms of the way they function, and some of it's happened so gradually that you don't even realize it until you go back and watch some of the games from early in the season, and you saw how much they were struggling to even get plays off at times. So I've been encouraged by that. I guess what I'm wondering about headed into the playoffs is there anything that you feel the offense is right on the brink of maybe really turning the corner and bam, here we go, that you might see a different version in the postseason of this Texans offense than you saw during the regular season?
Not until you get no is the answer to that. I don't think we're going to see anything different. I think we're going to see more of the running game, which kind of lends its hand to what Pittsburgh wants to do. There's no deep shots. In terms of you can kind of create some, and they have along the way with Jaden Higgins here and there. There have been, some shots to Nico Collins here and there. But until you get a guy that can just flat out take the top off the defense, I think we've seen all we're going to see for a while, with maybe some different looks from formations, but I don't think that it's going to be anything we haven't seen, not especially not tonight.
I guess the one thing that I'm hoping for is that I do think, sometimes it happens within a game, but they've shown more competency in making adjustments to the blitz, and I just want to see them get to the point where teams are nervous to blitz C.J. Stroud. And that's the part where I could see it happening. I just don't know if they're that close to it or if that's more of a 2026 regular season thing.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the Raiders game or the Chargers game or maybe even the Colts game that concerned me. I don't think it was the Colts. I think it was one of the other two games.
Both the Chiefs and the Chargers games, there were some stretches there where the blitz was really hurting them.
Yeah, and you're right. And there were no blitz adjustments for what the team was doing. And so that kind of concerns me, especially tonight, because you're playing a team that is plus 12 in turnover margin. And so when you start to look at that, they're, plus 17 obviously is a big thing, and it's why the Texans have been able to rip off 9 in a row and have the type of season they've had. But the Steelers can take it away as well. And so when you start to look at that and wrap it all up together, it makes for a problem.
How would you grade the rookie class for the Texans this season, Dre? Obviously, it's skewed heavily to the offensive side of the ball with the skill guys and Ariante Ursery. But what would be your grade on the Texans rookie class this year?
Have to probably be more of the same. But I've been very impressed with a guy like Higgins, Jaden Higgins. Woody Marks has really stepped up and took a job, so to speak. Ursery has been solid at left tackle. So those are the guys on the offensive side. And then I cannot leave out a guy that I believe deserves the ball a little bit more. And then when you ask me about changes, Seth, that's the change. Get the ball to Jalen Noel in space. Let him operate. That's a weapon that you have yet to unwrap. And so I think with the playoffs coming up, his ability to make plays in the open field, he does it on punt returns and kickoff returns. Let's see if we can get a little production out of him on offense. And that kind of rounds out the rookie class on the offensive side. I mean, they've done a heck of a job of kind of, I guess coaches would say, or Coach Speak would say, they're no longer rookies at this stage of the game, but man, they played some good football.
Yeah, and then the big thing always with Acrisure Stadium is that it's one of the toughest places in the league to kick field goals. And Boswell, the kicker for the Steelers, has been kind of spotty as of late. He faces some of the same challenges that any opposing kickers do. But Kaimi, in that environment, are you concerned? Are you emboldened by last week's performance? Where are you on that?
Yeah, because, you look at it, all of a sudden the Ravens kicker, he pushes one to the right with an opportunity to overtake the Steelers. And see Boswell start to miss a little bit. So then you got Priest going down on the field doing, whatever they do before the game, or he did before the game there. That was interesting. But, yeah, it's concerning. Because a guy like Boswell, who's 87% for his career, he starts to miss, and it just kind of makes you wonder. Kaimi's been money for this team for a while now, and when you come into a stadium like you just described, when the wind just comes out of nowhere off the water, you just can't really, account for that. You've got to go through your fundamentals and just kick it and let it and live with the kick. But it will be a problem at some point if the wind starts to kick up.
Do you have any favorite moments from the weekend, Dre, of these other 5 games that got played before this one tonight?
I don't know that there are favorite moments, Sean, but they were all good games. Yeah. They were all close, good, hard-fought games, and ones that kind of kept your interest, obviously, through the entire 60 minutes of it. I was really engaged in the Chargers game last night with New England, but obviously for obvious reasons wanting a home game, and we wouldn't have to go to the damn cold weather again. But that's you can't seem to dodge it, and we're going to be in it again next week, no matter what the outcome is. Obviously, when you win, however much you win by against the Steelers, you're still going to be back outside next week.
Yeah, what do you think about Drake May compared to, say, when you guys went up there and saw him last?
He remade himself so much this off season. I don't know if remade is the correct word, but boy, did he put some work in. And having gone to a Pro Bowl last year, kind of ignited him to get himself better. Let's see how much better I can get. And he's playing on an MVP level. He is right there. I think if he wasn't in his second year, he would be the MVP over Stafford. But I think the respect factor of Stafford and what he's been able to do at this stage in his career is, I think he'll obviously win the MVP.
Andre Ware joining us. He'll be on the call with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris tonight here on Sports Radio 610. 7:15 kick, 4:15 Texans Countdown. Obviously, Mark and Andre and John will join us on Texans Countdown along the way as well. Dre, before we get you out of here, what's your prediction? How do you think this thing plays out tonight at Acrisure Stadium?
I think it's a close, low-scoring game, almost boring the first half because that's how Pittsburgh wants to play it. They would just as soon go to the second half and start there and let's finish it there. It'll be a close game, but I think the Texans come out of this thing with a win, 20-17, somewhere around there, and get ready for next week.
What do you do all day, Dre? You and Mark and everybody else while you're waiting around for this thing?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I mean, I've got some time on my hands today, so I'll figure out, if I want to get out in the mix of Pittsburgh weather or not. I'm not. You guys know whatsoever.
Yes.
So they wanted to go out in it last night to go eat, and I was just like, and then I saw them take a detour to the sports bar within the hotel. I was like, the little cold weather got you guys, huh? And they were all shaking their heads. So we sat down, had a good burger together in the sports bar, and watched the game together, and rooted for the Chargers, but to know they couldn't seem to pull it out for us.
No.
That's and it's hard to it'd be easier to answer this after this game tonight, but it looks like Aaron Rodgers is going to be back for at least one more season with the Steelers.
Yeah.
If you're a Steelers fan, would you be excited about that, or would you be getting agitated that you're like, come on guys, let's get on with the process and find the next Roethlisberger?
I think had they not made the playoffs, Seth, that would be the attitude of the city. And let's find the next guy and get to the draft. But with them making the playoffs and Aaron starting to play well, I mean, he's had a decent season, 65%, over 3,300 yards and 24 touchdown passes. I think they'd welcome him back and then still draft the next guy so that he could somewhat usher him in after next season. But and he could decide if he wants to continue playing after next season, but it would be in a different city.
That's Andre Ware. You'll hear him tonight on the broadcast. He and Mark will join us on Texans Countdown along the way. 7:15 kickoff tonight in Pittsburgh. Dre, we always appreciate the time. Always enjoy the conversation. We'll talk to you later on today.
Looking forward to it, guys, and root hard from back there along with fans so we feel it here in Pittsburgh on home.
You got it, man. You got it. Appreciate you, Dre. Good stuff, and we will be rooting very hard from back here in Houston. Throughout the evening tonight. All right, Texans Monday rolls on here. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you here on Monday. Again, 7:15 kickoff tonight. You can hear that game right here on Sports Radio 610. Up next, we go back out to Pittsburgh. The third and final member of the broadcast team on this game tonight is sideline reporter John Harris. We'll get his thoughts on tonight's game, some of his thoughts on what happened over the weekend in the NFL as well. We'll do that as we roll on here on a Texans Monday on Texans Radio. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Stay there.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Balancing your work, family, and health.
4:15. Kickoffs at 7:15 with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
All right, good to be with you on a Pendergast. Seth Payne with you. The crew is out in Pittsburgh, so Seth and I are steering the ship today here on Texans Radio, but the crew has all joined us at some point along the way here, except for one final one. Last but not least, as they say, is our good friend as we head back out to Pittsburgh and talk to Texans sideline reporter John Harris joining us here on Texans Monday. Johnny, good morning. How are you?
Good, boys. I went out for my traditional morning walk. It's like my Avalon Diner trip. Kind of walked around downtown Pittsburgh and, okay, how cold is it? And it really wasn't too bad as long as the wind doesn't kick up. So hopefully weather will be a limiting factor tonight and not a massive factor. Maybe, as it gets colder later, it doesn't look like it's going to be really, really windy, which, helps the Texans in a sense because they are so good on special teams. So it's a nice day to start. Hopefully it'll stay this way.
Well, when you get there, Johnny, a game like this, especially now where you've got all day to sit around and wait for the game, like I'm looking at First Take in our studio right now, and they're all there in Pittsburgh. They're on site somewhere. There's Steeler fans everywhere. Hell, Ryan Clark's wearing a Steeler Letterman jacket. Are you able to kind of glean and talk to people like what the vibe is on the game, actually, boots on the ground in Pittsburgh about this? Is this a city whose attitude reflects that of a 3-point underdog at home right now?
No, I mean, I see as I was walking around, I mean, I just put my music on and kind of get in my own head. I try not to get into anybody else's head, especially those up here. But I just try and look for, are the fans out and about? I remember going to Cincinnati Monday night, 2015, and they were 8-0 going into that game. And I remember walking downtown, and you can cross the bridge and go to Kentucky. And so I just took a long walk, and everybody that you saw, and it was a loaded downtown, was wearing some sort of orange and black Bengals colors. And this isn't quite as loaded downtown, but I would say at least 60% of the people that I ran into they were wearing some sort of Steelers something, a pullover, a winter hat, something that signified Steelers. I get the feeling that they're pretty excited for this one. And I started thinking about the environment. And we've only been here one time. I've only been here one time because in 2020 for COVID, it was the weirdest environment because there was nobody there. Nobody. So when the Steelers scored the winning touchdown, all you heard from the other side was your coaches and players like, yeah, all right. It was just weird. And so now it'll be a real environment. But I got a feeling this group that's in the hotel with me, they've seen those environments many, many times. They are not going to be shocked by the twirling towels and all that kind of stuff. So I think they're going to be ready to play tonight, and they just got to make sure that they stay away from back-breaking mistakes and be effective and productive in all three phases and to walk out of here with a win.
As you look across how it's been for the offensive line this year, and they've improved in fits and starts as the season has gone along in a lot of ways, but they're facing a Steelers team that had the sixth most, and they blitz a lot. I'm wondering if one of the advantages of not seeing this team until you've already played 17 football games is that a lot of the concepts that maybe you've struggled with at times, a lot of the types of blitzes, the Texans have seen it all by this point, and that they're way better prepared for a team that blitzes like this than they would have been in week 5 or 6.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that, Seth. I mean, just the more blitz that this team has seen, at times they've adapted well to it, at times not, but they've at least seen it. And, I think the biggest thing, obviously, when a team blitzes, and I thought about this in the Colts game when CJ was in the game in the first half, they had, I think it was a 7-man line that they showed, or there were 7 men at the line of scrimmage. And so CJ was trying to figure out, okay, who's blitzing. He moved Dare from one side to the other, and there was Cam Bynum on my side, and he moved Dare to the other side, anticipating that Bynum would drop and that they would come off the other side. Well, it was just the opposite. That side dropped, and then Bynum blitzed, and he was a free runner at that point. And it was so interesting to watch CJ's reaction because he was probably more upset about that play than anything else. Because I think he's taking a lot of pride now in figuring out what defenses are doing and then how to unlock that defense and then how to beat it. And I think he's had a lot of experience with that. So that puts a lot of onus on the wide receivers. And I've talked about this. I know some people have put out there. I know our good friend Landry Locker has mentioned this, but one of the things that stood out the last couple of years in the playoffs was and not much beyond that at the wide receiver position, especially last year. And that's changed, obviously, you know, with Higgins, with Kirk, with Noel, with guys that can go get open, and obviously a healthy Dalton Schultz, or as healthy as Dalton's going to be. That, I think, helps. And those guys are going to have to win against one-on-one coverage. Now, here's the other thing about blitz. You better be able to cover it in the back end. And last week, the Steelers looked completely lost trying to cover what the Ravens were doing. And they had Zay Flowers wide open I don't know how many times. So if you're going to leave a guy wide open and you're going to blitz, then CJ's going to pick you apart. And hopefully at that point, the Texans can put sevens on the board and then turn around and stop the Steelers, unlike the Ravens were able to do. And you could, you know, get up on these guys and then force them to have to play catch-up, which is not somewhere the Steelers want to be against this defense.
John Harris joining us here on Texans Monday on Texans Radio. Johnny, I'll ask you something I asked Mark earlier. Is there somebody on this Steelers team, one side or the other, because they've got some all-pros and pro bowlers and whatnot, is there a game record that you're most worried about in this game?
Yeah, Cam Hayward, no doubt. I mean, end of story. I mean, he's 37 years old. He was drafted in the same draft as J.J. Watt, which is amazing to think about. And he's playing probably the best football of his career. And he, at times, wrecked that game against the Ravens. And I worry about that because I do feel like the Texans need to be able to run the ball, if for nothing else, to be able to have the play action behind those linebackers who get very aggressive. So I feel like blocking Cam Hayward is going to be a challenge. And that worries me. Because in the pass rush, all right, are you gonna help on Highsmith? You're gonna help on Watt? You can help on Herbig. Do you know where Herbig is? Oh man! And then you forget 97's inside, and you're going, okay, Ed, you got it one-on-one, or Titus, you got it one-on-one. I have no idea how they're gonna line up tonight on the offensive line. That's gonna be really interesting to me how they go ahead and line up on the offensive line. My guess is because of Hayward, that probably means that Titus goes back inside if Trent, as he said, is ready to go. So we'll see. But I feel like Titus is a better matchup against Cam Hayward. But Chris Jones, when picked his matchup, as we talked about, you know, many weeks ago against the Chiefs, and then he wrecked that matchup. So I don't know if Cam picks his matchup on the inside, but I think in passing downs, that's one to watch. But even on, you know, rundowns, he's just spectacular. And there's got to be so many, you know, Texans jerseys that hit him that he just kind of, man, okay, it just wears him down eventually. But he's going to eat it up early. So the Texans have got to, you know, keep chopping wood, as they would say, as they approach blocking him and accounting for him, because he's the guy to me that can wreck it. Look, TJ Watt is tremendous. There's no question. But I think that lung issue has slowed him down a little bit. But I think you can help on outside guys a little bit better than you can help on inside guys. Inside guys, it is just going to have to be those three, guard, center, guard, trying to take care of 97, and that's going to be a mouthful.
You know, there's been a whole lot written lately about how the Texans, you know, more so than most modern NFL defenses, just line up and play. They don't disguise everything all that much. They don't blitz a whole lot. They just line up and play. Having flashbacks to that Joe Flacco pick six a couple years ago in the playoffs where the Texans disguised their coverage. They rotated, and they just added a little wrinkle that Joe Flacco wasn't ready for. Do you think there's a good chance that DeMeco's got a couple wrinkles up his sleeve that he's been holding to just for situations like this?
Well, in a press conference heading into that Browns game, DeMeco was asked about Amari Cooper. And DeMeco very clearly said, yeah, we don't travel corners with receivers.
Yeah.
And then what did he do? He traveled a corner with his receiver. So, you know, I take some things at face value no matter who it is. And I feel like whatever you have to do to win a game, I feel like this defense can and will do. So if they haven't blitzed much, maybe they blitz a little bit more. If they typically send four, which I know they like to do, they might send five. They might send six. They might do some different things tonight just in a situation where it's a gotta-have-it situation. And, oh, this is something Aaron Rodgers hadn't seen. Here you go, old man. What are you going to do with it? So I won't be surprised at anything that they do tonight. And I think one of the reasons that blitzing is not out of the question is, and this could go the whole rest of the playoffs too, I feel like the Texans know with Lassiter and with Stingley and then a third cover guy, whoever that might be, we can cover these guys in man. We're good covering them in man, and we can even cover them with man and play. We can play cover one and let Caleb float over. That gives us an extra guy in the rush, and we're still covered in the back end because we've got such good secondary guys. So I'm not going to be surprised at anything and everything they throw at Aaron Rodgers tonight because, as it's been well known, well, Rodgers, he's seen everything. Yeah, but as Nucleus said in Bull Durham, he hasn't seen my heat.
He hasn't seen Tommy Togiai in coverage. There's that element, too.
Yeah.
You keep adding numbers to the number of rushers there. I'm thinking, no, rush 3 and drop
Sim
Tommy.
Blitz, yeah.
Yeah, look at it. You see him with the ball in his hands?
Yeah,
you got to get the ball in his hands.
That's right. Oh, man. John Harris joining us live from Pittsburgh. Texans and Steelers tonight, 7:15 kickoff here on Sports Radio 610. Hey, along those lines, Johnny, I'm going to read a text to you, and I'm curious about this. I feel if anybody knows the answer to this, it's you. Says, Sean, I watched the Niners yesterday, and you guys just talked about chicanery, meaning trick plays and whatnot. So I have a question. Which Texans non-QB is capable of throwing a pass? Because for those who didn't see it, Juwan Jennings threw a touchdown pass, wide receiver, threw a touchdown pass to Christian McCaffrey.
As he was getting crushed by Jalen Carter.
On a late hit, by the way. It got called a late. That felt weird, like getting a late hit called on a guy who's not even a quarterback. But anyways, but Juwan Jennings was in the Joe Burrow, Sam Darnold high school class. He was ranked ahead of them as far as quarterbacks go. He went to Tennessee as a quarterback and then obviously somewhere along the way changed into a receiver. So, Johnny, this is a long way of asking you this question. Is there anybody capable of throwing a pass that's not named Stroud or Mills or Mertz on this team?
Stingley.
Oh,
Derek Stingley has the best hands, and he's got the best arm of anybody that is not in the quarterback room. Like, he's tremendously talented with the ball in his hands. I mean, obviously we see him at corner. Obviously you can't, I think about, Sting would drop a dime like that. Like, I watch him each and every practice when they're doing special teams. Like, he and Lassiter and Petrie and Bullock, they'll just, like, kids throwing the ball around yard. And Sting will fling it from his, he'll just fling it sidearm 40 yards and just drop it right on Lassiter. Sting is probably the one guy who could have made that throw. Now, offensively, who that would be, my gut tells me that Woody, I think Woody played baseball in his career.
Okay.
If I remember correctly. I remember Woody, I want to say he played baseball. And so I think that, he might be able to make that throw. Obviously, you think about guys that play baseball. But I'll tell you, of anybody on the team, it would be Derek Stingley.
Okay. Might be a bit of a tell if he's out there lined up at wide receiver that something crazy's about to happen.
No, they go full Cordell Stewart on him and just have him run the veer option.
Yes.
Get Stingley back there under center. Yes.
I like it. So, Johnny, before we cut you loose, how do you think this thing plays out tonight? The Steelers, we know there's a bunch of streaks at stake here. The Steelers, this Monday Night Football thing, their playoff drought, the Texans not winning on the road. This Steelers playoff drought has included a lot of blowouts. So there's some really interesting trends. How do you think this thing plays out tonight?
It's a combination of, don't blink and just withstand the charge, because you know it's coming at some point. They're going to rally up. Look, it's Aaron Rodgers. They got a lot of proud guys, on that side of the football field. So you're going to have to withstand a charge. And, it's the old cliche, it's one play at a time, but I think it really is, in a sense, that you have to win that play and then turn right around and go, okay, 2nd and 10. Now, how do we win this play? You run for 7. Okay, 2nd and 3. How do we win this next play? When we went to Indianapolis, I'll never forget this. We were when we get off the bus, we have to go through the security lines with our stuff. And it just so happened that a famous number 99 was behind me. And he said, so what's your analysis? And he said it, I was like, almost like he was, poking at me. And I only had probably about 5 seconds, I figured. And so I said, as long as we play our game, we'll be okay. And that was right in a general sense. And what I mean by that is our game is We don't turn the ball over. We hit the hell out of you. We can string together now some first down drives that can get us points on the board, and we kick your ass on special teams. And typically that's a pretty good formula to winning football games. And I think it's a formula for winning this one tonight. You can't give them a short field. You can't let them have a cheap one. They kick a field goal. I think of yesterday, the Bills, Jaguars. The Jags get that touchdown, make it 7-3, the kickoff. And if you do that to the Steelers tonight, now the Jags didn't end up scoring any points after that, but the Steelers will. Mike Tomlin will take 3. It'll turn into 10-3. Those are things you cannot have happen. If you play a clean game, you are probably going to hit an explosive or two against that defense because they have screwed up secondary coverages. And I'm a firm believer that if you get the ball off, you can get what you want against the secondary. I do not think this pass defense is very good. I think the pass rush is incredible, but I think the secondary is not. So if CJ gets time, he's going to get what he wants in the passing game. He just has to get that time. And so you string all that together, you got a pretty good opportunity to walk out of here with a win, as tough as it may be.
That's John Harris, Texans sideline reporter. He's on the call with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware tonight here on Texans Radio. Johnny, we'll talk to you on Texans Countdown. Have a good day.
All right, boys. I'm going to hang up and listen.
All right,
Love you,
thanks.
bye.
Yep, love you too. Thanks, Johnny. Appreciate you. All right, final segment coming up for us, and then we'll hand it over to In the Loop at the top of the hour. Some final thoughts. You'll hear Seth and I again at 4:15 today on Texans Countdown. Stay there. It's Playoff Monday, baby, here in Houston. This is Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with
They're going to make us play Saturday afternoon if we beat the Steelers, which is unfair, but count on it. No, they're not. They've already said that the winner of this game tonight will play on Sunday next week. Why do Texan fans have such a victim mentality sometimes?
Especially, I mean, that would be the hosing of all hosings, because if you play on Monday night and then they make you play on Saturday, that would be absurd.
Kind of flies in the face of player safety and fairness, does it not?
Yeah. I saw a commercial by NFL Next Gen about all the cool things they're doing to keep players safe. And to which I was like, okay, cool. Let's get back to the big hits.
Yeah.
Get back to the action now.
Hey.
I want to see somebody have his head detached from his body.
Hey,
and you know who's capable of doing it? The Houston Texans defense.
I told you that we were going to get on those montages for the commercials for the playoffs. I told you we were going to get that healthy dose of the Petrie hit on Rashee Rice.
Yeah.
Sure enough.
Did you see it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Every commercial, there it was.
Presented to you by NFL Next Gen Stats, making football safer.
Exactly.
Oh, did you see, what's his name? Our old friend Denzel Perryman from the Chargers coming off of suspension for unnecessary roughness.
Oh, yeah.
Lowered his head into a
pile.
The play-blown dead ball carrier last night.
Yeah.
I don't know. He wasn't going to be playing next week if they had won in advance.
Might not be. Yeah.
I don't think. Yeah.
That's Denzel Perryman for you. Hey, let's get one in here before we get out here at the top of the hour. In the Loop is going to be jumping in as usual. Larry and Stafford, get a fan's voice in here on this Texans radio. What's going on, Larry?
Hey, what's going on, Sean and Seth? Hey, man, thanks for letting me get in. Fellas, look, I don't need a lot in life, man. I mean, I've been blessed. I have an opportunity to live in one of the greatest cities in the world. I got a great group of friends. My family love me. Everything about my life so far has been pretty good, man, from where I come from. And I say all of that to say I miss the days where you could call in to a sports talk radio station and go back and forth with a different fan base and just light their ass up because you know y'all finna play each other. I've been trying to call Pittsburgh all week. I've been trying to call the national shows all week to let them know what was coming. That we're about to swarm these boys in Pittsburgh. Because this is bigger than what people realize. I know that Houston Texans have a small group of people that were former Oilers fans, or they got a small group because we're the youngest franchise. But this is big for the city of Houston, man. And the reason it's big for the city of Houston is we get an opportunity to exercise a lot of pain that we were in the 80s. Whether it was the Steelers, whether it was the Bills, whether it was the Broncos, we've experienced a lot of trauma playing football in this city. And D'Amico Ryans and the Houston Texans have an opportunity to start the exercising of these demons starting tonight in Pittsburgh. And when I say they need to exercise these demons, I need them to go out and prove to everybody in the National Football League that we are the best team in the National Football League, because I honestly believe for the first time in my life as a diehard Houston Texans fan that this is the team that we have been waiting for over 20 years to take us to the promised land. And the fact that you got to do it in Pittsburgh doesn't even matter to me, because at some point you got to man up and go and take what you want. And the Steelers are standing in the way of giving this city and this whole fan base something that they can be proud of. Fellas, I am so beyond excited. I don't even know why I came to work today, because I'm not going to do nothing today. And if you are a Houston Texan fan, you better be locked in tonight, because I have it on good authority that them boys are going to chase Aaron Rodgers' ass around that stadium all night long to make his ass understand that we got the #1 defense in football. And all I need is C.J. Stroud and the rest of them boys on offense to come play along with that defense. Because there's defense bad because they didn't get all pro like Jalen Petrie and all these other boys. But they going to go get something bigger than that, and that's a Super Bowl. And I can't be excited. Fellas, I am so hyped, man. It's going to be a short day for your boy, because now it's just a matter of time for this game to get here. And
I appreciate you, Larry. Appreciate you. I'll talk to you at about 11:15 or 11:30 tonight, I'm sure, on the postgame show. Lock. Lock it in.
You know, I was, as Larry was talking about chasing Aaron Rodgers around all over the field. Look, he's done a really good job of getting rid of the ball quickly this year. The Texans have a knack for making even those really short throws really, really difficult.
Yeah.
You know, you want to throw a screen? Fine. Here's Kamari Lassiter 4 yards deep in your backfield. And I had flashbacks to being on the field as we sent Dan Marino off into retirement.
Yes.
And Aaron Rodgers reportedly is probably going to be back next year. I don't know. When you're on a really good defense and you're going against an old quarterback in the playoffs, you can make them think twice about coming out and subjecting themselves to this kind of humiliation again. And there's a chance that the Texans defense could go ahead and really coax Aaron Rodgers along in that decision if he puts up an all-time stinker.
It's a great angle.
Yeah.
That is a great angle. Let's retire. Let's make Aaron Rodgers' decision for him tonight.
Let's feel bad for Aaron Rodgers by the end of the game.
Yes.
I felt bad for Dan Marino when he got benched in that game.
Did they know that was going to? Oh my
He
God.
got benched,
yeah,
Sean.
I'm guessing he didn't handle that
People
well.
thought Jimmy Johnson was classless for doing it. It was an act of mercy.
Oh
it was euthanasia.
Wasn't it like
the guy couldn't do a damn thing?
Wasn't it like 62-7 or something like that?
It was a lot to very little. I remember that. I think
yeah.
it was 62-7.
That had to be fun. All right, man. Well, we've got several hours to sit around and stew and wait for this thing to get here. I don't know how players do it. I don't know how you guys sit around all day waiting for a Sunday or Monday night game.
It's a lot easier these days, I would imagine. 'Cause back in the day, all you had was daytime television, you didn't want to necessarily read a book or something because you're trying to save your brain energy and all that.
Yep.
So there's a whole lot of Dr. Phil.
I will see you for a few more hours of radio a little later on today at 4:15. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a chased off the field Aaron Rodgers to you.
Oh, let's hope so. Let's hope so. All right, we're done. Seth and I are out of time. In the loop, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Let's keep this party going, man, all the way through the night as the Texans take on the Steelers tonight in the wild card round. 7:15 kickoff here on Sports Radio 610. Thanks to all of our guests who joined us here on a Texans Monday. In the Loop is up next. We'll see you at 4:15 for Texans Countdown.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Whether you're playing with your kids.
Stoerner Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, off the slide.
Oh, God, that
listen to Lil Kiki.
I was cringing.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports
Happy Game Day! You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a wild card playoff game day for your Houston Texans, as they'll be in Pittsburgh, Acrisure Stadium, facing off against the number 4 Pittsburgh Steelers, with an opportunity to maybe see, we now know, the New England Patriots in the divisional round.
Yes, sir.
How you doing today, gentlemen? I see you guys in some fantastic Swarm City hoodies.
Swarm City.
We ready to swarm, man. I don't know about you.
Do I need to get on the trend and also?
I took my shirt off that I had today. This showed up. Take your shirt off.
Okay. Out of kind
my shirt off, my shirt off, my shirt off.
Where are we at, ladies and gentlemen?
Let's
on a
take the shirt off and all the girls start screaming.
What kind of hoodie are you wearing there, Figgy?
I'm wearing the Swarm City.
Ask me.
What kind of hoodie you wearing?
I'm wearing a Swarm City. Showed up at the studio today.
Lopez, are you ready to swarm?
I am ready to swarm.
Reggie, are you ready to swarm?
I'm wearing a blue hoodie.
He ain't ready to swarm.
There's one for you right there.
He ain't trying to swarm,
all right,
man.
I want you to strip and put that on.
Okay, we have started the show in one of the weirdest ways possible, but obviously this is a day to be weird. It's a wild card playoff game day for your Houston Texans, because at 7:15 they will kick off against the Pittsburgh Steelers with the opportunity to exercise some demons. 1, 2, get their first victory in these particular circumstances, having to go on the road in the playoffs. First time starting or getting into the playoffs without winning their division. There's a lot of firsts possible in this game. So how are you feeling? What's happening with you?
Man,
what's the vibe?
Hey, it's not just me, right? I mean, we always get pumped up and excited for playoff football in this city. Does it feel even ramped up a little more?
I think so.
Because you're the last game?
I think so. Because usually you get a little hype on that Friday.
Right.
And for some reason, I thought it was just me. I ain't say nothing, but I'm like, man, I'm not really hyped about this game right now. Yeah, it hit me yesterday.
It hit me yesterday too.
Yesterday after the Patriots won, I'm like, all right, it's our time now.
Yeah, mine was actually earlier during the day. It's like, you know, the Texans and us as fans, you're sitting back, you know the play, and you're the only game in town. Hell, we're watching ESPN right now, live from Shorty's Bar in Pittsburgh. And, you know, there's some Texans fans
Why
there.
aren't we live from Shorty's Bar in Pittsburgh?
Why aren't we live from Shorty's Bar in Pittsburgh?
Hey, you got to ask Parker that question.
But it just feels ramped up even more. And you know when it really hit me? When we saw that you can not only exercise demons, you mentioned it today, and I don't care what anybody says, it's actually gaining more traction, the whole Mike Renfro, Pastorini, Bump Phillips, Pittsburgh thing, different time. Different team, different organization, all that stuff. But you're fooling yourself if you don't think it's part of it. You're fooling yourself. And not only that, now we know New England. You can exercise some demons today. You can exercise some demons next Sunday, we presume. Well, it is going to be next
It will be Sunday. It's either 3:30 or 7.
It better be Sunday. They better not play no Saturday game.
It will be. Ask the Niners about that.
They've already set the schedule, so we know it would be on Sunday.
And then if Buffalo wins and goes on, you can exercise some Bills demons as well. Steelers, Patriots, and Bills are potentially on the table.
Yeah, you are crafting, or a path has been crafted and laid before you where you could possibly exercise the demons of Houston football past.
Yes.
Exercise the demons of Houston Texans playoff football past with the Patriots, and then go in there and take down what has been a team that you've handled up very well, but what is looked at as the best quarterback, at least on the AFC side, in this tournament right now, or the Super Bowl rather. But it all starts here with this game today. And actually, you started talking about some of the effects that we've seen from the wild card weekend. Let's look at the wild card weekend a little bit, and what can it tell us about this game, or just the Texans just generally in the playoffs here, John Lopez?
Every game had something in common. I'm watching it. And, of course, the craziest one doesn't even directly affect the Texans just yet. That's Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams, with
the Bears getting the
full Jordan pass, he does the old Jordan move and creates.
Looks like the jump man and everything.
Yeah, jump man is what I meant to say, and makes that fourth down conversion. But let's look at what's happening in this postseason so far.
Let's do it. Did you have fun watching them first and foremost?
Yeah.
It felt like
hey, that game we was talking about that was going to be a dud. That was probably one of the better games.
Shout out to Bryce Young out here making that fifth-year option.
I wasn't familiar with your game.
He was having a good time. And they showed up pretty well against the Rams. Obviously, the Rams were able to get it done, but it felt like David Hellman covers talks about the NFL for the Athletic Football Show. He called it. It felt like you had a pitcher who had like a perfect game into the eighth, and then the last game was just him giving it up with Patriots Chargers. Of course, it had interest to us, but I think it was the only game of the wild card weekend to this point that did not have a lead change in the final 3 minutes of the game.
But it had a quarterback making a spectacular play when he needed it most. That would be Matthew Stafford.
No, not that game. I'm talking about like the last game.
The Patriots.
The last one for
Patriots. And that was the only game that did 3 minutes.
Gotcha.
That's the type of excitement we had, and I hope that stops. I hope that the Patriots stopped the excitement, because we don't really need an exciting game in this one for the Texans.
But I noticed something, and I'm sure you did as well. You had a really, really wild, tough, incredible comeback by the Bears. Caleb Williams made an incredible play to turn that game.
Yes.
Then you go to the Bills game, the Bills and Jaguars. Josh Allen just pile driving fools, 10 yards.
Didn't know you could do that. Didn't know you could make the tush push into an explosive, or a quarterback sneak into explosive, but apparently you can.
Yes.
Was that Osiris Torrance that basically took Josh Allen, one of the biggest, baddest quarterbacks that we have, and put him in a baby Bjorn and just carried him to the doorstep of the end zone?
Yes. And then Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy just humiliating the Eagles with big plays.
I feel like the Eagles humiliated themselves to some degree.
I should have saw that coming, to be honest, because I think we was talking about the games, and I think we all might have said Philly was going to take this game. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, I don't know, man. It's kind of a mess over there in Philly.
It's getting messier.
Yeah.
And even, you mentioned the last game, Drake May with some incredibly timely runs on 3rd and 4th down.
And that'd be my eyes opened wide as it felt very, very inevitable as you watched that game that the Patriots would be the next stop for whoever wins this game. And I was like, ooh, okay.
And their defense.
That woke up times of early portions of the season against this Texas defense, where I was like, ooh, but that's not for them to consider at this moment just yet. But these quarterbacks having fantastic play.
The common denominator is your quarterback in cutting time, in the biggest moments, has to make a play. Has to make a play that is either off script or becomes something that you didn't expect in the most timely way. You can talk about great defenses and low-scoring games. You can talk about back and forth fourth quarter lead changes and all that. But ultimately, your quarterback, if your team is going to win, your quarterback has to make an otherworldly type play. Hello, C.J. Stroud. I mean, that's what it is. C.J. Stroud, Aaron Rodgers, one of these two guys, I don't know how it's going to play out. I think it's going to be a very low-scoring game, obviously, because of the defenses. I think it's going to be really, really hard-hitting. There's going to be a lot of run attempts that both teams are going to try to establish their run. There's going to be a lot of safe, pass plays and all that. But Reggie, Figgy, the quarterback that makes the play, we have example after example after example. Your quarterback has to make a play.
And you know what's beautiful about that is it is not just a flat depiction of a quarterback making plays. It's not just the quarterback having to go Super Saiyan. But you need those moments because a number of these games you could point to the other ways in which these teams have gotten it done. Hell, the Jags losing that game, you could point to turnovers that were created there. You could point to the same in other defenses showing up. But you need to at least have a catalyzing moment from your quarterback. And it's interesting because I believe it's CJ to be capable of doing that in this game. Also because one of the things that's interesting is the Steelers like running cover 3 a good amount. This offense has been able to do some things when they find some cover 3 defenses played against them. As long as you can keep CJ upright and keep that pocket, protected pretty well. He's done a pretty good job of attacking cover 3. Now, second half of the season, they've added in more cover 2 with Jalen Ramsey, at safety. And that's where it gets a little dicey at times, the production for this offense versus cover 2. But depending on how that flows, I believe in CJ's capability of making that throw. It's going to need to be in the right moment, right? And I think that's in some ways, in a weird way, something that they've been training him for all season, right? It has been play within your means and make the plays when they appear to you. And you've seen that happen from time to time. Hell, you could go as recently as the Chargers game where early on the plays are presented to you. Can you hit those? And then boom, boom, you're up 14-0, right?
Right.
I think CJ has been pretty good at being opportunistic in that way. And so I think it's encouraging. It does not need to be CJ putting the team on his back to carry him. It's just make those plays when they're there. And at least on the wild card, kind of recipe that has been built this weekend, I think he's more than capable of stepping up to the challenge.
Everything you said is 100% true. Cover 3, cover 2, cover 0, hell, cover 9.
How would cover 9 work?
I don't know. My point is, no matter what you're looking at, and no matter, opportunistic, which everything you said is 100% right. All I'm saying is there's going to be a moment that where either Aaron Rodgers or C.J. Stroud has to make a play that we just went through them, from Caleb Williams to Brock Purdy. And some of it falls on Nick Caley now. That touchdown that Purdy threw to McCaffrey, never run that play before all year long. Never. The tendency was to go inside. Tendency was to go inside or up or back or whatever. They changed it up. So it's like at some point, basically, your guy's got to be your guy. Your guy has got to be your guy. There's going to be great plays on defense. There's going to be some good runs, some run stuffing. Doesn't matter. We're going to be watching this game, waiting for that one moment, and it's going to be either Aaron Rodgers or C.J. Stroud, and C.J. Stroud has to be the guy.
What's your confidence in that, especially not just in the individual, but in the comparison? Because I know for you, I've been sitting here talking to you all week long, all of last week, and one of the things that has been evident, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, you have a healthy respect for one Aaron Rodgers over there on that side, particularly as it pertains to making a play in that moment. What's your confidence level when it comes down to who makes the bigger or most important play quarterback-wise in this game?
I know both of them can do it. We've seen – that's the thing. It's not like C.J. Stroud, it's like, oh, my goodness, I gotta learn how to be off script and make a precise throw and make a big – no, he's done it. He hasn't done it as much as Aaron Rodgers. You're right. I have a very high respect for what Aaron Rodgers can do with his arm. Can be that guy. And I think the fact that Nico Collins, there's an opportunity there where if it is – hey, we're down by 3 points or we're tied or whatever, I think he has that confidence in himself and in Nico Collins to throw it. I absolutely believe that C.J. Stroud can do it. And here's the other part of it. C.J. Stroud is very, very cognizant of his legacy. It means a lot to him. He's been watching these games. He saw Caleb Williams, drafted behind him. He saw Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. He's seen these guys, Drake May, drafted behind him, all of a sudden elevate their stature, and I think C.J. Stroud is a confident guy. He's got it in him. He's done it before. I think there's a lot of pressure, but the kind of pressure that he embraces to take those risks and make those plays.
I'm actually going to disagree with you in this. Not that he's not a proud guy. He's not a guy that has belief in himself. But one, you could also even just argue his belief, his faith,
that too,
implores him to have a certain level of humility and brokenness or what have you. But I also think the way that this team seems to handle their just general outlook, which honestly I don't think you can divorce from the faith that permeates through all these things, with a number of people stepping up to the microphone and first and foremost staking their Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, so on and so forth. But it very much feels like the imperative imploration, if I can even coin a word, I don't know if that's correct, it has been like, don't worry about outside people. Don't worry about comparisons. Don't compare yourself to the Joneses. What we do works. Stick to the script. It's one of the things that you've actually been harping on all season long, the notion of C.J. Stroud buying in. And I think buy-in represents do what you're supposed to do. Your moments will come to make your impacts on these games. Be ready for them. And so I actually think that hopefully he will not let any level of thoughts of look at all these other dudes and what they're doing impact the way that he plays. I think he's beholden to those dudes that are beside him, the dudes that he has worked with since the summer to get this team ready. And he'll come out and just make the plays for his brothers in that moment.
I think he has bought in. We've talked about it. I think he's going to fit within the scheme and the game plan. But don't be fooled for a second. C.J. Stroud knows that he's going to he's going to have to do something out of the ordinary, extraordinary, in order to in those moments, if it comes down to that, in order to carry this team. And he's done it. He's done it this year. We talk about the big. It was the game when he did that third and 27 to Nico, and all of a sudden he knew in that moment he said it. He said it afterwards. So yes, buying in, yes, within the confines of the system, but also yes, all right, it's time. It's time. I got to take a little bit of a chance here.
Very, very excited for this from the 832. Can we go in a shotgun a lot more? That way, C.J. Stroud has more time in the pocket. I'm not sure if I would want. Well, I mean, they're going to use some shotgun. They do that. I don't know that I want them to switch this up too much. Plus, I kind of like the way that they've operated out of play action. It feels like that has definitely gotten along in. I mean, they've been a top half of the league performer, at least per DVOA, when they utilize play action. So this is where it's going to be important. As you mentioned, Nick Haley will also need to, with this partnership with C.J. Stroud, put him in the best position to make these plays, as you were talking about. And use all the things that are available to him, and hopefully the additional day of prep manifests itself. Hopefully you see a game plan where they're ready to make a hay of this. Also because C.J. Stroud might have a slightly higher impact, or need to have a slightly higher impact, because that team does pretty well against the run. And I'm intrigued to see just how effective the run will be, because it's never necessarily been a great run attack for this Texas team, but what happens if it's not as effective as it usually is, which honestly isn't like the most effective in the league? Then what does this game look like? It'll be interesting to see.
Man, this is exciting. This is having the stage to yourself. You know what it looks like, and you got to go into Pittsburgh and exercise those demons and make a play to advance to New England, man.
Man, it's
exciting time.
Christmas morning, man. Playoffs have reached the doorstep of your Houston Texans. How are you handling this? How are you getting through the workday on a Monday, getting ready for this, right?
Are you getting through a workday?
Yeah. Did you call out? Are you like our guy Larry Stafford, who's like, I'm here, but y'all not getting no productivity out of me? I don't know. Let us know. 713-572-4610. That's one way to get involved with the program. Also, we appreciate the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, Twitch chat 610 Houston. Get involved all day long as we gear up. Wild card playoff game between the Texans and the Steelers that you'll hear 7:15 on these airwaves. But we're leading you up to it. We're leading you up to the drive, who's leading you up to Texas Countdown at 4:15, which will lead you up to the football game. But there's never too much pregame for a Houston Texans playoff game. Coming up next, let's go to Matt Burke. Matt Burke, defensive coordinator of this team, talked on Friday, and I thought there were some very interesting things on what to expect, what you can kind of look at and look for in this game versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's see and talk about that next.
What's better than having one? 2. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. If you happen to be on the Mokaram Injury Lawyer live streams, you'll be able to see that I am a man who can be, I can be susceptible to
you
peer
swarming
pressure.
now.
I am in my Swarm City hoodie now.
Yeah.
Thank you to the anonymous person who brought these to us. But yeah, also just get on the live streams. There's a lot of people in there hanging out, chatting, getting themselves ready for this game.
They tailgating in there, man.
Yeah, and virtual tailgate is what we're gonna
get your
call it.
virtual beer.
That's right. I see.
Some of it is not virtual.
Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. I say,
Hey,
I got
you ain't got to
Jordan
tell us
there.
that.
Rob says you can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning.
Yeah, that is technically
Hey,
true.
post a beer emoji in there while you in there.
That is technically correct. I don't believe that'll get you banned or anything, so go ahead and do that. I see you on the text line, though. Always a way to get involved, 713-572-4610. Man, my anxiety is all over the place. I feel you, just inherently. Somebody said, what's up, guys? Checking in from Pittsburgh. Apparently, it's cold and beautiful out there.
What's the vibe like out there,
Texans
man?
fan everywhere they said. So a lot of
salute
Texans
to the
fans
traveling Texans.
Yes, a lot of traveling Texans.
I saw Ultimate Steve out there, the Ultimate fan Steve.
Yep.
Yeah.
830 says, I called into work, loaded up the Madden, loaded up the coffee, loaded up 610, and maybe loaded up the
Madden.
Let's go.
And maybe loaded up a bowl.
Yeah. Get your cereal in the morning. Sure, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, I feel like for those that have anxiety, I think that it's probably somewhat
medicinal.
That wasn't where I was going, but technically correct, which, as we know, is the best kind of correct. But I think also, if you have anxiety in this game, I imagine a large portion of it is Aaron Rodgers, the Aaron Rodgers factor of it. Matt Burke talked Friday. Apparently, I just forgot the weekend. But Friday about, Aaron Rodgers, a lot of other things also. But if you can give me cut one here, Fig. This was Matt Burke talking to Assemble Media about how Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers is performing right now at his age.
Yeah, still looks about the same. I mean, still has a deadly arm. Over the years, and one of the biggest separating factors for me is just the accuracy. I mean, he can still put the ball, pinpoint wherever he wants it, back shoulder, down the field, over the top of someone, short, wherever he needs to place it, the ball's going to be there. So we got to be good in terms of our leverage and where our coverage responsibilities are, because he can still, it's a long handoff whenever he wants to put it down the field. So the accuracy is probably what is one of his most elite traits, I think.
It's a lot of respect for the quarterback there.
Well, the accuracy is what I've repeatedly said. I know he can't run. He can run a little bit, but he can't run like he used to. I know he can get susceptible to pressure, and that's where really the game, largely is going to hinge on what Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson can do. But if he does get that quick throw off, or does have time to get a throw downfield, as he just put, outside shoulder or over the top, whatever it may be, back shoulder, the accuracy it's the game.
Yeah, and
the accuracy is the game.
It makes sense as to why, just generally, but in particular, the message has been we need to be where we need to be. We need to be on our P's and Q's to be where we need to be, because an accurate quarterback will take any slight mispositioning, and they will make you pay for that. And I mean, I think that some of this might be pouring it on thick in respect for Aaron Rodgers, but you don't want to take those chances. That brings me to one of the few places where you might have some questions, and that's not even really the right way of saying it. It's just the words that come to mind as I get there about the second safety spot. How are you feeling knowing that it might be Jalen Reed or maybe a little bit of both, depending on how things go?
It probably will be a little both, won't it? I'm guessing there would be some.
I don't know. I think they tend to when they put someone out there, they tend to trust them. Even Jalen Reed, once he got out there, they let him handle the responsibilities like a big boy.
Yeah, maybe, but no, I think that's what the Aaron Rodgers and the offensive coaches are trying to exploit right now. I think one of the big stories in Pittsburgh is Pat Freiermuth, the tight end, has kind of been underutilized. He's really good, and that he's kind of been underutilized. Maybe that's one of the curveballs they throw. They try to exploit that to keep the safeties honest. Maybe it's just in breakers or whatever it may be. But yeah, it's a factor. It's a big factor with Jalen Reed not having a ton of experience, 7 games, and then who knows after that how it's going to play out.
Yeah. So that's going to be interesting. But Nick Caley was also asked about, not Nick Caley, apologies, Matt Burke, defense coordinator for your Houston Texans, asked about one of the things that I'm actually most interested in. Asked about the running backs, but particularly what makes Jaylen Warren effective as a runner, but also as a pass catcher.
Yeah, both backs are really good. Warren, really good contact balance, low to the ground, just really runs through tackles, steps out of a lot of tackles. I think both of them game well, obviously, their leading receiver from a catch standpoint, just systematically, they just like to get those guys in space. So, the outside zone, run game, trying to get on the perimeter, and then just in the screen game, the quick game, the check down, the swing passes, they just ace and take some one-on-one shots. So really going to be obviously just in the run game in particular, setting edges and holding our perimeter and tackling well. And then just trying to take up some of that space when they're trying to get them out. I mean, they're just trying to design those guys to get into space and get the ball in their hands and make them work. So really trying to take some of that space away.
We've talked, in fact, in the last segment about it's going to be a quarterback making a play ultimately, and I do believe that. But part of that is which team has the most success running the ball, because there's going to be some play action opportunities, maybe some, a half step closer to the line of scrimmage, a linebacker or something. And rest assured, the Steelers, just like the Texans, are going to try to run the ball a lot.
You know what's funny? Mm-hmm. That answer that Matt Burke just gave is one of the places where I am most confident in this game.
Mm-hmm.
The Steelers do depend a lot on getting the ball out to their playmakers and letting them, do things yards after the catch.
Yeah.
Kenny Gainwell is going to get a lot of those. In fact, I am looking into this game, and if I was a betting man, I'd be looking at Kenneth Gainwell receptions.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Getting the ball. You mentioned Freiermuth, maybe he gets it, but specifically if you're talking about a tight end, Jonnu Smith, they like doing that with. Warren will do the same. But I feel incredibly confident about this Texans defense and their competence in triggering quickly, identifying triggering quickly, getting there, and then also wrapping up swarming.
Tackling is it, too.
And tackling, right?
Yeah, tackling.
And so you talk about running backs, screens, things of that nature. Kamari Lassiter is a name that comes up on identifying, shedding blocks, getting to the tackle. Sheldon Rankins is a name that comes up. Identifying screens, getting out there, shedding blocks, making tackles. The linebackers all trigger like hellhounds, getting downhill, making tackles. We saw it even in this past game with Henry To'oTo'o. We've seen it with Jalen Petrie. They have so much at that kind of second level, so to say, but even the first level, that are really good at attacking those types of plays. And that's bread and butter for what the Steelers team does. I feel like it's somewhat foundational for what they do. If you're talking about it where that's a heft of their offense, and I like your matchup there, I don't know that they can make enough explosive plays to make up for it. Now, of course, that it requires you to be on your P's and Q's, down in, down out.
You mentioned the two most important things when it comes to those types of plays. Identifying and then triggering.
Yes.
Yeah, that's one thing that the Texans, and really over the course of the season, we've seen it get better. Because early in the season, we kind of wondered about tackling a little bit here and there, and maybe they were exploited in that 0-3 start with those types of missed tackles, breaking through tackle. They've gotten a lot better through that. Sheldon Rankins had a very memorable one that we talked about where he identified it almost at the snap of the ball and attacked. Same thing with Petrie, could do that, and Lassiter.
And then we talked about the explosive. DK Metcalf is one of those guys, right? Matt Burke is cut 4. How does DK Metcalf alter coverage for you?
He's a really good player, obviously. I think just again, I think I talked maybe a couple weeks ago that someone asked me about Nico, just in terms of even being in phase with them and being, quote, covered or being on him, he can still go make those plays. Obviously, can out muscle you, outwork. So, he just opens up those sort of plays for them and really reopens some of their playbooks. So, going to be a good challenge to try to slow down his explosive plays for sure.
And shots, there's gonna be a few shots both sides. Nico with CJ and DK Metcalf with Aaron Rodgers. At some point, it's going to be both these quarterbacks are going to just say screw it and take that shot to one of those guys. It's just a matter of how you play it.
Yeah, and I like the Texans' chances of handling up on that.
Yeah.
But we'll see how it goes. Interestingly enough, somebody asked, and we'll probably have time to circle back around to it, maybe have a more in-depth conversation about it. The idea of, I just want to see Aaron Rodgers and his goofy helmet thrown around. I've seen people ask who's going to get the first sack. I am intrigued to see how much this game ends up actually having sacks and how much of this game is pressures where the ball gets out.
Pressures, I think, is going to be the story.
I think so as well. I think this might be another one of those, because we had a number of these types of games during the course of the regular season for the Texans where we go in and we go, oh, man, Geno Smith done been sacked 10 times, 50, 11 times, and so there's going to be a whole bunch of them when you get into the game. And that's not actually how the game plays out.
Yeah.
But if there's pressure, I think you're doing your job. Also because sacks aren't entirely incumbent upon the defense and the offensive line. The quarterback also matters, and I think Aaron Rodgers has done a lot of getting the ball out quick. And it'll be, I think, a question to be answered in this at all is just how comfortable is Aaron Rodgers with holding on to the football in this game, because that can dictate a lot of this and whether they're even capable or looking to take some of these shots that we're worried about.
Totally.
Lot more with them, but just some of the conversation that we heard from Matt Burke, the defense coordinator of this team on the weekend. There's more stuff to hear from this, and so keep it locked with us here on Sports Radio 610 as we gear up for this wild card playoff matchup between your Texans and the Steelers. In fact, coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, and we're gonna keep it football related. What do you want to see tonight? And maybe what do you fear you'll see tonight. 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
All right, Houston Automotive Show. You can see that this month.
Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Texans wild card game day. You'll hear that 7:15, but obviously all sorts of lead up to it. We'll get you a truncated version of the drive that'll lead you into Texans countdown at 4:15, which will lead you into Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, John Harris on the call for Texans Steelers here on your home of the Texans. But now, question that football game. What do you hope to see in this game? What do you think you'll see? And then also, what do you want to see, right? And what do you fear you will see? 713-572-4610.
Well, I'll start. 713-572-4610, as Reggie just said. Get in on that, and Twitch and YouTube. What do you want to see? What do you fear? What I want to see is it doesn't matter how quick and smart Aaron Rodgers is. Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson don't care. You know?
You want to see the what game was that where you had, was it the Titans game where you had Jeffrey Simmons busting through the line and sacking CJ Stroud in the fastest? You just want to see them do that.
Yeah. CJ, I mean, I keep my one little caveat all week long last week and today has been, boy, this guy can, there's nothing wrong with his arm. He still has his smarts. I want that to not matter because he does still have his arm. He does still have his smarts. But if you're getting blasted on the edges by Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, just make it not matter. What I fear, and this is more of a sort of a bigger picture, longer term type thing, what I fear is those little hiccups, those little sort of scrapes and scratches in what this defense has been and what this offense has been, but really the defense over the course of the final couple of games, 2-3 games of the season, they don't go away. There was some struggles. There was some big plays given up, here and there. Quarterbacks made some throws down, and it wasn't just the Colts game. It was all the way down the last 3 games or so. If that continues, that could be a problem with this guy. That could be a problem.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're going for there. I think you might be somewhat in the similar places. This 832 texter who said they're very worried about the Steelers' tight ends and running backs receiving out of the backfield, especially Gainwell, that seems to be a weakness for the Texans. It might be relative in your mind. I'm looking at FTN Fantasy. I'm going to throw some data at you. DVOA versus running backs. You want to know where the Texans rank as one of the best defenses versus running backs?
Where?
Third best at DVOA versus running backs. I will look at the same number for tight ends for you right now. And this is where it gets a little interesting because the Texans are, we're at second best. Like, they actually, statistically, analytically, have been pretty damn good at limiting production from both of those places. But I think that anecdotally, in some instances, there have been instances of things going pretty well. Now, you ask yourself, is this going to be one of those moments where it goes against the trend or it stays with the trend? I'm inclined to feel that the Texans are well-equipped to handle this portion of it. Some other things here on the text line. Somebody said, want to see a legacy game for CJ, but they fear the opposite. I get that understanding.
That's a good one.
Here.
Yeah, I want to see the offense take a step in the playoffs, man. And I know it's the wild card, and when it comes to us thinking it's about to be fireworks in this offense, but I do want to see them take a step. I want to see them score in the red zone and not settle for the typical field goals.
Yeah.
What I fear is the offense going to let us down to the point that they probably could lose this game, and the whole Swarm City defense and stuff kind of means nothing at this point because they out of the playoffs.
Well, if they get eliminated, it would be a very
it would be very disappointing, man. Very
It'd be more than empty. It would feel like a waste. It'd feel wasted.
Yeah.
Because this defense, I feel very confident in calling it the best unit in all of these playoffs. I know that some people would say that maybe I should add arguably in there or top 3 unit in all these playoffs, but it's damn good. And it's the type of unit that should be at least on championship weekend. And so if that was not the case, that'd be frustrating. No need to bring that negativity over here, though, although we are saying what you fear, so that is fair. One of the things that I am going to be honest, I hope to see a big Jaden Higgins game.
Oh, God, yes.
I hope to see a big Jaden Higgins game because I think that would mean a few things. One, Higgins has done a good job getting downfield. He's probably been one of your more vertical elements in a season where we were looking at the wide receiver core and not seeing that real vertical element. That's one of the reasons why you look over at Tank Dell and you go, damn, it'd be nice if he were healthy because you know that he brings that vertical element. He's done a little bit of that towards the end of this season. And so that would be one thing. And then what that would also mean is I feel confident Nico would be outing the Pittsburgh Steelers defense was in the torture chamber trying to figure out what to do with these two dueling 6'4" wide receivers running at them. I love the notion of that, you know?
Look, man, we're getting variations of the same theme about what you want to see. It all comes back down to the pass rush and pressure and suffocating Aaron Rodgers. But the same worry, different ways it's being discussed. It's our offense and turnovers. That's one text.
Turnovers is a good one. They've been good about not turning over the football. I mean, it's a statistic that's been said a number of times this week. But this offense, funny as it is, it has the fewest turnovers of any team in Texans history. Yeah. The idea that they're just not going to turn the football over, they beat that drum so heavy that they actually made it to be the case. Yeah. So if you did see turnovers pop up, that would be quite a disappointment. How do you feel about this one from the 832? Expect to see us hold Pittsburgh under 20 points. That feels very reasonable.
Yes.
That's kind of law right there.
Yeah, that's been the name of the game, right? Yeah. Want to see the Texans run for 100 yards.
Oh, yeah. That would be enormous. I mean, both teams are going to try to do that. Let me ask you about this one. The Texans' downfall, how scared, their words, not mine, how scared the offense and D'Amico is. Now, what they're saying is conservative.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that kind of speaks to what you were talking about with the red zone, Figgy. Like you want to see them sort of, quote, unquote, go for it. I mean, I guess you could state the case it's the playoffs. Maybe they do that a little more. I think they're going to.
I mean, because it sounds good to go for it, but I saw it last night with the Chargers. Yeah. How they tried to go for it and they couldn't get in.
And D'Amico's not wired that way.
I also think that that maybe not to say that they are looking at the rest of these wild card games and making decisions based off of those. But you can make the argument that was a lesson to be learned from the first 5 games of this wild card weekend is sometimes it's actually okay to take the points. We might have over-indexed on aggression, and I don't want to blame this on analytics as a lot of people will because there's a lot of instances where you look up and you go, the analytics would say take the points there.
Yeah.
And there were teams that were very aggressive this wild card weekend, and it didn't always work in their favor. You just named one of them in the Los Angeles Chargers. So maybe it will be, especially in a game where you look over at that team. I don't know that you're particularly fearful of their ability to run up the score on you and you go, hey, kick these field goals at times. Now, of course, 7's better than 3's every circumstance. But, knowing that you have a Kaimi Fairbairn that they have a lot of confidence in, it might be worth being a little bit more conservative, at least in this game. I think that you get your job done on this game, then we have conversations to be had about how conservative you are to be. But in this game, it might actually be beneficial and okay to be a little bit more conservative.
Yeah. And the 281, getting back to the segment we opened this hour with, I want a legacy game for CJ. I fear the opposite. I mean, fair.
We mentioned that. Yeah. 832. Maybe this is the way that you need to go about things. No need to be too complicated. I just want to see the Texans score more points than the
Didn't even think about it like that.
That's a great point. I just want to see a win by hook or by crook.
I'm over here wanting to see the offense do good. Yeah. Hey, just score more points.
just score. Just score, right? Somebody said from the 929, as a Bears fan, I want to see Aaron Rodgers sacked 100 times.
Oh, boy.
I kind of want to see that, too. I just want to see this old man. I want him look like a deer in the headlights.
End his career.
Where he just be like, man, the game ain't in me no more.
Yep.
You just want to see the helmet turned around backwards on him.
Remember the last time we saw Big Ben? I want that type of game.
I love the way Piggy hates the Steelers, and not even because the Texans are playing them. Just I hate the Steelers.
Yeah, I just want to see him go out like that.
Yeah.
He's a Hall of Famer, all that crap. Cool.
Maim him.
Yeah, yeah. Get him off the field.
Yes.
I want to see the team win. Fear will be playing catch up to do it.
Oh boy, that's a big part of tonight's game.
Yeah, if you can establish the game script.
And what's catch up? Is it
3 or is it 10?
It is behind, period.
If it's 10, that's tough, right there.
If you're behind at all, I think that ends up in that.
It's one thing if it's 3 or you down 7.
Yeah.
But if you down double or two-score game.
Yeah, that's big.
And let me add this in here because we talked a little bit about Kaylee's role in making sure to set these guys up for success.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see a Week 17 Los Angeles Chargers-esque starting script, opening script. I want to see. I want to see a shot,
man.
I want to see a script that operates so well that you set yourself up for success, and then you put on Pittsburgh Steelers.
How about something like that Colts game? Was it 23? Last game of the season. Hey, Nico. I'll hit you.
Yeah, first play of the game. 75-yard bomb.
Yep. Yeah, just Jalen Ramsey.
Set the tone right
how
there.
How fast you running nowadays? Let's see. Yeah, maybe so.
Come in and set the tone.
Boy, that'd be fun.
That would be wild.
Somebody said CJ hasn't thrown a 300-yard game this season. He won't start today. Offense complements defense. That's all.
Ain't nobody say you got to throw 300 yards.
That's right.
No, and I think that's
a better offense.
The name of the game has been like, hey, be excellent in the small places. We'll see if they can make that happen. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Monday, on a Texans wildcard game day even. But coming up next, I want to go back to the other games of the wildcard. Let's go around the NFL and break down some of the other lessons and takeaways from the wildcard weekend that was. We'll do that next.
All right, ability trees right now. You're going to have some time between.
in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL first with a few news and notes. One is Darrell Taylor. Happy trails to the gentleman. Just returned from IR, and he will be moving on from the team as they need a spot for Jalen Reed, who is returning from IR. So it feels like it made sense. He's being released today per Aaron Wilson at KPRC. He brought him in, single year deal, and just wanted to see what you could have from an additional edge rusher. More of a speed guy, a little bit smaller, and that just didn't feel like it settled in for what you needed as a pass rushing team. And I don't think he was bad per se, but just what you have was so much better, and it all fit a little bit better with guys like Horton and Barnett that can utilize their size.
Yeah.
The quickness of Darrell Taylor didn't seem like it melded well with what you were doing. But yeah, I mean, he came in. It was worth a good effort to continue to give DeMeco Ryans more tools and weapons with this defense.
Yeah, for sure. It makes all the sense, especially, you're bringing in another safety position. Also, Ian Rappaport reporting this morning, we didn't mention this, Davis Mills did not travel.
He didn't.
With the team.
For good reason, though.
The charter. Wife had a baby.
Yeah.
And Rappaport is now saying that he is, I guess, on his way. He's flying.
Yeah, he ain't fly with the team. He's flying there today, I guess.
And so he's on his way.
Congratulations,
Will
man.
be available, yes. Yes.
Yeah, congratulations to him. When I did see that email come across, was that yesterday? I was like, oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I don't think that you'll need him, however. That's a little disconcerting, but no, he'll ultimately make it.
I don't know about that. I don't think you need him stuff, man.
Well,
quarterback get hurt.
That's exactly. But no need for any of those worries. All celebration as welcome to the newest Mills in the world. Another Money Mills out here in these streets. Also, celebrations are in order for 3 Houston Texans who are all
man.
Will Anderson Jr., which, do we have the audio here? I forgot about this one. And I might not have gotten it because I did forget. But Will Anderson Jr. finding out in a way that was a little bit odd. He thought that he was setting up an interview to talk with ESPN's Laura Rutledge. And then all of a sudden he's talking to somebody else. And he just took this as, well, somebody else is talking to me, you know, getting me ready. And then they broke it to him that he is a first-team All-Pro. The man nearly fell out. He did. He fell out of the frame. He was apoplectic in various different ways. Well-deserved first team. Apoplectic. You can go ahead and play a drop if you.
First of all, you're throwing too many big words at me.
It's been a while.
Now, because I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect.
It's been a while since
I
I've
missed a
gotten
couple big words. You said something earlier. I was just like, huh? But you moved on quick, so I ain't had time to.
You just keep pushing, right? Yeah. But yes, a first-team All-Pro for Will Anderson Jr., a first-team All-Pro for the second straight year for All-Pro Sting, Derek Stingley Jr., and then a second-team All-Pro for a dude who feels always like he is somehow underappreciated, Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, and didn't make Pro Bowl, but he's second-team All-Pro.
I never understood this. I don't understand this at all, man.
I mean, the Pro Bowl, it's kind of amazing that we still use it to mean anything for ourselves anymore, just because.
But still, I mean, how do it make sense, though?
Yeah, the game.
I'm an All-Pro, but, man, I missed out on the Pro Bowl. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Pro Bowl got some voting elements to it and everything. It's become less and less important. I know for me, when we start talking about Hall of Fame accolades or whatever, Pro Bowl is last, just kind of additional.
It's just kind of cool.
Yeah.
You don't put that's the sense you make of it.
Yes.
That's the sense you make of it.
Yeah.
It's just like whatever this is. But All Pro, there's a pretty rigorous standard, and you know that in some of these, you got to be the top 2, 3, 4 in your position to be recognized. And so salute to Will, salute to Danielle, salute to Derek Stingley. I think that who would you view as the biggest snub? Because there's a couple of dudes who also received votes who were this close to not being an All-Pro.
Immediately you're happy, and then immediately you go to, well, who got snubbed? You know,
there's 2 of them that you could easily make the case because they were legitimately the next vote in, although they were one place out when it came to votes.
I was thinking Fairbairn.
Kaimi is one of those ones that you can maybe look at. I think that's fair. The 2 that come to mind for me, Nico Collins, who was 7th in voting. And if you remember, first team has 3 wide receivers. second team has 3 wide receivers. So he just barely missed out on being on the second team All-Pro. And then your guy, Jalen Petrie, Stafford's own, was just out as he was classified as a cornerback, a nickel or a slot cornerback. And so the likes of Derwin James and was it Cooper DeJean? Also kept him out of that. And it kind of sucks that that's the case.
The man without a country.
Yeah, Emmanuel Acho was saying that he thought that at first he was classified as a safety, but then they made sure to classify him as a slot corner. Do you blame that at all for this? Where do you lay blame for Jalen Petrie not being an All-Pro?
Oh, yeah. I think, like I said, man without a country, slot, safety, who knows where, and maybe that's how the vote went. I think it's absolutely a factor.
I think also what's worth noting, and I think Emmanuel Acho was actually talking about this as well on social media, on offense, it feels like we've done a good job of accommodating to the modern era and putting some spots in for, all-around players and 3 wide receivers with the, pervasiveness of 11 personnel. Defense doesn't feel like, they have the slot corner, but it doesn't feel like it's fully acknowledged the different ways that defenses demonstrate themselves. And I feel like if we had a better representation of that defensively, that then you would have Jalen Petrie rightfully an All-Pro this year.
No, and it's not just affecting him; it's affecting a lot of people. It's affecting a lot of people in terms of where they are. Like I said, sort of without a position.
All right, so some of these games, wild card wise, there was some really interesting ones. Which game was most interesting to you, John Lopez, of the 5 that we got coming in here?
Well, clearly to me, it was Bills and Jaguars.
Bills 27, Jaguars 24. What caught your attention in here? Because I thought it was kind of amazing that the Jags actually did not. Well, I guess it's not amazing, but they didn't embarrass themselves, which is kind of they've kind of become want to do that. In the postseason, they do lose this game, which nanny nanny boo boo, right? But they did play very well. It came down to. For me, I thought Greg Newsome, I thought it was just singular cornerbacks that looked really bad. And the thought that came to mind, and I texted you guys this yesterday, would you be surprised if Travis Hunter comes back and they make him a solely? Because they have answers wide receiver-wise. They went and got Jacoby Myers.
Than I thought.
They have more answers wide receiver-wise. Parker Washington, so on and so forth, who Parker Washington looked like he sustained quite a head injury in this game. But then you look at the cornerback side for the Jags and you go, ooh, you're kind of bereft. Is this two-way experiment maybe ending just because of necessity of cornerback for them?
Well, I think necessity is the biggest factor, but also I think you're sort of not limiting him, on both sides of the ball. He's just focused on one side, and I think he's clearly more equipped to be a cornerback. The other thing about this game that stood out to me, and you just kind of alluded to it a little bit, the Jaguars are for real, man. We saw them at the end of the season, win streak, playing really well, winning games, but we were still kind of wondering about the postseason. They went toe-to-toe and easily could have or should have won this game.
How about your man Brandon Cooks showing up in this, though? That was when I was like, oh, okay. Y'all not serious, Jags. The passing defense ended up being an issue because you got Brandon Cooks out here styling on you. That felt a little wild.
I keep forgetting he played for the Bills, man.
I did, too. He made a couple of grabs in this game as he had 3 receptions. And I forgot who he was in this game in the middle of, between these grabs. I was like, oh, yeah, it's Brandon Cooks. And then later I was like, oh, yeah, that's right, Brandon Cooks. I just saw him earlier in this game. But I guess salute to him for having that kind of performance because he looked good. He looked good, which, again, I will use more as a opportunity to denigrate the Jaguars. Some other games that happened within this weekend. Second most interesting game. We're going to choose your own adventure here.
Bears-Packers.
Bears, 31.
Lord,
Packers, 27. Us, interestingly enough, it felt like around the talking world, maybe the social media world of this, people started throwing Matt LaFleur's future into question. Did that feel fair at all to you that he could or should be fired after this game and their performance?
It really doesn't feel fair. It really doesn't. This was a meltdown. Yes, there were mistakes made. Caleb Williams, as we talked about already, just made some absolutely spectacular plays. Boy, he is really coming and stepping up. Big time. But this was the Bears doing something that I just frankly didn't think they had in them. And Caleb Williams is the biggest reason why.
Yeah, and I think that you see the places where Caleb Williams makes plays, and then you see some of the instances where Ben Johnson creates opportunities, and that is where you have the two most important offensive kind of positions for you on a team, which is your coordinator from the schematic perspective and your quarterback as the playmaker, both elevating what your team does, and they get you over your hated rival in the Packers. And I say hated rival for a very particular way.
They hate each other. Even
Actually, before I get there, can I take a victory lap?
Yeah.
And it's a very dumb victory lap. Colston Loveland, 8 receptions, 137 yards. Does anybody remember? You don't have to. It's just me trying to, big up myself, which nobody cares about but myself. You remember when during the draft when it's like, hey, Colston Loveland or Tyler Warren? And one of the things I pointed to was I think a lot of teams will like Colston Loveland because he fits a little bit cleaner and he feels a little bit more typical of a tight end, but he's good at it.
Yeah.
And he looked at not just catching the football, but also the pass catcher not being able to block. He was throwing some blocks out there, baby.
Man, he had an enormous game, absolutely enormous. And I was really kind of trolling you when you brought this up in the text thread. I've always liked Warren, obviously, as the number one tight end, but he was huge in this game. Absolutely, he was their number one receiver.
He was by far. DJ Moore had a number of receptions for 64 yards, and he did have a touchdown within this one. But yeah, it was by far Colston Loveland when they were getting the ball to him through the air. So that was fun. But yes, the hatred that exists.
Yeah.
Have you seen? Well, actually, I know you've seen this, but these coaches do not like each other, and it seems like it dates as far back as at least publicly Ben Johnson's his introductory press conference for the Bears, in which he said that he has enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur, the head coach of the Packers. And there have been 3 meetings, obviously 2 in division and now this postseason game, where the post-game handshakes have been very quick. The first one was Matt LaFleur very quickly moving away, and the other 2 were Ben Johnson. This one, he felt like he barely went skin to skin on the hands and then turned away.
And he was laughing when he did it. He was laughing. You see the other angle, he was just laughing in his face and shook his hand for a millisecond. Here's where I am with this feud. Now, Bears and Packers, one of the best heated rivalries in all of sports, whether it's fans, players, coaches, all that. But to me, this is like the silliest feud. There's got to be more to it. They have to have had some sort of beef already, and that's what led to Ben Johnson talking. It's like, that's why you're mad? Because he said, I like to beat the Packers twice a year? Who doesn't? Who doesn't want to beat their division rival?
Well, the idea of him saying I like beating the Packers twice a year, and he was like, I enjoy beating Matt LaFleur. There's clearly something.
It's got to be more
that they have had dating back to those games that they played, which is funny because they're both offensive play callers.
Yeah.
I would have thought that maybe if this came to the fore, it'd have been the Packers' defensive play caller because, that time with the Lions, Ben Johnson was calling an offense against them.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened between them. And at this point, y'all have made it my problem, right? If y'all just kept this behind, I would not care. Y'all have made it my problem.
Went public.
Somebody tell me what happened, right? Like, somebody tell me, did he take your girl, right? What happened? Did he not pay you back?
We in the Facebook comments like, what happened?
Yeah. Y'all brought this to the internet, so y'all got to tell me how this came to be.
Give us some privacy and all that stuff. No, we here now.
But isn't it silly on the surface?
I think it's very silly.
It is.
Especially if there's no context to it.
Yeah.
Like, don't just give us, I hate the Bears or I hate the Packers. Nah, man, come on now.
But also, I kind of do enjoy instances where we get real hatred within a rivalry, man. It makes it a different level. We got time for one more.
49ers, Eagles.
49ers 23, Eagles 19 in a battle, a game that still managed to be good even though both of these teams looked not as great for various reasons. The Eagles, because they have been underachievers for a number of years, particularly offensively, where the run, throw the ball deep idea did not work again. This is such a great performance from the Niners, even as they lost more and more players. Obviously, you don't have Fred Warner in the middle of your defense. They managed to make that work. They lose George Kittle in the midst of this game to an Achilles injury. It's a regular season award, but did this highlight Kyle Shanahan's Coach of the Year, perspective or capabilities? You don't think so?
He won't win it, but what a freaking job that Kyle Shanahan did, even in the course of the game, losing George Kittle, which, by the way, my man drank an entire bottle of tequila, reportedly. Apparently,
that sounds about right.
Apparently, the owner went down there, said, "What do you need?" Obviously, Achilles. I think they've even reported torn Achilles.
Yes.
And so he's done for quite a while. And he said, "I want a bottle of Patron." Owner sent it down there, And then Diana Rossini reported the bottle was empty last time.
Hey, why not at this point?
He drank an entire bottle of tequila. So there's that. There's Shanahan. There's the ability to win this game shorthanded on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
Badly.
Yep.
And that's not even, to me, the biggest story.
Okay, what's the biggest story in your mind?
You can justify firing Sirianni. I think
yet another blow up with A.J. Brown, very visibly on the sideline.
It wouldn't even be surprising because it's Philly. They fire people pretty quickly.
Not only would it not be surprising, I think you can justify it. A year removed from winning the Super Bowl, the A.J. Brown blow up that he had on the sideline, previous sort of A.J. Brown and others questioning, Sirianni. The way they just looked lost at various moments in this game, disjointed offensively. Like, they did so much talent. That's ultimately what haunts a lot of coaches. How can you lose with this talent that you have? Like, normally I would be like, come on, the guy just won a Super Bowl last year. I think you can justify it.
This is not Kevin Stefanski, entirely different person. Nick Sirianni's response post-game to what was being said between him and A.J. Brown on the sidelines.
Yeah, I was trying to get him off the field, because we were about to punt, and that was really it. So I love A.J. I think he knows how I feel about him. I have a special relationship with him. Probably went through every emotion you can possibly have together. We've laughed together. We've cried together. We've yelled at each other, but I love him.
You weren't getting him off the field. that was the portion of the program where you've yelled at each other.
Yeah.
I think it. You know me. I've been somewhat of a Sirianni hater here because the question has been, why does your offense, you as an offensive guy, constantly look like this?
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Patullo absolutely is not going to be there next year. He's been bad for them. However, in this game, you see there's a lack of pride and a lack of get it done on that side with, damn near all of your primary playmakers dropping balls or not making plays.
Yeah.
Devontae Smith drops.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, A.J. Brown, notably a number of drops. Goddard, who made a play but also had a drop in this game. And then even your quarterback did not look all that great. Saquon didn't look all that great. Some of this you have to take to the players, but then I think indirectly all of this points back to why do your players not look inspired? Looks bad in this moment. That's been the question I've had for Sirianni, but we'll see ultimately how that plays out. And then A.J. Brown, man, that does look nasty for you to have all of this. Why am I not involved? And then in the instances where you are, drop catchable football. So that's some of the stuff that happened around the NFL wildcard weekend. We didn't even get to one of the weirdest ones, the one that started us off, Rams-Panthers. Maybe we'll find time as we continue on in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, Nick Caserio, damn, there's a lot of Nicks on this team. Nick Caley talked on Friday, and I thought he had some interesting things to say about this offense headed into this wildcard game. We'll break that down next.
Ready? Texans. 4-pack for you and your family or friends. In the Loop is powered by yours. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Texans wild card game day here in the great city of Houston. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. And you on the text line 713-572-4610 or on the Mokaram Injury Lawyer live streams, YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, Twitch chat 610 Houston.
Jump in the chats, man.
100%.
Yeah, man. It's game day.
We're calling it a virtual tailgate in there where folks are having fun. And also, I'm seeing that our guy Ray on the YouTube page, I don't know where you were flying to. They said, man, I missed my flight, and now I'm going to be flying during the majority of the game, if not all of it. That stinks. That is rough. You pay for the internet, right? In-flight internet so I can watch it, right? It's got to. You got to.
Do you
You can't land and then just see what happened during the game.
Was he going to the game, or he just flying somewhere?
Is that what he said? I don't know if he said that he was going to the game. I just know that he's on a flight.
That would be different.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be different. He's just going on a trip or a business trip or whatever. But if he's going to the game, I say you don't go.
Yeah,
you just say, screw it, go home.
Yeah, flying to Virginia for work. So they're just flying for work.
Okay, well then internet. That's an easy.
But you got to buy the internet.
You better hope that flight got Wi-Fi.
And just hope that the internet's actually
I've been on
good.
some flights where it's like, sorry, the Wi-Fi ain't working on this one. I'm like,
Can you imagine your
more
team is
times than
playing?
you wish.
Your team is playing in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It happens so rarely in the course of a 365 day year. There's only a few days where that can happen, and you just happen to be on a flight during it. That would hurt me. I would be so sad.
It was a couple times where I had an event that I had to work that was scheduled months and months in advance.
Yeah.
And then just so happened, it was a game going on that day where I'm like, dang, I can't get out of it.
You got to figure out a way, man.
Also, appreciation to intrepid reporter Brandon Scott, who is also in the virtual tailgate today, making note of the fact that the weird relationship between Ben Johnson, the head coach of the Bears, and Matt LaFleur, the head coach of the Packers. Matt LaFleur said they don't even really know each other. He doesn't know where this came from. Imagine. You just sitting here minding your business. Someone walks up and they're like, "Hey, man, I bleeping hate you." And you're just like,
hey,
"What?
I'm just sitting here."
That happens more than what you think, man.
Yeah, but usually
I can't stand that guy.
But how often do they make it your problem, though?
I call BS on that. That's
you
a
think
sell.
So?
That's a sell.
Really?
Yeah, because I don't even know. He reacted badly the first time too.
It got to be something where he probably think LaFleur is probably a douche or something. just behind the scenes.
I hate the way you
like
operate.
Yeah, you know how you shake somebody's hand, just be like, man, I don't like this.
Just on some Kendrick Lamar. I hate the way that you walk. I hate the way you dress.
Yeah.
I hate the way that you walk. All that.
I don't know anything about him, but I hate him.
I don't even like how you coach.
The way you talk annoys me. I hate you.
Yes.
That is hilarious. All right, let's turn the page now with no correlation to the previous conversation to Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans. He is going to be a focus point in this game and how it goes. On Friday, he was talking, and I thought it was very interesting. In fact, mentioning B. Scott. B. Scott asked this question. He evaluate his play calling and process of determining what's good or bad, because it's going to be. I would hope that that's been the process that's happened this week. Here's Nick Caley talking about it.
Yeah, the success or lack thereof of it, what were any of the issues? Was it a schematic issue? Was it, in terms of how I assess the plays that we're doing, was it a schematic issue? Was I putting a guy in position to have success? Should I have asked him to do something? I mean, I look at all those things. Was it just lack of technique and fundamentals where maybe we got beat? The play might not be, may not be the play, but we can go back to it and we have confidence in it. We just got to go out and hit reset. I mean, there's a variety of things, that we go through, and I try to do that every single week. I don't know, Landry, if you asked me that the other week. Somebody did, but I'm always trying to do that to improve myself and to learn from my mistakes along the way, too. So I think that's a big part of it. We're all growing, and we're growing together. We're first-year offense. I think we've made a lot of strides in certain areas, and certainly I think we have a lot of improvement out in front of us, too. But I'm proud of how our guys have competed and just their work ethic, and they're all in, and I'm proud of that.
I like this answer, and I feel there's a lot to it because we've seen the development, we've seen the progress. The one thing it doesn't quite answer though is in game, because what he's talking about is Monday through Saturday, and so I think that's going to be the ultimate test tonight. How you make those adjustments. They're going to show some things that you're not accustomed to, et cetera. So I think the in game stuff might be big too.
Yeah, I think that's a great point because there has been incremental improvement, which it sounds like is what he's speaking of.
Right.
There is just they're getting better, but there's still a lot to go. How far is that? And also, what's a great point is now you're talking about these one-game samples. It's not about what you can do over the course of the season. Is what did you bring to this particular game and giving you an opportunity to earn the next game. And so, how
and
far
the bullets are flying,
right? And you can't afford one of the things that we've talked about. You can't afford these large lulls offensively. What has been done to get them to that place, and actually even pursuant to that, Nick Caley was also asked what gives him confidence that the offense will be able to make sure to score touchdowns rather than leaning on the leg of Kaimi Fairbairn.
Yeah.
I mean, just showing the improvement we've had from the start of the year to the end of the year, just trying to continue to get better. Execution in practice. I feel like the execution's continued to improve throughout the year, and I'd say in the last, call it third, half of the year, I feel like we made strides in the red zone. Is it everything we want it to be? No, I mean it's not. But there's been improvement. There's been definite improvement. We just gotta, we gotta continue to move the needle that direction.
All right, so I'm gonna channel.
You didn't seem to like that answer quite as much as the first one.
I'm gonna channel what a lot of people say these days. In fact, you do it occasionally. You talked about improvement in the red zone. Has there?
Is it?
Has there been?
If it is, it's minuscule.
Yeah,
it's minuscule, and that might be the biggest one, right? Is getting into the red zone and actually punching it in.
Yeah.
It's most important, obviously, this time of year as well, but. That's going to matter a great deal.
Mm-hmm.
What are the answers that you can see or that you think might be available to them red zone wise?
Man, this is one. I think it's just as simple as the play calling, the red zone.
Offensive line is rough, so I don't know how viable it will be to try and line it up and move them as they have wanted to try and do at times. It's going to take real ingenuity for them to get in the red zone. Like I don't think this is going to simply be. Well, everybody muscle up, and this time we'll push it in. I think it's going to take real ingenuity. This is going to be interesting to see if he has brought that level of ingenuity or if they found a different level of answer in the playoffs. And maybe the hope that you can maybe hold on to, it would be grasping at straws, I think, when it comes to their red zone capabilities, is maybe they have had something in the tuck that they are ready to unveil
it's a good time
to utilize. It just feels like it would have always been a good time in the regular season to find more red zones. There was a lot of opportunities to maybe find your red zone. But
here's the other thing, real quick. I hope I'm wrong on this, and I hope they have success if they do this. But if they just try to, ram it down the middle of their throw, up the middle of their defense, I don't have any confidence in that. Not with Cam Hayward, not with their interior defensive line. You're right. There has to be something they've had sort of in their back pocket, something that maybe can be creative. Because if they just try to just either sneak the ball or turn and run the ball up the middle, I don't have a lot of confidence.
Yeah. Speaking of Pittsburgh, this was Caley on Pittsburgh's defense and the similarities to defenses that they played early on in the season.
Yeah, well, we're always trying to learn. And I know a couple weeks back, I was asked about some of the pressures. We're always trying to work on issues that come up, correcting things, whether it's problem pressures, even things that come up throughout the league that we see that are trends and stuff. We're always trying to get ahead of it. So it's a matter of learning from our mistakes and being able to grow from that, and then being able to assess what each team's doing and put a good protection plan together. And this is going to be a tremendous challenge. You look at the edges. I think Hayward's playing as good a football as I can ever remember him playing. So they are an outstanding defense, and their front gets them going. So we got to be at our best. Be a great challenge, and got to go out there and play.
Where do you feel most confident? Not just red zone, but in crucial situations, third downs, fourth downs, with this offense against that Steelers defense?
If you can protect, I feel good about your opportunities.
That's where I was going. That's why I asked, because the protection of the line has been better. We know that.
They have been better. Now, one thing that the Steelers will do is they will stunt. They'll have stunts at the front end, or they'll have some simulated pressures. Now, they don't do it to the point where you look at them and you go, that is one of the most stuntingest or most twistingest
active
defenses in the league. But they do all of it a little bit, right? They dabble in all of those things. And this will be a very interesting test because this offensive line has gotten better in that regard. But to what degree, especially when you raise the level of caliber of players? We talk about Highsmith, you talk about TJ Watt, you talk about Cam Hayward. Those caliber of players doing those things, are they going to be able to hold up? But this is where all the praise that has been heaped on Jake Andrews in the middle for communication this is where I'm going to really need to see it put, rubber to road. Are they all on their P's and Q's? Are your running backs continually doing the good job of stepping up in pass protection? And then a C.J. Stroud keeping his eyes downfield and with confidence knowing where to go with the football. I think that's where it's going to be interesting, having those protection answers. And thankfully, I think one of those, Tape Tuesdays that the Drive has done, you've heard Clint Stoerner talk about. It seems like they're finding some more of those answers being put into their protection. So if those things come together, I like what they get on the backside of that with your wide receivers versus what they have going in their secondary. Yeah. But you got to keep it clean up front. So that'll be the name of the game offensively, at least in my estimation, for this game. That'll kick off 7:15, and you'll hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, let's talk about what's popping, including the Rockets on a little bit of a skid, and the Houston Cougars basketball team doing nothing of the sort. We'll talk about it all next.
Free Network.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get to what's poppin' here on a Monday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Not any Monday, though. The postseason starts for your Houston Texans as they have the wild card matchup versus the Steelers. The final of what they like to call Super Wild Card Monday, but ain't nobody listening to that. It's just Wild Card Weekend, rather. As the Texans are in Pittsburgh to face off against the Steelers. You'll hear that one at 7:15. 4:15 is where Texans countdowns with Sean and Seth. We will lead you up to 2, where a shortened version, but only by so much, of the drive will take you from 2 to 4:15, and that's how the rest of your day goes on Sports Radio 610. It's been quite a turnaround for the Texans, as we've talked about a number of times. And that is what DJ Bijani writes about in his latest dispatch for ESPN. Within it, though, a very interesting accounting of what happened with the C.J. Gardner-Johnson era. We know the broad strokes of it, but it seems like he got a little bit of inside detail. Obviously, you'll remember week 3 was when it all kind of came to a head, the end of that game, where you have a circumstance where, Trevor Lawrence is able to connect on a deep post to Brian Thomas Jr. for 46 yards. That ultimately kind of ended up really making this game look really bad.
Yeah.
Apparently on that play, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who had jumped a route that he wasn't supposed to, compromised Kamari Lassiter.
Mm-hmm.
He made a mistake, and that caused Kamari Lassiter to get angry and voice his frustration on the sidelines. And I'm doing a segment that I like to call Reading, which led to a mimicking response by Gardner-Johnson, who felt everyone was blaming him.
Mm-hmm.
The two never directly talked to each other, but the yelling was heard along the sidelines. All-pro cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. understood Lassiter's anger, but tried to diffuse the situation for chemistry purposes. That attempt quickly morphed into C.J. Gardner-Johnson exchanging words with Stingley, almost leading to a fight. Azeez Al-Shaair comes in. He tries to be the peacemaker, but then the heated discussion resumed in the locker room, and the interaction never became physical. That DJ Bijani and C.J. Gardner-Johnson's time as a Texan was unofficially over. I found this to be very interesting because this was all you could kind of surmise it, seeing it specifically.
You knew it was something.
It was something, but I think it also speaks to, we had a lot of conversations about all these guys are here in the locker room in the offseason and getting work together, and that seems small. Danielle Hunter, on an interview that I imagine you'll see on Countdown before this game on ESPN, with ESPN, he said that one of the things that he thinks made this team so good is how close they are. It might have been Will, actually, who made this point. How close they are, how they play for each other. Their accountability is not to themselves or to the coaches, it's to each other. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson kind of demonstrated that he did not have that mentality. And that is what holds this team together and makes them great.
Yeah, and it's more than one thing because it is that you could easily, presuming that is true, that is DJ Bijani's reporting, and I fully trust the guy that he wouldn't go public with it if it hadn't been cleared and checked and all that stuff. So assuming this is all correct, that is a galvanizing moment, for the rest of the team, because not only did the Texans react to it. They cut bait with C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yes,
and so that there's that aspect of it. Like, okay, we need to be, bonded and tight, and make sure we're all on the same page. And I think they kind of did that with their actions. The second thing is, from C.J. Gardner-Johnson's perspective, be careful who you choose your fights with.
Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, because not just like as in a fight. Yeah, the team would be most invested. It's Lassiter and Stingley. You ain't gonna win that fight.
And then there was the thoughts about, the complaints about somebody getting paid, which would have been Petrie.
Right.
I feel like you hit some of DeMeco Ryans' most favorite players. The only thing that could have been worse is if he's like, hey, Will Anderson Jr., I also hate you.
Yeah. You're not gonna win that battle. If it's them or you, it's you. But
I think that you can make the argument that that's been some of the issue historically with C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah.
Sad that it didn't work, but very much look at the way that, as you mentioned, galvanized this team.
Yeah.
Very interesting. So you talk about that as an inflection point. Could this be an inflection point for the Houston Rockets, who finish out a mini road stint and having lost all 3 of the games? The 2 games in Portland over the last week, Wednesday and Friday. They lose on Friday again, and then just an absolute embarrassment versus the Kings yesterday in Sacramento, where it just looked really bad. You had Amen Thompson have a great night, 30-point double-double, but everybody else, you had Kevin Durant and the return of Alperen Şengün. They were mid, and everybody else was kind of bad in this one. It's a galvanizing point for this team as they have lost a number of games to teams that they had no business losing to now.
What's the opposite of galvanizing?
I have no idea.
Because that's where they're kind of trending right now. It could turn around. We all know that. But don't look now. The Rockets are the 7 seed in the Western Conference. That ain't great, and they're losing to the dregs, in the conference. We've all seen the post, the 13 seed, the 12 seed, et cetera, et cetera. Doesn't matter in those. It harkens back to something that I sort of speculated on last week, so I want to speculate on it again. This is not
but it's not regular speculation. It's just regular speculation. Okay.
I think it's regular.
Good, wholesome American
run-of-the-mill speculation. This is a between the ears thing, right? I mean, this is because it's effort when you're losing to those types of teams. Ime Udoka has talked about effort. It's maybe sloppiness, not really being, tight with, all the things that you need to do to have that many losses against the bottom feeders in your conference to be that sloppy and to be the number 7 seed and missing a lot of shots. They're on this bad streak. They're on one of the worst 3-point shooting streaks you can have in the NBA.
Yeah, he very much in his post game was very short, as you might imagine upset Ime Udoka to be, and he very much harped on effort, toughness, those kind of things. But I will hearken you back to the 22nd of December where Ime Udoka has quote, or actually the 21st of December, "I've got to do a better job of getting them motivated in games against lesser opponents."
Yeah.
He took that upon himself late in December. It hasn't turned around just yet. And the playmaker thing exists. I see you, Rocky, on the YouTube page. Yes, you're right. Fred VanVleet ends up being an undercurrent of a lot of the things that we talk about with this team. They got out-rebounded by a team that doesn't rebound the ball all that well in that game. There's a lot of effort conversations to be had here with the Rockets. And you can maybe say it's the doldrums of the season. They've had a lot of road games thus far. And maybe you could say some of that also impacts it, but none of that should hold them up to the point where they're losing like this.
Right.
And the Kings are making mockeries of you in the clutch time minutes when you have an opportunity to try and go and claw this thing back. Yeah. I think that is a real problem. But we'll have an opportunity to see the Rockets, and maybe they can get themselves back right. But, yeah, they're kind of harshing the fun of Houston sports right now. They'll be back in action at home, thankfully at least, against a Bulls team tomorrow evening. A team that is not harshing the fun, the University of Houston Cougars basketball team, they absolutely dismantled the Baylor Bears this weekend, 77-55. And Kelvin Sampson was willing to say so. Right? You have two coaches that are kind of similar in that they're not really looking to get out here and praise their team and talk too glowingly because they very much are the standard type coaches. He was glowing about this team. He said that they did in all different phases and that this was probably their best win of the season. And that is very encouraging because you could see it. It's all the way across. It's young guys. It's old guys. JoJo Tugler looked fantastic in this game. This Cougars team is rolling.
We were talking about this. Went out to to dinner with my son, who's a proud UH alum, and we were talking about watching this game. Like, that's Baylor they were doing that too. That wasn't. I mean, they're not necessarily top 5 team, but it was never even close. It was just a complete dismantling of Baylor in that game.
Yeah, without question. So shout out to the Cougs. They continue to handle their business. They continue to look like a great team, and it only makes the Big 12 that much more fun. There's probably 4 teams at the top of the Big 12. Arizona, Brigham Young, and who am I forgetting? I'm forgetting a team right now. Texas Tech, thank you. Yeah. That might be the best 4 teams at the top of the conference that there ever has been in basketball, and this has notoriously been a basketball conference. Incredible stuff. You're missing if you're not catching a little bit of Big 12 basketball. And real quick before we go, a few things to note. KD passed Wilt Chamberlain for 7th all-time scoring on that game Friday, unfortunately, that they lost. Alex Bregman is a Cub. How'd you feel about that, seeing Alex Bregman at least go to the NL this time?
It doesn't bother me that he's a Cub, but, boy, he got his.
Yeah,
he got his.
Scott Boras
175?
Is damn near undefeated. It was 5 for 175 in juxtaposition. A year after the Astros offered him, what was that, 5 for 156? Or no, 6 for 156.
Yeah.
And so he very clearly got his, and it's because the same things that you expected from Alex Bregman. You got the production up there in Boston, but then Boston also raving about all the leadership and intangible things that we did here. And now the Cubs are going to go and acquire that player. Do you have any, this is just going to work out for them in your mind, or do you think that maybe the long-term extension, you start to see a level of decline from Bregman?
Well, I mean, it depends on the player, and I think Alex Bregman is the type of player that is going to his game is going to be able to last longer in this league, and he's really not that old. He's 31, at that position. Certainly, it could hurt him, but this is be a $300 million player, man.
Yeah.
Over the course of his career.
So Luke seems to deserve it, man. We've seen him up close and personal. He's that kind of dude that not only impacts you on the field, but also in the clubhouse. So good for him in that regard. And there goes Scott Boras doing it again. Did you see someone put out a thought out there, and it's nothing more than a thought. I don't want to get anybody riled up. That with the Red Sox losing out on Bregman, could they be interested in Isaac Paredes?
Oh, I think that's absolutely a possibility. And in fact, I still think the Astros need to make another move just to sort of get rid of the log jam, on this team with some of those players, especially on the corner infield.
So you're
I think it's a possibility.
You're pro moving on from Isaac Paredes.
I'm not
I heard.
pro.
Did you hear that,
moving.
Fig? I heard that. That's what I heard.
I am not pro moving. I think it's something that's going to be considered.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Mind you, we have a giveaway of 4 tickets that are going to come up in this upcoming hour to one of the days of the Houston Automotive Show. So you want to keep it locked here for that. But also coming up next, the Texans are built for this. Let's try and answer some of the biggest questions that are going to come up or maybe might need to be answered within this game. 713-572-4610. If you've got some questions that you think they need to answer, we'll do that next.
Ready? Texas. Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig, and you rolling with us on a wild card game day here in the great city of Houston is the Houston Texans. Did you see that? Did you see the people send them off at NRG Stadium yesterday?
I did. Yeah.
Send them
cool.
off to Pittsburgh, including the buses, all three of them rolling and leaving. One mascot Hall of Famer, Toro, holding his bags. Did you see that? Yeah. This team, man, they've gotten really good at the social media aspects of
I feel like
this.
we forgot something.
Just Toro.
Oh yeah.
I'm guessing that maybe he and Davis Mills linked up and they flew together to get to Pittsburgh.
Probably not.
You don't think so?
Yeah. I don't think Toro's on the list.
Okay, well, fair enough. But yeah,
he's not welcome in other stadiums.
You don't think so?
Oh God, no. How many times have you seen a opposing team's mascot?
They should let him in. He should sneak in. He should get a ticket and just be in the stands. You know what I mean?
Yeah. By the way, it's not. It's only ramping up by the minute, isn't it? I'm getting more.
You're getting more antsy.
Yeah.
How are we feeling out there?
I got kind of, obviously we came into the show. We were all talking about how it kind of hits you and you get more excited. And now I'm like, all right.
I think I'm pretty calm, man.
It's 12:03.
Has moved pretty quickly towards it. I'm excited about that because I just want to watch this football already. Mm-hmm. But I'm not antsy. I'm pretty mellow about this. Yeah. This game does not give me.
But you didn't live in Houston for a while, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
I just got a pit in my stomach for some reason.
You do?
Yeah.
Yeah, where I'm just like a nervous pit.
But it can be good energy.
It can be good too.
Yeah.
I'm just ready for the game. Like once the game start, then you can kind of relax a little bit.
And I just realized, like, they're all important. Playoff games, legacy games and all that stuff, whether you're a coach or a player or whatever, especially a quarterback. But we all, like, this is important, just the way it's lining up, not just the way the Texans have played, especially defensively, but it's the Steelers.
It's wide open, man. Or at least in the AFC, it's wide open.
That's another part of it. It's wide open.
Things are laying out the way that you would hope, I imagine.
Can you imagine? I'm going to channel John. Could you imagine?
Not bad. That's a solid 8.
Could you imagine if the Texans beat the Steelers, exercise all those demons, from way back when?
Can you imagine?
And it's the Steelers. And then you already know what the next opponent's going to be.
Yeah. And on the text line, we got a Patriots fan being like, nah, y'all got it. Like, if the Texans face off against the Patriots and go there, there's at least one Patriots fan that is convinced that it is the Texans win.
No, I think he's talking about the Steelers game. Y'all got it.
No,
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're saying, like, if you get past this one, the Patriots do not stand a chance.
And looking
that is for us to talk about later. But.
Yeah, I was going to say, looking at the Patriots last night, I'm more confident about that game than I do this game.
Their defense did look pretty good. But, like, again, let's just lay it out. Steelers tonight, exercising demons, different franchise, different time. I get it, but it matters in this city. Then you go to the Patriots.
I think it matters to certain portions of the city. I'm not trying to ignore them. And I think that would be cool.
It's part of our
as
legacy.
a nice,
it's part of our heartbreak.
Yes, I think that'd be nice as a little cherry on top. And that could be a cleanser of sorts, right? We talk about these vibes that you're feeling and the anxieties. And let me know 713-572-4610 what you're doing for that.
Playoff heartbreartbreak.
Yeah, but that's for the future. And
and then potentially Buffalo.
Right. That could be really fun to go through those. But I really could want to feel that for the people in Houston that football-wise have had just a dark cloud hanging over them, and there's not been anything to do with it. It's just kind of sat there. Mm-hmm. Can this be something that clears out the cobwebs on that? That'd be really cool. Mm-hmm. But I don't know if that's one of the biggest questions to answer that could be answered tonight. All right, let's do them.
I got questions for you, too. Let's go through them. And because I think it's sort of good to sort of preview the game as well. Who has the edge in a one-possession game? It's a one-possession game.
Ooh.
Who has the edge? They can both make a pretty strong argument. Pittsburgh, obviously.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to say as of recent, I'm going to give the edge to the Houston Texans.
How come?
Because the Steelers, they had a 1 point, they had I want to say, you mean up a point? Or
just a one-possession game.
One-possession game.
Yeah.
The Steelers.
you're going back to a championship game, Week 18?
I'm going to that. I'm going to the Browns game before that because they were down. They needed a touchdown, and they couldn't get that. So I feel like the Houston Texans have the wait for this, Reggie, the momentum. I think they have a little more momentum.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah. So I think they got the edge on that.
What do you think?
I think I lean towards. I think you make a good point that we've seen the Steelers team recently against lesser caliber teams. Although the Browns would be an interesting kind of comparison because that is a really, really good defense with great pass rush. That the Steelers have not been able to get things done, and as much as the Texans offense has been frustrating, they have found ways to finish of late. Has it been pretty? No.
Yeah.
But that's not the question here. I think that there's a level of get it done that exists in a better way on the Texas side. Plus, especially with the addition of seeing Jaden Higgins get a little bit of love, seeing Dalton Schultz be a viable weapon that you can go to. Clearly, Nico Collins is the obvious one that I did not mention there, but he's obviously number one in your mind. And then what are the chances that they might even sneak in Jalen Noel in there at times to add a different flair, especially in an instance where the other team is not thinking about that guy because you've not utilized him a lot. So maybe that is a little bit of a little joker that you throw out there that they're not expecting. I think that you have more of those than the Steelers do just leaning on the Aaron Rodgers and his accuracy in his arm.
Well, and hop in on Twitch and YouTube with your comments and 713-572-4610. That's one question. And I wish I kind of the pit in my stomach, the uncertainty, because I don't know. The Steelers can make a strong argument. Monday night at home in Pittsburgh, Aaron Rodgers, they've got DK Metcalf coming back. But the Texans can make a hell of a good argument. The best defense in the league, turnovers, maybe the best kicker in the league at this moment. So, to me, that's something of a, I guess we'll find out.
I didn't even add the kicker to this. Chris Boswell has been a little dicey kicking the football. He's had some misses. Hell, he had misses in Week 18 that made that game unnecessarily interesting, even though it took a Tyler Luke miss on the field, which actually we should talk about that portion of it. The field. That's not a pretty field turf there at Acrisure Stadium.
It's part of what weighs into the whole kicking discussion. I got another question for you. I got a few more actually. So the game changer, the wide receiving game changer. Who has the edge?
The wide receiving game changer?
Yeah. Who has the edge? Nico Collins or DK Metcalf?
I'm biased. I'm going to say Nico Collins. And there's a level of, I also have a belief in, one, he's shown the capability of being the 50-50 ball guy, an additional level this year. I think that they have had such a beautiful connection on in-breakers and crossers, minus maybe a couple of drops early on in the season. And the additional part of this, which again, I'll come back to, the thing that I would love to see is Higgins going off. He's done such a great job of bending defenses, and they're starting to get a lot better at use fences and create openings for others. And I wonder how much that goes with DK Metcalf, although he ends up being of great importance to what they do. The other guys that they have alongside him, I feel like aren't going to be as much of playmakers or shouldn't be as much of playmakers even with him on the field.
Yeah, I agree with Reggie. I'm gonna say Nico Collins.
I mean, that is a seventh in votes of all-pro wide receivers.
Yeah. I'm with you. I think I would trust Nico. Although
I do think DK Metcalf
6'4", 230 or whatever he is.
DK Metcalf being back,
dude,
that's a big. Yeah, that's going to be a big difference, man.
Yeah.
It will be.
I wouldn't look at the last couple Steelers games as like, oh, that's what they are.
Yeah.
You got DK Metcalf back, man. That's going to make a big difference for him.
Big, fast dude. All right. Which run game controls the game?
I think it's the Steelers. I would love to tell you the Texans. I think it's the Steelers, especially because those guys also do a great job out of the backfield. I think they have all of these concerns that they create, and that offensive line is pretty good.
Yeah.
Right? I think that we haven't talked a lot about that portion of it. And also it's one of the reasons why I'm not sold on here's going to be 5 sacks from the Texans defense. Those edges, those tackles are actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Now, I think the pressure will still be there, and I think that's the real operative portion of this. But then in the run game, the only thing that gives me a little pause on the Steelers is they like outside zone. They like doing those things, and reaching the edges is going to be tough when you have the likes of Daniil and Will working those edges. Plus, the linebackers are really good at triggering, getting there.
Yeah.
I love Jay Speed, likes of obviously Henry To'oTo'o, and then you add in the de facto linebacker of Jalen Petrie, and then your cornerbacks aren't afraid to come up and lay hits. Getting out to the edges are not going to be the easiest thing for running backs on this team. So, but I do think that they have two of them that operate in that way. And I think that you're more leaning on just Woody Marks and what you're capable of doing, plus the idea of, is this offensive line going to get the right push versus the three-man interior of a 3-4 defense,
Biggie?
or 3-5 defense, rather.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Steelers probably had the advantage with the run game. And like Reggie said, they got two running backs that they rely on heavily. So I'm going to roll with that.
I think the Steelers' run game is good. My thing that gives the Steelers the edge here, we don't even know what Nick Chubb's going to do. You know, we have no idea. And Jawar Jordan's out. Who would have thought we'd be like missing Jawar Jordan at the beginning of the year? But right now it's Woody Marks. You know?
Yeah.
It's Woody Marks.
Yeah.
All right. Which coach has the edge managing this game?
Ugh. That's rough.
Could come down to it.
They've both had their
We've
issues.
talked about it all year.
Yeah. They've both had their issues.
Can I say Aaron Rodgers? Or at least on the offensive side.
You might. You might. I don't. Can I call it a wash? Can I call it a push?
Yeah.
I think that might be some of this year. I think we've made it very clear. I'm not very confident in the ways or the ways that they've decided to go about game management at times, and especially not confident in consistency with it. In ways, and that's part of why you've heard the noise get loud on Mike Tomlin is the management of games as well. I don't know that there's either of these teams looks great, but I think also you can spin that forward as a positive in that you're not giving up a clear advantage to the other side in that way. But yeah, that's always been an annoyance because though there's instances where did you lose points because you operated in a certain way at the end of the half? Did you lose an opportunity because you weren't the right amount of aggressive in certain instances? All of these things, or you didn't use your timeouts properly. All those things, I don't think that would lose you this game, but once we go on in the playoffs, I think that's conversations that we have to have.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's Pittsburgh on this one, man, because you got Mike Tomlin. You can feel how you want to feel about Mike Tomlin, but also you got Aaron Rodgers running the offense.
Yeah, I think that's the deciding factor. I'm with you.
I know I was joking around saying, can I say Aaron Rodgers? But I think that's a big part of it, man.
No, I think that is the slight edge. And really, home field might be a factor.
Yeah.
The Texans haven't really had a bad bout with false starts or getting to the line, getting out of the huddle and all that.
You got to remember, how was the KC game? Because that's really that's the last game that you had in real adverse territory.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you had an illegal shift in that game, but I don't know that I'd look at that as being kind of environment-based. There was a face mask, but that's not something I would point to. There were some false starts that happened in there, so maybe that's something that you could have some concerns about. But it's not like the last time that you were in an adverse environment, you crumbled under pressure. Doesn't come out of nowhere, because it felt like over the last couple of years with this team, you feel like you've knocked down that whack-a-mole and then it pops back up out of nowhere.
Which quarterback has faces the biggest challenge? Now let me.
It's Aaron Rodgers.
You think it's Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, it's Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
What the style of play that they typically play is one that does not go well against what is going to be the best unit in all of this game, that defense. And one of the things that we've talked about, and you're going to need to take shots. You've heard Mike Tomlin himself say it in his availability. They're going to need their shots. That's not an easy thing to do, both with the pressure that is going to come from this front line and then the fantastic coverage that happens on the back end. There's been a number of times where the pressures or the sacks on the front line have been actually coverage generated. And so that's a rough shot for Aaron Rodgers, who is going to have to change his whole MO of the season of not wanting to get hit just to make some of that happen.
Yeah, I think it's Aaron Rodgers, too. I think C.J. Stroud, as crazy as it sounds, as much as I want him to take over, I don't think this game, I don't think they are relying on C.J. Stroud to carry the team on his shoulders to win. I think they can win with C.J. making the right plays. But Aaron Rodgers, I think he's gonna have to carry this team.
I'm with you. I think with you both. I think Aaron Rodgers faces the biggest challenge, but it's not without challenges for C.J. Stroud, including self-imposed challenges offensively and what they want him to do and expect him to do, and being on the road again, and good defense. They're not facing a bunch of schmucks on their edge rushers either.
Pursuant to that, this is a Steelers defense that has created some turnovers.
Yeah.
out a turnover battle.
Oh, I love the Texans in that.
You do?
I just because of what they've been doing all season long, and I think that's part of the biggest challenge with Aaron Rodgers. All right, one more. Who wins the red zone?
I'm going to say the Steelers.
If they get there, my mind goes Steelers. I realize actually that I have not done much looking at how they actually handle the red zone, how good offensively, how good they are in the red zone. But just anecdotally knowing that they run the ball decently, that they have the opportunity to pass the ball out of the backfield, and that Aaron Rodgers has been pretty pinpoint accurate. I would think that, although also they liked using the likes of like Darnell Washington, and I wonder how those tight ends come in. Now they're not going to be able to
go talk about big dudes.
Yeah, they're not going to go to 13 personnel, but they might go to 12 a decent amount, putting Jonnu Smith and Pat Freiermuth out there, and that creates some interesting things. In fact, I go back to the Cardinals game where they used some big personnel in order to get Damone Clark out there versus Trey McBride. You remember where you're like, well, who the hell is this guarding Trey McBride?
Yeah.
Because they got linebackers out there because they had big personnel.
Right.
Those are the things that I think are available to the Steelers that might make them more viable in the red zone.
Yeah, I would say Steelers as well. All right.
So those are the questions that you have that might need to be answered.
They need to be answered.
They
will be answered.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. Somebody said from the 8-2, I think Nick Chubb is going to have a big game against Pittsburgh. That would be great.
That would be a true difference maker.
Yeah.
And it would kind of be coming out of left field because Nick Chubb has faded into the periphery. Not to say that he is not when he's in there, he's not doing what you expect of him.
And his career kind of derailed from playing for his big injury.
That is a great point. So yeah, he's got motivation if nothing else.
Yeah, I hope so.
What if this ends up being the Nick Chubb game?
Oh, that would be the difference.
Would that surprise you?
Yes. Yes, it would. But I would open it. I would be open to welcoming it. That'd be fantastic. And yeah, Nick, you could very much view it as Nick Chubb is due a game. So yeah, let's do it. Why not? I'd appreciate that quite a bit. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a wild card game day Monday. Coming up next, let's get our wild card game day lunchtime confessions. Next.
What's better than having by Karam Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Karam Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I have a confession, but we got to play the audio first for those who may not have seen this. But making the rounds really everywhere is after the Bills and Jaguars game.
Wait, what happened in the Bills-Jaguars game?
The Jaguars lost. You just wanted to laugh.
Who was laughing?
Yeah. So Liam Cohen goes to the press availability. A lot of questions to be answered, right?
Sure. I mean, this is the end of their season.
End of the season.
End of his first season.
In the moment, post game, raw emotion, all that, and this happens.
I want to tell you, congratulations on your success, young man.
Thank
you. Hold your head up, all right? You guys have had a most magnificent season.
Thank you.
You did a great job out there today.
Appreciate
so you just hold your head up, okay?
Thank
and
you,
ladies and gentlemen, Duval, you the one, all right?
you, ma'am.
keep it going. We got another season, okay?
I appreciate
Take care and much continued success to you and the entire team.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so a couple things here.
You could hear his heart get 3 times bigger. In that moment.
I think you're right.
That was so sweet.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the things I was going to mention. He really appreciated that. It was very sweet on her part. I think her name is Lynn
Jones. My goodness, where's the? I know her. Her outlet.
Been around for years.
Been there for a long time.
The Jacksonville Free Press.
Etc. I'm not saying it wasn't sweet. I'm not saying it wasn't appreciated. No. Here's the first part.
About to jump in those arguments they have on social media.
Here's the first part of the confession. I could totally see that happening here. 100%.
You want to put the name on it?
Well, I mean, they have credentialed media that wear hats with bull horns on them and sit in the stands at games. And
you had to put me out there like that. That's crazy.
The other thing is, it's also the era in which the times in which we live, when credentialed media is not what it traditionally should be. So I get it. And I think it's sweet and good for her and all that. Here's what I'm saying. That is something you do with the subject, in this case, Liam Cohen, away from the press conference.
Yes.
I've done it myself. I've had some relationships with some players and coaches that I valued. I'm not going to say friends, but you value a relationship, so you talk to them afterwards about things like this or whatever. You do not do it in the press conference. You do not. I don't care who you are. I think it's a product of the era in which we live, the people they credential, and just really the sloppiness. It kind of reminded me, Figgy, you remember Melissa? You remember Melissa,
Yeah.
the planted question for David Culley?
Yeah, this was 2021-ish.
Yeah.
It was the first year of David Culley.
Yes.
And we are all trying to get in this press conference, which was via Zoom, by the way.
Yeah.
And people wanted to ask a question. A lot of the media people was in there trying to ask their question.
Yeah.
And then they go to a Texans fan.
Hi, Melissa.
By the name of Melissa.
And people didn't get questions answered legitimately because of it.
And I think that's the portion.
Mark Berman was so mad.
He threw up his arms.
Yeah, that's the portion of it that I think, and media, we could be navel-gazing, and I know that people do not like that, and understandably so. I think that this ends up being a little navel-gazing, but there's actually a point.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the things that you appreciate from your media is the opportunity to have these instances of access, and it's limited. It is not just you get to sit there and ask questions until you're done. They'll cut you off, and so any question that is not useful in that end ends up kind of being like a resource wasted of sorts. And so, I like you. I love the sentiment, and I don't think that her doing that was a bad thing. I kind of appreciated that she felt.
I thought it was sweet.
Because one of the things is she's also still speaking for a fan base, right? And I thought that was useful. Just, can we do that right after?
Yeah, right
Can we
after.
do that right after he's done as he's stepping off?
Yeah.
And you can make that same effect. Now, of course, I guess it doesn't go to the masses in that moment.
Well, maybe it shouldn't. Why are you bringing that attention to yourself? Just, like I said, I've done it. I've gone, hey, man, whatever. But you're taken away from the other people, and it's not what you're there for.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of people who do not see it that way and are never going to see it that way.
Some people want more of that.
Especially because
they want the media to be more like that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that also look at the media and they're like, all these questions that you're asking are all useless. I think that for a lot of instances, they appear useless as when you're listening to the pressers as, I guess, content themselves, which I think that's also part of it. The pressers used to be, this was a closed thing for media, and then we got an idea, and I think it's a good thing to make them just like public. And I think that's changed the dynamic of them that changes the feel of it. But either way, I love her, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
She was sweet as pie.
Yeah.
I love her.
These are my confessions.
I've got to admit, I don't think enough about something that I did on, was it Saturday? No.
Oh, what'd you do?
Yeah, it was Saturday.
This is getting good.
It was Saturday. I don't think enough
Did
about
you go
doing
on a date?
What'd you do Saturday, man?
I don't think enough about doing it, and I should.
Yeah.
I got myself on a Saturday, and I was a little hungry, and I was like, you know what? Let's go get some enchiladas. So I just went down. I went to a Mexican restaurant, sat at the bar, and I got myself a nice big margarita.
All right.
And some enchiladas, rice, beans.
Where'd you go? We went out to Mexican food Saturday.
Did you?
Night. Yeah.
Teotihuacan.
You know where I went.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember where I went. I'll give it to you if I recall. But the reason why I bring this up in Confessions is clearly the Saturday night game was Packers and Bears, and that was on Amazon Prime Video. It was not on the TV, but I still found fans of the Bears. 3 different Bears fans all at the bar.
Oh, nice.
And losing their minds. And I was like, I'd be forgetting.
Oh, yeah, because it was early. They were getting killed.
It is so fun to watch other people's teams or watch them watch their teams, especially in public. It was so fun to watch them lose their minds. Do the people watching of seeing people annoyed by these people over at the bar, making all this noise and doing all this hooting and hollering, clearly feeling good off of some margaritas. And I'm just sitting at the corner of the bar eating my margaritas, also watching the game, but quietly to the point where they don't know it.
Yeah.
And just, it's a second screen experience of sorts. It was a nice addition to what was the football game itself, was being able to see something. And then in some moments, I was slightly ahead, so I'd see a play and be like, okay, let me look over and see. Yeah, bear down! Bears! And I'm like, oh, yeah, this is fun. I love this, and I need to do this more often. So I need to find out where, like, the local bars are of some of these teams.
That's a good hobby to have.
And just going, like, there's a big Sunday night game, and it's Bears-Packers.
Yeah.
Well, let me go over here and see how they're living. But I have to try and find a way to do it clandestine because I don't want to be involved in any of the conversation. It's just fun to watch.
These are my confessions.
So the Houston Texans play tonight. I think is this the first
tonight?
Huh?
Nothing.
Oh no. So so I was getting that they ain't play at their normal slot, which is the 3:30 on a Saturday slot. And I think a lot of people is happy about it. But I gotta confess, man, I don't know how I feel about the Monday night slot. In the wild card matchup, man. Man, I felt like we went the whole weekend with no games. And now it's like Monday night. Now I'm still waiting around on the game. I don't like the waiting around part, man. I originally didn't have an issue with the 3:30 slot.
Yeah.
To be honest, I was fine with it. Hey, stay low and build, man. It ain't got to be nothing national or anything like that. But man, at least on a Sunday, I would have been fine on a Sunday, but waiting all the way to Monday night, I'm just like, man,
I like it.
I don't really care for it like that, man.
Well, I guess that's why they call it confess. I like the anticipation. You get to know where you are, who you're playing next, all that stuff.
Yeah, I could have been cool with Sunday night. Sunday night I would have been fine with, but I feel like we went the whole weekend talking about everybody else and still waiting around for our team.
I'm good with the Monday night. I feel like also I'm more good with the Monday night because of your matchup. Like if you had told me this was Texans Bills or Texans Jags Monday night, it would have been very uncomfortable. And you could call me whatever you want. But the prospect of everybody is watching this one game, it's the only one game, and tomorrow everybody's going to be talking about it.
Yeah.
When you have the possibility, a distinct possibility of it maybe not going the way you want, is not nearly as fun as, I feel pretty good about this game.
Yeah.
So come tomorrow, I think there's a like a 75% chance that everybody's just going to be talking about the Texans and how they handle business and they beat up on the Steelers. I think that makes it a lot more palatable for me.
Man, stay low and build, man. We ain't got to be on the national spotlight, man. Just win these games.
Well, all of them are national spotlights. That's when we get.
So why everybody have a problem with the 3:30 Saturday spot then?
Yeah, because it's just like Well, that
hey, let's do 3:30 on a Saturday then, man. Let's get it started.
I will say, when it did come out, I didn't like it, as Isaiah on the YouTube page is making mention of. It is a disadvantage for the next round. That is one fewer day that you have in a round that I imagine is actually going to be more of a test than this round.
Yeah.
Of course, assuming that you do the thing that we all believe them capable and the thing that they should do, which is win tonight. Now you have to turn over really quickly into that next matchup. At least now you know it's the Patriots. And I imagine that your front office is doing advanced scouting, but the coaches actually getting their hands on it, having a 1 day fewer.
They don't want to.
Yeah, 1 day fewer is kind of uncomfortable. That is where the Saturday would have helped, is having maybe 1 day more to get yourself a little bit closer to it. But that's neither here nor there. Either way, Monday is what it is. Tonight, 7:15 here on Sports Radio 610. You hear the Texans try and start off a run towards the chip with a Monday night game versus the Steelers. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we will give away a 4-pack of tickets to the Automotive Show, but also let's get some winners and losers of the weekend and what was a very fun weekend of things. Who won, who lost? Let us know. 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
All right, guys. In today's world, you can't even trust your own eyes anymore with AI.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a wild card game day Monday here in the great city of Houston. Texans 7:15 versus the Steelers in Pittsburgh. You can hear that, of course, here on Sports Radio 610.
What's on the menu?
What do you mean?
What are you going to eat? What are you going to be eating?
I do have an idea.
We got to have something special.
I ordered pizza yesterday. It's nothing special. I just ordered pizza yesterday, so I have the second half of my pizza.
No.
I gotta get something. I gotta get something else.
Get the hell out of here.
You paying? Sounds like I'm eating the second half of a pizza.
Playoff football. What are you going to be munching on?
I'm actually be in New Caney. I'm going to the food zone.
Nice.
I don't know if you've been out there.
I know where it is.
Yeah. So it's gonna be a lot of food out there.
It's new, right?
It's newer. Yeah. That's a nice place. I went out there last week. I was impressed. There's a bunch of food spots out there.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have my choice.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who are going to be out and about. Various different watch parties. Obviously, the Texans have the official watch party.
That one sold
at the
out.
Stadium,
though.
Yeah, it's sold out. Yeah. So if you ain't make it there, you're not going to be able to make it
better
in.
than that, man.
But I have to keep it low key because I'm at the house.
I'm keeping it low key. I'm at the house.
That's what I said. Are you buying?
No.
Well, then I'm doing what I want to do.
I'm buying mine.
He's like, are you gonna force me to go and get some I don't know.
What are our listeners? How you gonna munch?
Yeah, hey yo.
713-572-46.
We will quickly get to winners.
I'm gonna go old school, by the way.
What are you getting?
3 different kinds of wings.
Okay, classic.
Yeah, 3 different.
You can't get wrong.
Can't go wrong with that.
You can't go wrong with it.
I can't do wings because I'm trying to be typing during the game.
So am I.
I'm taking notes.
None of your excuses.
You want me to do? How am I supposed to be typing on these laptops when I got like barbecue sauce?
What you plan on eating?
I got a roll of paper
pizza.
towels.
I told you.
You just put a roll of paper towels next to you, and have at it.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. All right, winners and losers of the weekend. One, it feels like Tony Romo was a loser on the weekend, didn't it?
Boy,
he was not good.
Repeatedly. It's one thing to have like a Romoism where you kind of scratch your head and you're like, what was that all about? Sort of, I guess, best of, worst of some of the things that he did. This was going to be one of my confessions. It's time, right?
Time for?
Ian Eagle and J.J. Watt to be the number 1 team?
You wouldn't hear me complain. I love listening to their calls.
I think it is. I think it's time.
Do you feel like they will probably try to replace Tony Romo before they put Jim Nantz as number 2?
Well, here's the thing. Jim Nantz is going to want to replace Tony Romo.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Because Jim Nantz is not going to – he ain't
going to settle for 2.
They're going to take that number 1 spot from his cold, dead hands.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
They could do that. Teams have done that before.
But Ian Eagle is good with J.J. Watt.
Speaking of teams doing that, the Fox team did that, obviously moving Greg Olsen back to a team and then bringing in Tom Brady to sit with Kevin Burkhardt. How'd you feel about Tom Brady? Tom Brady actually had a really good...
Oh, the football thing?
Yes. Yeah, Tom Brady's starting to find a little bit his. Actually, did I get audio here? I can't remember any of the stuff that I get audio for, Fig, but Tom Brady giving us a little bit of what I want when I have a former player. Give me some insight, Tom Brady. And this was Tom Brady doing so about throwing in the wind.
What you see it, and I talk about the point of the ball a lot. You see it from, well, I'll start in this angle. This is kind of like a neutral plane. This is when the poise slightly down. When you're throwing into the wind, it has to be neutral. If the point of the ball is up, any wind friction is going to push that ball up over the top. So as a quarterback, you don't really like that U throw underneath because naturally that's going to point the tip of the ball up. You'd like more of a C or an inverse, a reverse C. That's how you kind of control the point of kind of just snap it off as you throw it. But in these windy conditions, you can't be underneath the ball. There's too much wind surface of the ball to knock it off its path.
I got to tell you, that was a science lesson.
There you go.
It absolutely was. And I watched this live, and I was, obviously very impressed, but I was also like, how? How can you just do that?
And see, that's why they got Brady in the booth like that, man. Just that type of stuff you won't get from a Tony Romo.
Right. Yeah.
I like how you're doing this. Tony Romo know nothing about throwing no football.
Well,
I mean, you ain't gonna get that type of stuff.
No, and that's the thing that I think
you
makes
get
you
Taylor
great.
Swift references and all that stuff.
Whoa, Jim. Jim.
Here we go.
It's like, hey, man.
When he says "here we go," I'm like, yes, we're all.
Oh my God! Are you at the bar watching the game, man?
Here we go.
I can't wait till he just starts dropping the things that we all drop in our living room. Like, oh, this is game here.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a big third down.
He does do that. What do you mean?
Yeah.
That was the joke.
He does. Yeah.
That was the joke. Thank you, John Lopez.
Here we go.
Some other winners and losers of the weekend. How about this as a winner for the weekend? How about streaming audiences? Did you see this? Apparently, according to Peacock, they will be adding enhancements that may allow fans to mute announcers and control crowd noise. So the idea being that in the future, as they continue to have more live sports, they might make it so that audiences can customize it to where if you just want to hear crowd noise or if you just want to hear what the sounds of the game are without announcers, that you might be able to turn that off.
I'm glad they're able to do this. I don't understand why you would want to do that.
Well, I think there's some instances, like take for instance, now they have a good booth in Sunday Night Football when they typically get to it with Tirico and Collinsworth, but someone might not like Collinsworth, or maybe you want to mute that but put on, I don't know, Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware.
Yeah.
And so that would give you a little bit more leeway to do that. Or maybe you just want to experience the game without the analysis in the game, although I think that does give you more information and set things up better.
I was thinking more of, and I do this far too often, where you're just looking for a game and you just click it, and then you realize it's the Skycast.
Oh, yeah.
I hate the Skycast so bad. They have the stadium announcer and just crowd noise. And every time I do it by accident, I'm like, who would want to watch a game like this? Like, just.
It's a great second or third screen, I'll tell you that for sure.
Why? Is it because of the camera angle? Is it a different camera
angle?
Angle?
Sometimes, like, Skycam in particular is great because you're getting something like an all-22 live.
I haven't really noticed it that much. But
when you're doing
like
a broadcast,
crowd noise and the stadium announcer.
Yeah.
Like, what is who would like that?
But sometimes when you get like the broadcast, you'll be like, oh, well, I don't know what was happening in coverage.
Yeah.
It's nice to then have another screen and be like, oh, okay, well, I can very much see what's happening with those. But you have to be a sicko to go to
I'm about to say I ain't going that deep.
First world problems right there.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. Somebody said, when are we going to be able to link up radio call with TV broadcast? That's a good question. I think that we've seen that with MLS, seeing as they have one singular partner for the entirety of the league.
I think baseball do that too. Baseball with
the MLB at bat.
Is Apple TV.
But you
I
can
think
also
you can do that with
pause.
Apple TV.
You can also pause the audio and do it right now.
Do you agree with this from the 832? Somebody said knowing very well Tirico ain't the issue when it comes to the broadcast.
Oh,
well, yes, yeah, that's exactly. Sorry, I was reading that incorrectly. How about this? Did you get this audio of Bill Kennedy? Because I think a loser is NBA fans.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that Bill Kennedy left a game with an injury? He's going to be out for a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Bill Kennedy might be the most fun official on a broadcast.
His explanations.
Yes. If you had legitimately, there have been teams, coaches on the sideline that have stopped what they're doing in a huddle to see what Bill Kennedy's broadcast is going to be. This is one of Bill Kennedy's explanations of a challenge.
The play. The defensive player is still moving and makes contact prior to any movement by the offensive player's leg, resulting in the defensive foul being upheld, and the coach's challenge is unsuccessful.
He's so good.
He's dramatic.
He takes you through the whole.
You got to watch his face too. He looks so
raises
sad.
His eyebrows and turns his head and.
He's a thespian. He is a thespian. It is incredible. Mm-hmm. But then he also does the thing where if he knows he's about to get a rise out of the crowd, he's like, I'll hold off this information.
Yes.
Well.
You remember that one time somebody walked past the camera and he stopped and looked?
As if to say, how dare you get in front of my camera?
Wait a minute.
The call is unsuccessful. Mm-hmm. However, and you're like, what? So shout out to Bill Kennedy. He in quick recovery to you. How about this? A winner. The University of Texas transfer business. Have you seen this?
Yeah, they got Coleman.
They got wide receiver Coleman. What is his first name? Because I immediately forgot it as soon as I wanted
Cam,
to go to
it?
It's Cam Coleman, who was previously at Auburn. They added Hollywood Smothers, a running back, to Raleek Brown. Mm-hmm. Ryan Wingo, obviously, is who they have as well. Like, they've just added a whole bunch of pieces in the transfer window. And they are a winner, but also in a way, Steve Sarkisian is a little bit of a loser in this, in that you have no more excuses, big fella.
No, none. Red zone. You got two receivers now. Arch with another year in his belt, under his belt. You've got all these weapons. New running back to complement the backfield. No, he's clean out.
Yes,
he's clean out of excuses.
How's that A&M been doing?
Excellent. Like they got the receiver from Alabama.
Yes, they did.
Forget his name.
I'd forgotten about that.
3 defensive linemen, 3 offensive linemen. No, I think if you look at the NIL rankings, not to dump a bucket of cold water on your University of Texas, I love the Longhorns take, but I think the Aggies.
I love the Longhorns.
I think the Aggies NIL transfer ranking is actually higher.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. So shout out to the entirety of Texas coming out
Yeah.
pretty well there. Some other winners and losers right here. How about Paul Feinbaum?
Oh, he's gone. He gone.
Paul Feinbaum. If you didn't know, Indiana beat the ever-living cuss word out of Oregon on Friday night, and they look like flatly the best team in the country. We could talk about that more. But with that being the case, a couple of things are happening. You have a Big Ten Indiana team versus an ACC Miami team. You have 2 Adidas schools who this is the first Adidas outfitted national. You're guaranteed a first Adidas outfitted national champion in college football playoff history.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, Paul Feinbaum, if you go back, had promised that. Well, I'll let him tell it. Paul, how do you feel about what's going to happen in the national championship?
Who's going to win the national championship, and is it going to be an SEC team?
It is. And by the way, if it's not, I'm leaving the country because I am so sick and tired of being harassed by Big Ten fans on our show. The Big Ten has literally done nothing. They won 2 national championships. Michigan won 1 2 years ago. They won 1.5 national championships, I think, and before that in 70 years, and they act like they invented football. Alabama has won about 15 national championships in my lifetime. Now, I realize that's not a good comparison to a realistic lifespan, but I believe Texas is going to win. I didn't mean to avoid your question. It's going to end all this, and on January 20th, I'll be the happiest man in America because I won't have to listen to the Big Tenors, or as my callers call them, the Little Tenors.
Well, so where do you think he's going?
Well, what's the best place to live if you have to live out of the country? I'm guessing it's got to be mostly an English-speaking language. I don't know how he is on foreign language.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know how well he is. And then probably
send him up to North Korea.
All right.
Being real.
He said to North Korea.
You can
Not
go
South
up there.
Korea, North Korea.
North Korea.
Make it real.
No, go on up there.
Punishing him for his crime.
See you there.
See if you can find a signal.
Not only is the SEC not going to win the national championship this year, they just have been getting absolute drubbed in bowl season. But yeah, what a fantastic championship game that we have set up for us. And shout out to Adidas and shout out to everybody except for Paul Feinbaum, whose SEC love did not pay him off this year round.
I think he kind of strikes me as a Scandinavian guy. Maybe go to Denmark, Norway.
Okay, all right,
somewhere in there.
Y'all did
Norway and Sweden. Yeah.
Y'all did Norway and Sweden. So yeah,
send them to Iraq. Or Pakistan.
He can't go to Iran. They don't have an internet signal.
Well,
good.
Current events.
Good.
Yeah. All right, so there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. How about we give something away? Would you like to go to the Houston Automotive Show? Because if you do, you and 3 of your friends could do that just for free. All you got to do is be caller number 7 right now, 713-572-4610, and you will win a 4-pack tickets to see the Houston Automotive Show. What is that? What day is that there? Or when does the Automotive Show start?
It's the end of the month. End of this month, yeah.
Yeah, so be caller number 7 right now. And for the next couple of weeks, we'll be giving those away right here on Sports Radio 610. Call number 7, 713-572-4610. But coming up next, you know what time it is. It is time for us to figure out the biggest matchups, the biggest things that will factor into whether or not the Texans get this victory to finish out Wild Card Weekend. Texans win because, Texans lose because. 713-572-4610. Give your answers. We'll talk about it next.
What's better than having Central Teamer and you? play here. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Ooh, okay. These are the vibes that we got right now as we're...
I guess so. I didn't put this in here.
You don't have to lie to kick it, man. If you wanted to put in the jump, go ahead and put in the jump.
I did not. This is a perfect arena song, too.
It is. I feel like this is definitely on the Jock Jams CD. In fact, this might be on a Jock Jams cassette tape, if you understand what I mean. But yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610.
Who wants a T-shirt? Everybody's saying that. Who wants a T-shirt?
Hey, you talking about T-shirts? Go ahead and start giving out these hoodies. Man, what you mean? Appreciation to everybody rocking with us on this Wild Card Game Day Monday for your Houston Texans. 7:10 is when you will hear the teams kick off between the Steelers and the Texans. Of course, the order of ceremonies is we will hand things off to the fellas at the drive at 2. Mm-hmm. They will take you up to Texans Countdown with Sean and Seth at 4:15. Football here on your home of the Texans, Sports Radio 610. All right, you know what time it is. Texans win because Texans lose because. 713-572-4610. What are the factors that'll matter here? What are the reasons why the Texans get a victory and move on to the divisional round? Text me in 713-572-4610.
All right, two immediately came to mind. Texans win because. Do you want the obvious one or the nuanced one?
I would like the obvious one.
The obvious one we have repeatedly talked about, but you just flat out beat them on the edges, and no matter how smart and good Aaron Rodgers is and decision-making and all that, you pretty much leave him drooling on his back on the middle of the field.
That is quite the picture that
Aaron Rodgers' head craned to the side, drool coming out of his mouth, and trying to get up for another play.
Violence! Violence is your answer.
Is what we want.
I want to see them big old eyes wide open, him cussing out the people on the sideline, yelling at the receivers.
Yeah, that is the obvious one. The nuanced one for me, there are so many things that are going to come into play, and we've talked about them. We'll continue to right here on Sports Radio 610. I really, really want this offense to play. Boy, here comes cue the cliche thing. Clean.
You don't want them to mess it up?
Well, they have.
Thank you for that, Dean.
When they've had their biggest troubles on the road, and this is the ultimate road game with everything at stake, a little false start, little crowd noise gets to you, and you get out of the huddle a little late, and then all of a sudden, or maybe you get into a play that you don't necessarily want to do. This has been the bane of their existence when they've had trouble. Is the offensive line, the offense in general, just is sloppy. It's just a holding call. You didn't pick up the right blocking assignment or whatever. Just don't screw it up, which is, as I've said a couple of times, their identity, their offensive identity. Don't screw it up.
Yeah, that's a fair point, and it's an even better point when you consider the communication. Jake Andrews has gotten a lot of love for communication, and that seems to be one of those major things in addition to firming up their fundamentals on the offensive line that's allowed them to be a much better iteration of a line than previous years, right? They found a level of gel on this offensive line together, and the Steelers, when the terrible towels get waving, and if they can get behind this team, that can make the communication rough.
I think that's a big factor.
This Steelers defense ain't great on third downs. You can help them out, though, by putting yourself in long third downs, especially if you end up with jumps or if you end up with, not being on the same page. So, yeah, being clean is going to matter a great deal. That's a good point. I think Texans win because they are aggressive with the appropriate discipline defensively. I think the biggest thing that the Steelers offense has is the ability to get the ball out quick, get it to the places that they want, and allow those playmakers to make plays. Yes. The likes of Kenneth Gainwell, who I've only called Kenneth once, and I kind of didn't like it. I want to go back to calling him Kenneth. The likes of Jalen Warren, the likes of Jonnu Smith, getting the ball to these guys out quickly because Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to hold on to it anyways. Typically, they make their hay getting out in space. You're going to need to be decisive, but also you're going to need to make sure that you're not giving up play actions and things of that nature. But getting downhill, the way that Henry To'oTo'o can trigger and go and tackle and wrap up and swarm so that you're not having broken tackles that lead to it. And typically, that if you do that, I think that you'll put a lot of pressure on the Pittsburgh Steelers offense, and then you're going to put them in places where they're going to be forced to open it up. And then we get back to what you talked about, the obvious one. You let this defensive line rather tee off. In fact, I'll be interested to see how the interior of this defensive line is, because we could talk about the edges. That might actually be one of the Texans' win because they win on the interior here, defensive line.
I think it's both. I think you can win on the interior defensively, and you can lose on the interior offensively. One of the problems with Jake Andrews has been getting blown up occasionally.
Yeah,
he's just not the biggest guy. More of a cerebral type player than a physical. Not to say he's not, but you get my point. Ingram has had a couple of hiccups of late. We trust Titus, but that is a really strong interior defensive front that the Steelers have, and the Texans, while they have been really strong, or maybe short a couple of bodies. So I think the interior on both defenses could be big.
Yeah, and with that, I think Texans lose because they can't establish the run. If they end up being just a drop-back pass-it team, I think that varies too far from what they want to do. I think there's still a capability of what happens in a game where they're having to drop back and throw it consistently, and you're allowing the Steelers to be able to tee off. And I think that I don't believe that to be a thing that will definitely happen, but there's a possibility, and there's a world in which Woody Marks isn't as effective because you're not creating as many gaps because of the way that they line up and the strength that they have interiors you're talking about. And then what happens? What happens if you're not able to run the football and give yourself a second and 6, second and 7? And because those are the things that help you, making sure that you stay on stay ahead of the chains and give yourselves manageable third downs. I think that's one of the reasons why you've seen their third down percentage kind of creep back a little bit, as we talked about with B. Scott on Friday, is finding yourself in third and longs. And that can happen if you're not able to run the ball successfully, or at least run the ball somewhat sufficiently in early downs at times.
And Nick Chubb needs to come into play. What's that song? I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was.
Yeah.
That needs to be Nick Chubb.
The Nick Chubb story. That is what
I can't remember who sang that song, but that needs to be Nick Chubb tonight. He needs to be good once as he ever was.
Somebody need to show. I don't know he want to see this, but somebody need to show him the last time he played Pittsburgh when he got hurt and be like, look, that's what they did to you. You gonna let them do that to you again? No, you gotta whoop their ass.
That's right.
Look at your face.
Look at your face. All right, so what about special teams? Because we always talk about special teams in general. I think specifically Air Bear. You don't want to kick field goals. They've talked about it. You heard Nick Caley earlier talking about it. But if you have to, I like their chances with Kaimi Fairbairn, man, much more than was it Boswell?
Yeah, Chris Boswell. Yeah, you have an edge there, and Texans win because they have the better kicker in a game that very well feels like it's going to be 1st to 20.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, if that's the case, that there's a big way that you can make that happen. And boy, I got to mention this before we are overrun on the text line. Toby Keith is who's saying that.
Thank you,
buddy.
Yeah.
We're about to get Toby Keith for the next 5 minutes on this text line because you couldn't remember the name.
There are a lot of Toby Keiths.
Everybody's like, you idiot. How could you not know?
I said I couldn't remember.
Yeah, remember better next time. You know what I mean? What is happening?
You didn't know?
I'm not on trial here.
Yeah, I sure as
I was
hell
barely
didn't know.
listening to you.
Yeah.
Texas win because Texas lose because.
It's still going.
I told you.
It's like a ticker right now.
I told you everybody is about to be
Just
on.
imagine people listening to radio. Toby Keith, you idiot.
Texans win because the offense gets off to a good start and defense locks down on Rodgers. Texans lose because Rodgers picks apart the defense. I think the opportunity of game script is going to be huge in this game. And it can go either way because how confident do you feel in either of these offenses digging themselves out of a hole if you end up in that place?
Yeah. How are you feeling about a 10-point plus deficit early?
For who?
Texans.
Early, I think that there's still the opportunity because field position matters. And this is another Texans win because Texans win because I think position matters, especially if they can create some turnovers, whether it's sack fumbles, right, or interceptions. I think that those things remain plausible, and short fields might also dictate some of this, right? And if you can end up with short fields, I think you can very much come back from 10. And so early on, I think that the defense can lock into a different level and give you more opportunities offensively. Now, if you talk about a 10-point lead late is when it starts getting a little interesting.
Or even just second half.
Right.
Pressing.
Yeah.
Trying to make it happen, having to get out of character a little bit.
Or just allowing the likes of T.J. Watt and Highsmith to pin their ears back, right? If you get in that circumstance, I like that Trent Brown is back. I love what Ariante Ursary has meant for you. I like your running backs and their ability to pick up pass pro. What happens if you have pass rushers that are not having to do the thing where they go, I wonder if this ball is going to get out. I can just go and rush. That's something I don't want to see, because that's one of the reasons why this Texas team has also been better, is that they haven't put themselves in too many of those circumstances of late.
One thing I do feel pretty good about, as much as DK Metcalf is a really, obviously terrorizing type player, but you might be able to put, have Derek Stingley on him and hold your own. Who's going to hold Nico Collins on the other end? Nico might be a big factor here if you take your shots.
Yeah, I mean that's a great point. Texans win because Nico just does star wide receiver thing. Joey Porter Jr. is the best cornerback. Even then, he's been good this year. Don't get me wrong. I don't know that he is of the caliber to where he takes away the Nico Collins. I think Nico Collins has very much reached the portion of number one wide receiver program where the idea is to slow him down, not to stop him.
Yeah.
And what happens if they just cannot do that?
Whereas you could see, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but you could see where Derek Stingley or Kamari Lassiter for that matter, but really Derek Stingley could really shut down DK.
Yeah.
Like you could see there's a path where there's a tendency and a trend for that to happen.
I think the Texans can win if they take their shots when they're there, and I know that seems obvious, but I think that that's possible. I was earlier talking about the coverages that this team runs, and it feels like the Steelers have done a little bit of bouncing back and forth between, your too high safety looks, which especially they've done with Jalen Ramsey to kind of help him out as he's, kind of grasped safety, but also he's aging a little bit. But they like cover 3.
Yeah.
And the Texans have been really good against cover 3. I think when you get those looks, it's going to be imperative to take advantage of them, whether it's crossers or deep crossers, or deep posts, rather, that can really attack it. I think that those will be big because I don't like what this secondary is for the Steelers, and I feel like that's an opportunity for you to allow one Nico Collins, but also someone like Jaden Higgins to get busy and a few shot plays, and I think that you can really kind of basically get like liver shots to a Steelers team that is not really well situated to match up.
Hit them in the liver.
Why not? Make them crumble. Like that's what you were talking about on the other side with Aaron Rodgers back there. Yeah. We're talking about liver shots, baby. This is the violence here.
Yeah. Boy, now they're showing the Pittsburgh steel mills on TV, and they got the shorties. I'm so sick of Pittsburgh already, and the game hadn't started yet. This is driving me nuts.
And then I think Texans win because they remain disciplined in their secondary. The one thing that you could say that you have been concerned about all week when it comes to playing against the Steelers is what? What is it? It's deep shots.
No.
Double moves and stuff is some of the things that they've been able to do if they remain disciplined in the secondary. And this is where it's going to be interesting. Who is your other safety that's playing alongside Kalen Bullock?
Who knows?
Right? Yeah. Especially if it ends up being 38 out there, Kayvon Wallace, man. Yeah. People looked at you after that Colts game and were like, yeah, no, that's not it. If you end up out there, you can't get double moved. Jalen Reed, you end up out here. We love the physicality that you bring and everything. Don't get double moved. It's going to need to be. And Matt Burke said as much in his availability. He's like, look, we're going to need to be on our P's and Q's, pinpoint accurate in the secondary and play them, not allow anybody beyond us because DK Metcalf exists as one of those. And also you get a little bit of that from was it Cam Austin?
And you can't have the breakdown. I mean, the breakdown that Wallace had, the breakdown that, that has occasionally haunted them in the secondary at the safety position. And that's where the Aaron Rodgers smarts comes into play,
Somebody said, guys, you haven't mentioned that Davis Mills won't be there. He will.
He will.
He did not travel with the team with the big send-off because there's a new Mills in town. Him and his wife welcomed a new baby boy into the world. So congratulations to the Mills family again. But he
should be there or on his way or something.
That's right. He's taking a and I was going to say private, but he's gonna take a flight up there. So he will be there. You will have your backup quarterback. How about this? Because I've realized I hadn't mentioned this in the show, and it's been me messing up. I told y'all to figure what's happening with the
Monday night thing.
Yeah, the Steelers in the tenure of Mike Tomlin, and really dating back all the way to like the 90s with
Bill Cowher.
With Cowher. They reportedly had not lost a Monday night game at home in literal decades. I don't have an answer as to why that is. A majority of it is they faced a lot of teams that actually just aren't good.
Right.
Or teams at least that they were better than. I mean, I think that, in fact, let me see if I pull
That's a
up
long streak, though. They've had to add some good teams in there.
They've definitely had some good teams in there, but also, even when they've had teams that are relatively good, they've been better than those teams. There are 13 of the 26 opponents in this stretch that we're talking about were sub 500. And then for Tomlin, 9 of the 14 in the home ones were sub 500. So of the 14 in the Tomlin era, Monday night games, their opponents, 9 of them were sub 500. Like, that's going to skew what's happening here, especially with a team that's usually been good. Mind you, 9 of the 26 over the long stretch into the Coward time as well were divisional opponents as well. So that also adds the familiarity that you have with those teams. But
those are harder to win.
They can be.
Yeah.
They can be, but you also have a level of footing, and you're playing on home turf,
Sure.
right? But also, the thing that I wanted to make mention of is a particular night, or rather day, Monday, December 7th, 2020, in which the Steelers, a 11-0 Steelers team, I believe, lost at home to a 4-7 Washington football team, 23-17.
It was during the day.
It kind of was, but you know that was technically a Sunday game that got moved back due to a COVID game.
Oh, yeah.
So the game prior was Steelers-Ravens, and that got played on a Wednesday due to a couple of postponements. So they moved the Sunday game to Monday.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's why they don't count it. But that was a game in which they lost to, not just at home, to a lesser team in the now Commanders.
Yeah.
And that breaks up the whole streak a good amount. So some of this streak is finagled in with the asterisk.
Yeah.
And so if you believed any of that mysticism of the Monday nights at previously Heinz Stadium, now Acrisure Stadium, I could tell you it's not nearly as big as it seems at times.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, I don't think that really actually matters when we talk about a playoff Monday night game, which they have not played before.
Yeah.
You know? So yeah. But yeah, Texans win because that also doesn't matter. So there you go. What are you looking at here?
With the Texans, I said it from the very start. I think they're going to win. I think it's going to be exact. I think I mentioned this score when we were talking about how I felt this game was going to go. Every time you think it's going to be a tough, low-scoring game, it ends up being the exact opposite. This will not be the exact opposite. This will be Texans 17, Pittsburgh 13, and you exercise those demons.
Give me 24-13. I think that I think it's that type of game, but you can open it up at the end with another score. But we're in the same place there. Figgy, do you want to get in on this?
Yeah, I'm going to say Texans 17, Steelers 13.
Same as me.
Okay.
All right.
Very good.
Yeah.
Stop the steal, Joel says on the Twitch chat. And yes, that's the idea. 17 here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is that time where we hand things off to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, we've been talking about Waymo on this show way too much, and yet again, we got another situation that happened. Plus, a Houston radio legend is, I guess, the inspiration behind a popular Destiny's Child song.
Huh.
Oh, they weren't supposed to say anything.
Okay, well, let's find out about that next.
Ready? Texans. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So on this very segment, we've been bringing up the whole Waymo coming to Houston thing. And it's 2026, so they should be here this year.
I saw someone tweeting about Waymo in their neighborhood.
I almost
was like,
took a video.
Goodness. You had one in your neighborhood?
You seen one?
Well, I've seen several, but for the first time I saw one without a driver.
Okay.
I saw one driverless.
Okay.
In your
on my
neighborhood?
block.
Oh, wow.
So
and you didn't take it. Why didn't you take a video?
I was driving. I was trying to.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, don't take a picture while you're driving. Yeah, so pretty much what y'all saying, they here.
Yeah.
So they here in Houston, and yet again another wild story about a Waymo thing. I think we talked about the Waymo that drove through a crime scene, a police standoff. Yeah. We talked about people ordering the Waymos and just piling up at a
dead end.
Yeah. So this one's outside of the one that drove through the police standoff. Mm-hmm. This one kind of scared me a little bit. Mm-hmm. So here's another story about a Waymo car in Arizona that decided to drive on the local rail tracks and stopped.
A scary situation for a Waymo passenger this week after a Waymo car was caught on camera driving down the light rail tracks. Video taken by a bystander near Central and Southern Avenue shows the moment the autonomous car stops on the tracks just before an oncoming light rail.
Oh, get out.
Causing the passenger to run out of the vehicle before the car continues to drive down the tracks near another train. Andrew Maynard, an emerging and transformative technology professor at ASU, says while these situations are pretty rare, they do happen.
This is exactly one of those edge cases, we call them. Something unexpected where the machine drove like a machine rather than a person.
These autonomous vehicles are equipped with 29 cameras and update their routes and systems weekly. But in the area where the incident happened, there was construction and the light rail was added to the spot within the last year, which Maynard says could have contributed to the rail track detour. While incidents like this may draw skepticism about how safe these cars are, Maynard says he believes they're likely safer than your typical human driver.
These cars in many circumstances are safer than human drivers because they don't have all the distractions that a human driver does.
There you have it, man.
If you say so, big dog.
That last part, safer than human drivers?
You know who's not about to be an edge case?
Yeah.
This guy.
When are you going to get into a driverless Waymo? What's it going to take?
When I'm forced to. This is one of those instances where I'm okay with being a late adopter.
Is this a thing where you got to download a Waymo app to use Waymo?
Yeah.
Uber, Lyft. I'm going to just stick with that as long as I can.
I wouldn't mind it, but I got to wait for at least Gen 3. Not Gen 2 even. Let them work the kinks out, Maybe in a couple of years, I'll be much more comfortable with it, because that's a big problem.
Sure.
Dude, that's just as big a problem as driving into the crime scene.
Yeah, and luckily this was kind of like a little city train type deal.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like a freight train type deal, but that's still scary, man. Stopping on a track. Like, ain't no human gonna stop on a train track like that.
Yeah.
And obviously, like any other mode of transit, whether it's taxi or taxi or rideshare or whatever, they will have their issues. There is something that is comforting to us as social beings to have another human being in a moment of
think?
Yeah, like if my Uber driver or Lyft driver makes a wrong turn, I can at least go, hey yo, where are you going?
Yeah.
Get off. The Waymo end up on the train tracks. All you got to do is sit there, right? Like there's no one to talk to. You got to see if you can call customer service. Absolutely not.
Yeah, or at least if somebody was driving and the vehicle stop on the train track. All right, we got to get out.
Hey, we out.
Not me in the back seat trying to figure out
Are the doors locked?
Yeah, or is this gonna go?
Exactly.
Should I stay here? Should I jump out? Or is it just gonna eventually take off?
Yeah.
Like, nah, I don't need that type of stress in my life.
I mean, I really do feel like there's a really good place for it, and he probably he does make a good point. Fewer distractions.
He's also biased, right?
No, of course he is.
He is speaking on behalf of the company, and it is. Well, it's
but there is some truth to that. There is some truth to that.
Fair enough. I guess.
All I'm saying is, I don't want to ride them Gen 1. I don't even want to ride them Gen 2. I'm going to wait for Gen 3.
And plus, with all the construction going on down here, all the new bridges and all that stuff, I don't want to take that chance, at least not this early.
Yeah.
Somebody said, I spent last weekend in Atlanta, and the Waymo vehicles were everywhere. You could get them there using the Uber app. So apparently you might be having some of that as well.
They got to be a little cheaper, right?
You would say
like, I'm not paying more money to be in a Waymo.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather just roll with. Yeah, okay. If it's way cheaper or something like that, then I can see people just going with Waymo and possibly getting Uber up out of here.
713. I will never, ever, 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 never, ever, ever get in one of those.
I'm very interested to see your dedication to that, because this feels like one of those technological innovations where they're just going to drag us all along.
They're going to force you.
Yeah. Eventually, it'll get to the point where you do not have much choice. Yeah. And then at that point, I think it'll be interesting. But up until that point, I'm with you, friend. I am with you.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I got to give a special shout out to my guy, a friend of mine, Mr. Mad Hatter, who legendary voice in the city. Yeah. He's still doing his thing around here. And did you know he inspired the Destiny's Child song, the Survivor?
No,
I did not.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with the song, this is Destiny's Child, Survivor. Sure,
at some point, somewhere. Yeah.
Didn't know that.
I didn't know it either.
So how did Mad Hatter? How did that happen?
So I'm glad you asked that. So Beyonce's dad, Matthew Knowles. I think he's still in the city. I want to say maybe.
Yeah, he had a like Destiny Child event this weekend. Didn't he?
They have that school or whatever it is over here too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he was talking to Mad Hatter, and he talked about this story. Apparently, he bring the story up a lot, and Mad Hatter is not really too fond of the story because he feel like it's not true. But here is Matthew Knowles, Beyonce's dad, pretty much telling the story on how Mr. Mad Hatter inspired them to make this song.
Me and Beyonce, we rolling in the third in the tray, and we listening to Mad Hatter, man, and he's just joking and joking. He was like, man, Destiny's Child is like being on the island. You know that TV show Survivor? I wonder who's going to be next. Who's they going to throw off next? Ha, 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 ha,
Matthew, this is not true. Quit telling people this story.
Then me and Beyonce looked at each other.
Oh, gosh.
Because he said, it's like that show.
Okay, he's going
Survivor. We were like, whoa, that's an idea. Thank you, man. That made millions.
This story is not, I'm thinking about this story is not true. I appreciate whenever you come to the city, you tell the story that way. It's great for the city, but that is not true.
Another instance of turning your haters into your motivators.
Yeah.
So
what do you think?
I think it's true.
You do?
Because, and we know this being on radio. There's times where you're talking a lot, and there's times where somebody will come up to you and will say something that you said back to you, and you're like, I don't remember a single time saying that.
Yeah.
I can bet that Matt Hatter, in the many, many years and decades that he's been on the radio, might have said that one time, and it's just it was just some words that he said, but to them it meant something, right? And so it's very possible that he's like, that didn't happen, but he just don't remember. You know?
What do you think?
I gotta believe my friend. I don't think it happened, man.
Okay.
I'm rolling with him. Maybe I'm being a little biased.
You started with I gotta believe my friend. You are being a little biased.
Yeah, I'm believing my friend on this one. It sounded like he was just like, man, this did not happen, man. I don't know where this came from. Maybe they was listening to somebody else.
Is this some Michael Jordan stuff?
Yeah,
maybe some Michael Jordan where they just made it up in their minds.
Well, no, I think what you're saying.
It could have been somebody else on the radio.
Yeah.
And they wait, what?
Yeah.
And then you know what? Let's make this song because I'm a survivor. Then.
Right. And they are tight, the Knowles family and Matt Hatter.
Yeah. No, they super tight.
Yeah. That does make me think though. How many other lines of work do people act like psychopaths, like professional athletes? Because how many times have we seen the professional athlete get out here and be like, nobody thought I would make it? You know the time that made me the most mad? Mm-hmm. Was it the last time? It was Alabama. I remember vividly it was Alabama, but I don't remember specifically what it was. It might have been them winning the national championship. But there was athletes talking about nobody believed in us. And I was like, y'all were the number. Yeah. Starting out, everybody believed in you. Yeah. Where do you get the audacity to believe something as asinine as that? Except they just they create it for themselves. Yeah. And I had never considered, are like musicians like that?
Oh, sure. Everyone is like
100%.
Yeah.
Who are all the people that get themselves to that place where they just create a narrative for themselves?
I just saw a rapper not that long ago. I guess he tried back when he was up and coming. Yeah. He's trying to get a beat from a well-known producer, and the producer didn't kind of brushed him off. And now, I guess fast forward maybe 10, 15 years later, now he's still talking. That rapper is still talking to that producer about that. Like, no, I ain't working with you because back in 1980, whatever. It's just like, damn, you still thinking about that?
Didn't believe in me. Back then they didn't want me.
Yeah.
Now I'm hot. They all on me.
Yep.
It might even be. I don't know what that one is. It might even be a situation like we get occasionally. Well, Sports Radio 610 says blah 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 blah. No. Can you be more specific? Because we don't all have the same opinion.
Yeah.
It might have just been something that was said.
It was one time somebody said, I think one of y'all said, not y'all, but years ago, somebody said something, and then somebody added me on Twitter like, hey, Figgy, that was a bad take, what you said. I'm like, I didn't say anything.
It didn't even sound like me.
I wasn't even talking that much at that time. And I'm like, why y'all gonna say that's a bad take? What I said was a bad take. I never said that. But yeah.
The number one recruit saying that, I think. Yes.
I think Bryce Young said that a couple times.
Things like that drive me to my wit's end. But also, I get it, right? It doesn't have to be true. It just has to work. And for them, it'd be working. And I guess for Destiny Child, it also seems like it worked.
Hey,
well, not seems like it definitely
did.
It 100% worked.
You heard Matthew. He said, thank you. I made millions off of this now. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Thanks for nothing, Philly.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Thanks for nothing, Philadelphia Eagles.
What happened?
So they lost. They got smoked. They got smoked yesterday. And you got a lot of diehard Philly fans that probably wants their head coach's ass.
Yes, there is.
And offensive coordinator ass. And A.J. Brown.
Heavy on the offensive coordinator.
Yeah. So it was a kid who went to the game, and apparently he got tickets. This was his Christmas gift to go to the Eagles playoff game.
Yeah.
Went to the game, and probably not a good Christmas gift at this point because they lost. And a news reporter caught up with him outside the stadium as he probably walked into the car, kind of wiping the tears from his face. And this is how it sounded.
Yes, this was a huge letdown. This was my Christmas present, and I got a loss.
Oh, no. You probably would have rather had Cole, huh?
Yeah, probably. I'm feeling two of two things. A, I want A.J. Brown packing his bags, and I want him somewhere else that is not here. I love you, A.J., but, like, you can't make those drops in that game. And I also want Kevin Patullo flipping burgers or something. I don't care.
Why do you say that?
Whenever he's an offensive coordinator, it's like he's flipping burgers. One half he's cooking, and the other half is completely raw.
Dude.
Why does that child sound 37 years old?
I know. Yes.
Hey, you know he listened to Sports Talk.
Oh,
that dude's on WIP.
WIP.
All
He's probably
time.
listening right now at school.
Yeah. Somebody said that kid needs a job in sports radio.
Yeah.
I know his
podcast. Had him
podcast
on today.
His podcast is on fire right now.
Yeah.
That is a sick Christmas present. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's the worst, man.
Absolutely.
Because it would have started off a good Christmas gift, like playoff.
I'm at the Eagles game.
Yeah, but man, I ain't think about the part if they lose
and how they lost.
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten a raw burger from McDonald's though? Like that feels like the place where you're guaranteed to have. I don't know how good it'll taste to you.
Don't get technical with this kid.
No, I was just wondering. I feel like he could have really landed. He did a great job. I'm just trying to take his. I'm trying to add a little bit of add another level to it because that was an A. But how could it have been an A+ take? That's all I was thinking about.
Yeah. No, I thought he was cooking. No pun intended.
Yeah, that's right. He said, A.J. Brown, I love you, but pack your bags. You cannot stay here.
He said, no, buddy got to be.
Pack your bags.
And he said, Buddy got to be working at a McDonald's or something.
A local one at that. He said, I need people to see how far you have fallen.
Yeah.
There you go. The Mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every weekday, right here on the program at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, he'll shout you out. All right, been a fun one to things off the fellas of the drive so they can have a truncated version as we continue to barrel towards Texans-Steelers wild card matchup at 7:15. But before we get there, coming up next, I do want to let's hype it up.
Oh, yeah.
Let's hype it up. Let's get ourselves as maximum ready for this game as possible. We'll do it next.
All right, you know what is sure not to do?
powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Thank you, Figgy.
Yeah, it's been a fun Monday here on the program as we are getting hype for the wild card matchup between your Houston Texans and the Pittsburgh Steelers. In fact, 713-572-4610. What's getting you hype? Are you hype? Where you at?
Well,
oh, wait, what is that?
I have a vision.
You started out early. You were like, I'm
I
hype, I'm
am.
feeling it.
No.
And then I asked the question. You gave me a, well, what is that?
Because I don't want to say it out
What
loud.
is that?
I don't want to say it out loud.
Oh, okay.
Lopez, you got to get us hype, man.
I don't want to say it out loud.
Wait, did you pen something?
No,
but I feel like we should have had.
I have a vision. I have a vision.
Is this a knockoff? I had a dream.
Maybe.
Oh no.
The year was 1979.
Uh-oh.
All right. Dan Pastorini drops back to throw a pass that would tie the game and maybe finally break the curse against the city of Pittsburgh and the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Steel Curtain, etc. Mike Renfro skies, reaches up, grabs the ball, tucks it in his right arm. Both feet touch the ground inbounds. I believe the referee was Jim Tunney.
I always hated Jim Tunney.
Jim Tunney comes in after a discussion, says incomplete pass. Visions of Bum Phillips throwing his arms up. Dan Pastorini, palms to the air. Mike Renfro, apoplectic with anger and frustration. So last night I was thinking, wouldn't it be cool? Keep this in mind. Acrisure Stadium is in the exact same location as Three Rivers. When they raised Three River Stadium, they put Acrisure in the exact same place.
Sure.
Same footprint. Northeast corner end zone. Wouldn't it be kind of cool? C.J. Stroud drops back. Close game. Nico Collins. Sky ball. Right corner. Catches the ball. Feet touch inbounds. Initially ruled incomplete.
We don't need to go that way.
But upon review, touchdown Texans.
Hang on.
Touchdown
Who says it's not
Texans.
a rivalry?
I have a vision. Even if it doesn't go to instant replay, the winning touchdown needs to be in that northeast corner of Acrisure Stadium.
I'm hoping for a blowout.
Yeah, I was like, that was my thought. Was like, hey man, they can do that in the course to winning by a whole bunch of points. Ain't nobody want this to come down to the skinny.
But let's say I can guarantee a win.
Okay,
I'll take that.
Wouldn't it be something?
Oh yeah, without question.
Complete exorcism.
You think they mentioned that on the broadcast?
How many times? You think they mentioned it 10 times? If 9.5 is the over/under.
Oh, I'll take the under.
I'll take the over.
I don't think they give you
I'll
the
take
over.
the
on that.
over because keep in mind that includes post game. These guys know.
They know.
They know. No,
but,
they know. No.
Okay.
They know. No.
Wait, who know?
The Texans from Cal McNair.
Yeah, I don't know how far down the rankings that
goes down from there.
I don't know how. I think that might stop.
You think
before
the
we get to
players on the field know about this?
They've been asked about it and said yes. Now they don't know all the details and everything else, but I have a vision. Mike Renfro didn't happen. Nico Collins happens.
For those who that matters, I'm sure that they're with you. I think a lot of people though just generally just get the W. I will say though, I am kind of shocked and a little annoyed to what degree Steelers people trying to pick the Steelers here. There's a lot more.
Yeah.
Now the markets very much lean towards where people are putting their money leans towards the Texans, and I saw someone interestingly making the note that the markets have been the people in a way have been 5-0 thus far in the wild card. So that's a comfort for whatever that is. But also, I talked about it. I've had an opportunity to jump on radio with them there. They seem a lot more open to the idea that they can win this game, and that almost is an affront to my sensibilities. It shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be, but it is. And so that, in a way, that has made me a little bit more hyped for this game Because how dare you? Who do you think you are? I am. Shout out to Pete Weber.
Somebody said that would be glorious. Another one said, how about 3 touchdowns in that same northeast corner of the end zone? All right, I'll take it.
All right, so but if you're depending on how hype you are, I know something that has done a good job to get everybody hype. And I just want to do it one more time for you. Just one more time for you. Hey, Justin James Watt, get us hype.
Our city has something different about it. Something forged, not found. It's in our DNA. It's in every fiber of our being. We were once the Bulls on parade.
This defense, they are the real deal.
But now, Cap's got this team swarming.
How do we want to build a team? I want to build it with players who swarm.
You see, we have a special work ethic. Mindset that we never stop believing in.
When you think about a swarm, it's about that brotherhood, that togetherness, where we are powerful as one.
When you show up, you better be willing to do what they're not. Every snap, every breath, every hit.
And it's picked off. The takeaway train starts to roll.
Swarm is how work gets done. It's belief when no one else believes.
Texans run to save their season. Steps up. He's going to run. Mills. Touchdown, Texans.
At one point, it seemed like their season was falling apart. He believed the whole time.
This isn't about being heard. It's about becoming impossible to ignore.
These brothers are no joke. This defense is ferocious. They hit, they're rough riders. I mean, they come at you like that. Houston could be dead.
Rice gets popped by Petrie.
So listen up, because records, they don't mean a damn thing anymore.
We let the whole world know who the Texans are. Brown well protected. Collins wide into the end zone. Collins. Touchdown. What a catch.
No matter what we're up against, no matter how we have to go out and find a way to win games, you guys do that, man.
A swarm is coming, and it's built to hunt, built to finish.
A humongous touchdown to end the regular season.
And built to stop anything in our way. And if you've been here long enough, you know exactly what that means. H is up, H-Town.
It's gone nationally.
Yeah, people have really
the JJ hype.
The Texans, their creative staff deserves a lot of credit.
Yeah.
Also deserving a lot of credit is D&M Auto Leasing for giving us opportunity to cross-talk with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, how you feeling? How you feeling on a wild card game day here?
Man, I'm feeling good.
Yeah?
I'm ready to go.
Oh, yeah. I've been ready to go.
I mean, hey, this is a playoff standalone.
Yep.
Here we go.
It's a different world, too. Not the Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Let's do this thing, man. Got a game you should win. Your favorite in. They've never won a road playoff game.
Yep.
Get that off the schneid.
Or
off the slide. Lil Kiki said off the slide. Lil Kiki said off the slide. I take my cues from Lil Kiki personally.
Off the schneid. Get off the schneid. Yeah.
Yes.
So it's official. Jalen Reed has been activated from the injured reserve list. So that's a safety that quite possibly could start for you. And then Laker Fotu will be elevated from the practice squad. So you will have Fotu to play on the defensive line. I think that's important though, like making sure, especially against a team like
I don't know who he is, but
he's a Samoan defensive lineman.
And he showed up pretty well for you.
Right?
Yeah. I believe he's Samoan.
I'm just going off appearance. I probably
I think he is.
Hopefully he doesn't have to play a lot.
Well, that check on Tuesday.
Yeah.
That check on Tuesday.
Oh, no, we talking about the check on Tuesday. Yeah.
Well, you say hopefully. They love rotating those defensive tackles, and they trust them pretty well when they rotate them in.
He got some run in a couple of games ago, and
he did,
and he showed up. He goes there, and all of a sudden, he completely disappears. So they got a couple of reserve guys out there that when they haven't had to play, they've shown up. So we'll see if they can do it on the biggest stage, baby.
Is there anything in particular that you're hoping to see tonight? Because one of the things, we had that as our question of the day, and the thing that came to mind for me is a big day for Jaden Higgins. Because I feel like if you have a big day for Jaden Higgins, that means that the Steelers had to contend with two dudes getting after them in the pass game, and that that the run game battle between what's your run game, how successful it is, and how solid the Steelers have been, or at least passable they've been in the run defensive effort. does not weigh as heavily, and you probably have an opportunity to score some touchdowns and take some deep shots against a secondary for the Steelers that isn't the greatest.
Yeah, look, I think this just has to be some monster moments for C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm. That's how we got into the show.
I mean, defense.
He's got to have a moment.
Defense is going to be the headliner, no doubt about it. But this is. I just don't think this is a game that you win kicking field goals every time you got a fourth and short, and and punting every time you got a fourth and short, on the 40 or 45. And I think there's going to be some risk taken. I think your quarterback's going to have to make some plays. I mean, we can make what we want of Aaron Rodgers, but if you go back and watch last year, he is not intimidated at all by this defense schematically and with what the pieces that they have. And he was pretty good last year.
No, we came into the show that way. Like, look at the games that happened this weekend. Caleb Williams, doing the jump man, and Drake May making those big runs, and Brock Purdy. There comes a moment when no matter if you're a run team or a defensive team, quarterback got to make.
Look, we can sit up here, and Reggie's preface was saying, "Was anything you want to see?" Well, yeah, I mean, there's things I've been wanting to see all year long, but I just don't think we're gonna.
Right.
I'd like to see him move Nico Collins all over the place after watching these guys, Puka Nacua, and those guys have double-digit targets, and but I just don't think it's going to happen. So it's going to have to be, to your point, Jaden Higgins. It's going to have to be C.J. Stroud. It's going to have to be, the others. I think stepping up. So
I hope it's Jaden after they've gotten Nico established.
Sure.
That's it for me. I can't hop over to Jaden or the others. They got to get him going.
The one thing we have seen them do is when that script is still available in them first two drives. They'll hide Nico formationally. They'll do some things to get some shots. They have been fast starters in a couple of games, and so I would imagine that trend is going to hopefully that they're going to try to make it continue. So we'll see.
Yeah, excited for a power-packed edition of the drive as you guys leading up.
Listen fast.
Is that how that works?
You got to listen fast.
2:15, baby. 2:15.
All right, 2 hours and 15 of the best damn afternoon drive show in all of Houston, Texas.
It looks cold out there, Jack.
Excited.
It looks cold and windy out there.
It does look chilly. Everybody got their coats on out there in
Papers
Pittsburgh.
is flying.
Excited to see what it looks like. Hopefully, we will be dealing with the Victory Reaction Tuesday, but I'll see you tomorrow, John Lopez. Until then, we leave you with the fellas of the drive. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, on a wild card game day, the drive is live.
Drive is live. The whole team is in the building. Listen, Tyler's fighting through it. He's a little under the weather. He's wearing those glasses. I think he feels a migraine coming on. All right, he's wearing long sleeves when he never does. Clint's in the building, freshly shaved. He's ready to go. Damn it, let's go. I'm sorry, it just has not felt. It's been feeling like a regular season game. It's been feeling like a regular season game. It's a standalone game. Let's go. And you know what I need? This is what I need. When we have moments like this in the past, when it's been the drive or Clint Stoerner in the show or Clint Stoerner, whatever this has been, all the different moments that this show has been, whenever we need these moments, we call for Tyler Milner. We call for Tyler Milner to do his thing. I know JJ did some stuff. That's fine. That was all put together. But I need an open. I need Tyler MF, the craziest fan in Houston, Milner, to push through the sickness, push through the head cold. Take some Dayquil. Hell, take some NyQuil, speed, whatever you have to. Well, not drugs. Don't take drugs. We want to make sure. If you need a shot, whatever. I need an open to get it. What would you say, to fill it in my plums? I want to get these people feeling good. I've asked him this morning. I need an open, Tyler. I need a playoff level open to get the people in the drive family. I haven't heard it. Clint hasn't heard it. Megan hasn't heard it. Cheryl, she hasn't heard it. We all about to hear it together. I didn't hype this up. It better be good, Tyler. Let me hear that Tyler open.
Texans fall to Jacksonville. It is over. Houston drops to 0-3 for the first time since 2020.
We're 0-3. You don't want to be 0-3, but that's the matter of the fact. That's where we are now. Continue to support us if you want to.
CJ looking, firing deep downfield, right side end zone. Jaden Higgins, touchdown. Petrie, he's got it. Jalen Petrie hauls it in for his second pick of the day. Houston comes all the way back to defeat the Jaguars. The Texans have changed their season around.
Winners win and losers lose. I think that's real.
The Texans have won 8 games in a row. The Houston Texans are back in the playoffs.
I can't stop. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Here we go, damn it. Here we go. We got playoff action, baby. It's hot.
Yes, indeed.
It's hot. Come on now. Let's go. I see the text line going. I see YouTube and Twitch going. Let's go. We got to, 4:15 till we hand it over to Seth and Sean?
Yes, sir.
Big one today. Hey, just to be clear, the Houston Texans are starting tonight with their chance to get to a space that they've never been. BS. They've got an actual chance. Okay, this is not no, they have as good a chance as anybody left. You could argue this is the best chance they've ever had when you look at the field to get to a Super Bowl. This is it. At least an AFC championship game. You have a game against the Steelers, and if you win, you got a game in New England against a team that you can beat. To get to a place you've never been before. This team can do it. Clint, what is on your mind for this game? What is on your mind? Where are you? What's your thoughts? What does this game shake down to for you?
Well, look, I'm amped up about the game. I think they don't have to be something they haven't been all year long, in a sense of the defense has to show up and be the best defense in football. We've known that. If they're going to make the run you're talking about, this defense has to be the headliner and be the reason why they make that run. And if you look at it, yes, they're on the road, but the opponent that they drew, outside of the opponent that the Rams drew in the Carolina Panthers, I would say that this is the best draw that you could have in all of the NFL playoffs in the first in the wild card round. And so, you're living right there. And so, look, I think you start this game on both sides of the football. You go out there and you be who you've been for the last 9 weeks, 12 of the last 14 weeks that proved to be winning football, and then you let the game dictate what happens from there. And so it's ought to be a very confident football team. Defense is your headliner, as I mentioned, and defense travels. Defense plays well. Defense isn't distracted by noise, the weather. And so the main part, the reason why you are where you are and why you should win this game tonight is the defense, and they should be unbothered by making a trip to Pittsburgh and everything that one of the best home field advantages in all of sports can bring to the table. It shouldn't impact our defense in any way, shape, or form. In fact, you can argue its advantage, the weather, the wind, and things of that nature. The extra day to prepare for Aaron Rodgers in this offense. So, yeah, man, I'm excited about it. I think, as you said, they got as good a chance to win this one as well as make a run to an AFC championship, which would put them in a place they've never been before. So, could be a career year or a record year, a historic year here for the Texans.
Yep, you got the number one defense in the world, and you have Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, and you have Drake May and Stephon Diggs maybe sitting in your way.
Yep.
To get to an AFC championship game. I'm going to tell you this, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can text in, what are you thinking about with this game? I know many of y'all asses are at work and get no work done. Some of you may have just checked out. It's 2 o'clock. Some of y'all may have just checked out already. I'm with you. Maybe you've gone to whatever place you're going to go watch this game. If you set up shop, that's all right. I'll help you get through it, but you can join the conversation. Clint, for me, I walked into this thinking this is going to be about the coaching staff. It's going to be about D'Amico and the crew. I said to myself, there is really the biggest way that this can go left for the Texans is if Arthur Smith and Terrell Austin with those braids outcoach the Texans, right? There's no reason that the 49ers, when George Kittle tears an Achilles, should have been on the field competing with that roster that the Eagles have out. Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh outcoached the hell out of them. That's what I came in here thinking. That was how this would happen. But now we've had this weekend of playoffs, Clint. This is C.J. Stroud, man. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Who are you? Are you the guy who is driving the bus, or are you the guy that's along for the ride and just don't mess it up? What are you? Because Clint and Tyler, I don't know about you. I watched all of his peers this weekend, damn near all of them, play and be a huge reason for their team's success, even in the losses. It started with Bryce. Everybody been laughing at the Panthers, and rightfully so, for their selection of Bryce and how you dodged a bullet and you got C.J. Stroud. Bryce Young was going toe-to-toe with the MVP and lost because partly the MVP had the ball last, and some horn that's not kin to Joe or JC dropped the ball on him, right? Jordan Love, Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams just became a damn star Saturday night. Jordan Love on the other side balled out. Even Trevor, he threw some picks, but Trevor had moments where I don't think Jacksonville fans are walking away saying, Drake May last night, these are all young quarterbacks that are his contemporaries. They all played well. I'm looking at him. This is about you. People won't care about the excuse of Nick Caley. People won't care about those excuses. It is about C.J. Stroud. We watch all them other dudes ball. Now the ball is in your court. I am watching C.J. Stroud, which normally you do with quarterbacks in these games. I'm watching C.J. Stroud. Aaron Rodgers on the other side. He's 46. You should be able to have the quarterback advantage in this game. So C.J. is where my eyes are, Clint.
Yeah, no, look, I think it starts there. I mean, like I said, we know the defense is going to show up, and we know that they're going to give this team a chance to win games. And the question is what does the offense have to do in order for our defense to allow to remain comfortable? I'm curious with all the people out there, 713-572-4610. Call in, text in, let us know what you think. Are you in the just win camp? Talking CJ Stroud. What does he need to accomplish tonight? Are you in the just win camp? Or are you in he needs to be the why behind the Texans getting a win? Right? I think everybody, all of us, hell, I'm a Texans fan. I would be A-okay if this game goes in a way that we never need C.J. Stroud to get uncomfortable. All right. I would be A-okay with that right there. I just don't believe it's going to happen.
Yeah, you'd love for this thing to start off with back-to-back pick sixes, and they just
I just don't believe it's going to happen tonight, and I don't believe it's going to happen for 4 straight games in these. I think it's all about C.J. Stroud. I think, unfortunately, he's got some things working against him. I think from a play caller perspective, once they get off that script, I think there's an adjustment issue. I think this offense is super vanilla and doesn't really target put it blunt, doesn't target Nico enough. And so he's going out there and executing an offense where he's going to have to win between the ears. He's going to have to win with the others, right? And we'll see if they're able to do that. They did it throughout the year since his concussion, really. After that, they've executed that plan and won a bunch of games. We'll see if it can win in the playoffs.
Yeah. All right, text line coming in. What'd you say, just win? Are you in the just win camp, or are you in the make a statement, basically? Yep. Go out and make a play. Text line coming through YouTube and Twitch. My guy said, no, it doesn't need to be that wide. Just win, baby. Champ Slice, I'm in the just win camp. Don't try to ball out. Defense and Fairbairn. Someone else, I'm just in the Ocho. I'm just in the just win camp. The offense is what it is at this point, so we need Fairbairn to be clutch. Damn it, I just completely disagree with that. Like, no, I'm sorry. I cannot sit here and watch Bryce Young do what he did against the Rams defense. Carve him up, what he did against the Rams defense. And just see like, hey, man, CJ, hey, man, go out there and just win. No, because if you want to have confidence that this group has the best opportunity possible to get to where you want them to get to, C.J. Stroud is going to have to do what you said. He is at some point going to have to do it. He's going to. And to me, the confidence wouldn't jump up if this is a C.J. was carried to the win.
Yeah.
Just for me. You can have your different. Like at some point, you got to have him step. And man, where is like the damn competitive nature? Like I know he sees this. I mean, Jaden Daniels just passed him up with the quickness last year.
Yeah.
Drake May, all these guys. Don't tell me ball out. I'm not saying, man, he's got to throw for 600 yards, but damn.
Well,
man.
anything can happen, but the reality of it is, if this is a low scoring game, everybody's going to understand that from the Texans defense perspective and from Aaron Rodgers, one of the greatest to ever do it, and what he's up against. If this game is close and a low scoring game and or you don't get the job done because this offense sputtered, this offense didn't have answers for pressure, this offense didn't have a quarterback that rose above on 4th and 9 and gets pressured and avoids the pressure and makes a throw in between 3 or 4 Green Bay Packers and keeps the drive alive and then goes on and wins. Like if everything in this game is solely dependent on the system working, then I believe everybody that's there too. Now, if the system works and the defense shuts down Pittsburgh and you don't ever have to rely on your offense, then we can play the just win card. But I will be shocked if this game tonight, Ryan, comes down to just staying in rhythm, in form, on schedule, on time with this offense, and you win that game. I'll be shocked.
And the reason why I'm saying this, Clint and Tyler, he's capable.
Oh yeah.
He's like 2 years ago. He's better than all these guys.
Yeah.
he's coming into the season. I love to say this. Patrick Creighton looked me dead in my eyes in that studio back there and said, CJ's better than Josh Allen. He looked me dead in my eyes and said that. Now, yes, I thought he was badass crazy, but I will say coming off his season, I mean, David was a top 8 finisher in the MVP. I could see Patrick saying he's ascending. Like, come on, man. The expectation, we can't drop the expectations. And I'm just saying, because I know what's going to happen. If he comes out here and they play bad, Clint, and the thing that we don't want to hear or see happen, y'all going to be talking about Nick Caley that much. Like, y'all going to be talking about Davis Mills, who we'll have an update on a little bit later. Davis Mills, y'all going to be talking about that. He should have played. No, man, this dude is capable. This is the Steelers. Like, they got some guys up front, but if he has the ability to kind of have the ability to pass, like, I expect for him to come out there and just, with these young dudes balled out, man, this weekend, and he's supposed to be better than all of them.
Yeah, I agree with you. Look, it's going to come down to, and as a Texans fan, this is what you got to look for. This is what we've got to. I mean, if you're interested in more than just root and win or lose, the Pittsburgh Steelers are gonna force the Texans to prove that they have improved at things that they struggled with throughout the year. On the road, outdoors, loud, communication has been a problem, and at times problems for drive after drive after drive, right? Communication, you couple that with the pressure looks, that's usually when they're having to communicate. That same look is going to present itself tonight. All of it, the weather, the how loud it is, the issues communicating, the offensive line, the quarterback getting to the line of scrimmage in time so that they can decipher what the hell the defense is doing. All those things are going to present themselves tonight. And as a Texans fan, you go, okay, have we gotten better? It is an install year one in an offense, and you got to figure it's week 19. Have you gotten better? The things that you struggle with all year long, do you have answers for pressure? Can your quarterback and center get out of the huddle quick enough to give your quarterback enough time to adjust and see what's coming and decide where he's going to throw the football? Can your quarterback communicate in the huddle with some bad weather or some cold weather and some distractions? Can he do those things? Does your offensive coordinator have those answers built in, right? Are the others, which they have been, the answer to this one would be, I would say yes at this point in time. The others have been good enough to leave Nico Collins couched over on one side or the other and attack a defense using the other guys. Are all of those things, have they been improved upon, and are they enough to win games in the playoffs when it matters the most? We'll see.
All right, Clint's got the post-game show tonight, and there is going to be one thing, I think, win, lose, or draw. Well, there's probably no draw, right? Win or lose tonight that Clint may lose his mind over, especially if it results in the worst. This is something that the Texans have to come to the table with an answer with. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, Jiffy Lube. Jiffy Lube is where it's at. I need you to check the vehicles, all the vehicles in your family, not just the one you're driving. Check all the vehicles in your family. If you need that oil change, Jiffy Lube is where it's at. Yes, 60 locations around the city. They are convenient wherever you are. If you can hear this, fast in-and-out service. They've been dominating the fast oil change industry since 1979. And, yes, you can put a premium product. They can put a premium product in your rig, and that's Pennzoil is what I choose. In fact, if you mention Clint Stoerner Sports Radio 610 at the nearest Jiffy Lube, over 60 locations, you can get $26 off that oil change. Now, this time of year, it's getting a little cooler, so you need to make sure that rig is getting checked up beyond just the oil change. You need to place the wiper blades, check tire tread and pressure, check the coolant levels in that rig. All that needs.
to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
All right, welcome in. It is the final playoff game of the wild card round, and it is your Houston Texans looking to go into Pittsburgh on the road. I mean, it looked cold. Look at Mina's crying. Your phone, your mic's off, but Mina looks like it just turned on. Yeah.
Thanks, T. Got Mina looking like she's crying up there. The more cold weather wind tears.
That wind is just taking her down. It's a little windy out there. It's a little windy out there, but shout out to all of those. I know I run into some people, talked to people that were making the trip to Pittsburgh. So shout out to them, the traveling Texans down there to have a good time out there. I know Debbie said she was going to be down there.
Oh, yeah?
Got her a spot downtown and is at the game tonight with Mrs. So it'll be a good time. We will watch it from the comforts of Houston and enjoy that. But a big one tonight as we get you ready for, we're out at 4:15 or around it. Pregame show starts at 4:15. We will hand it directly to as they will have it for you, the pregame show coming up. All right, Clint, I know there are several things that you are looking at and watching, but I think one major thing, and it's something we've talked about, but when you get into these big games, and we've seen it all weekend, it is Nico Collins. How are the powers that be going to handle Nico Collins?
Yeah, well, look, what does CJ and Nick Caley need to do with Nico Collins? You got Joey Porter Jr., you got James Pierre and Asante Samuel on the other side as the corners that'll see action tonight. And what does Nico do in this game? You need Nico. Nico is the only proven, consistent, hit your head on the goalpost, explosive type of player that you have on this offense. And everything is going to go back to what we watch, because now we're watching playoff football. We're not watching guys getting through a season. We're not watching guys dealing with injuries. We're watching guys leave everything on the field. We're watching offensive coordinators leave everything on the field, open the playbook wide open, and do everything they got to do to win games. And some of the games we watched yesterday, Puka Nacua, 18 targets, 3 carries, right? They handed it to him 3 times and targeted him in a pass game 18 times. Loveland, the tight end for the Bears, 15 targets. Adams, another Ram, 13 targets. Shakir, Washington, Coker, it's Buffalo, that's Jacksonville, and Carolina, 12 targets each. Smith, Dobbs, that's Devontae Smith and Romeo Dobbs, I believe, 11 targets each. The list goes on and on and on. And you want to know what average this year? Nico Collins averaged 8 targets a game. Nico Collins averaged under 5 catches per game. Is that going to be enough for the Texans to win in Pittsburgh tonight? Is that going to be enough for the Texans to win in the playoffs on a big scale, on a larger scale, not just first round and then get really embarrassed in the second round? Is that going to be enough from the one player on this offense that is a proven flat-out superstar? Is that going to be enough? And I can tell you this, it better be. If I'm a decision maker in this organization, I can be patient with rolling out a new offense. I can be patient with a young quarterback that's learning that new offense, that's struggling a little bit with committing to this death by 1,000 cuts and when to be aggressive and when to not. I can deal with, hey, man, we didn't have the money or the opportunity to fix this offensive line the way that we would have liked to have fixed it, so we got to overcome some things. I can deal with all that. If I'm this organization, I simply cannot deal with losing a playoff game at any point in time. Right now we're talking about the first round because that's where we're at. I can't overlook, I can't accept a struggling offense that allows, by choice, the defense to take Nico Collins out of the game 90% of the time. I cannot. I just simply cannot do it, Ron. So I got to believe offense is ever going to be Nico Collins centric. We'll see it tonight. I don't have a ton of confidence it's going to happen because we watched all year long, and like I said, 8 targets a game, under 5 catches a game for Nico Collins. We're seeing other superstars get targeted 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 times in a win or go home type of game. If you end up going home and Nico Collins got 4 catches, you ought to have to answer.
Who are you staring at the most with that?
Oh, Nick Haley. Nick Haley first and foremost. But if he's I'd say I'm going 60-40, 60 Nick, 40 CJ.
Yeah, I'm with you on that with CJ. You got the damn ball in your hand. You can make a decision on that thing.
Yep.
I know it. Now, listen, I think, again, I want to make this very clear. I think all of you who try to push the Davis Mills, and I'm talking to you, Anthony, and Tony, all of you try to push the Davis Mills thing, you're nuts. But I watched in the second half Davis Mills say to hell with it against the Titans, and it seemed like he threw every damn ball towards Nico Collins no matter what the coverage was, and it seemed to be successful for them. They were shut out there. I mean, hey, we can go look over that 3rd and 16 or whatever that was. That was not the open guy. He threw it to 12, and he did it repeatedly in the second half. And to be honest, I watched CJ do it against the Raiders, where he just started throwing the ball over there. Double coverage, didn't give a damn, and got pass interference penalties and a big catch to close out. Hey, you got the ball in your hands. Like that's not just you got more power than Nick Haley on this team and on this offense. I'm just being honest. Right, you got to go. You can't. This can't be no. I'm really keying in to get Christian Kirk the ball or Higgins the ball. Nope. I mean, you have the right. We've been told you got the ability to get out of plays. You get up there and get out. You see it, get out of the play. You see a place where he's got a shot, get out of the play. You're going to have your big dudes to make plays. Because if you're not able to get the ball out to him, especially in a timely fashion, well, now you got to hold it. And now you bring in the thing that they do well, the guys up front, that front. Now you bring that into play. But, yeah, both of them, they got to. Someone said Caley is making or breaking his job tonight. Well, no chance. They won 12 games. No, they ain't letting him go. But it should be a conversation if we get into this game and your big game players are disappearing. Now, listen, I'm telling you what, if Nico got 4 catches on 17 targets, hey, man, you tried.
Yep.
I can't get mad at it, but we're sitting there at a 7, especially if the game and the offense is struggling and CJ and Nico's not getting the ball, yeah, and we got a big problem. But I think they'll figure it out. Yeah, Jaden Higgins and Noah better be secondary options. They better be the options of, well, we got Nico going, and now they're double teaming Nico so hard. Now we can get they got to either, as you've said, force the issue with him at times. All right, coming up, some awards and one really weird award. Some awards coming to the Texans as they head to this playoff game, and the Texans got a chance to do something real crazy, something that will change the landscape of one of the best organizations in football today. We'll discuss that next.
All right, look, it's the new year, y'all. How about
4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram 222-2222.
Playoff day, Texans game as they get ready to start this push to trying to get to an AFC championship game, trying to get to a Super Bowl, but it starts in Pittsburgh tonight.
Let's get it on, baby.
There you go, Vandy. There's Vandy without a voice tonight, baby. Get it on. Hey, post-game show. Clint has that coming up with Sean after the game, right after they get done with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware and John Harris and the crew, and then you'll be able to hear Clint and Sean. And Sean and Seth coming up right as we get done. Man, we're out early. We're out here around 4:15, and we'll hand this thing off and continue the party going for this playoff game. First time attempting to win. Well, not attempting, but they're attempting to win their first road playoff game tonight. Some news to pass along here. The Houston Texans. They got some more additions to the All-Pro team. Three members of the Houston Texans made the All-Pro team. Will Anderson and Derek Stingley Jr., first team All-Pro. Sting back-to-back seasons as a first-team All-Pro. And Will, the timing is good, Will. The timing is good to be a first-team All-Pro right now, right when you're eligible to play and get paid.
Woo! Love that money.
Micah Parsons just set to market, and now you're an All-Pro. Let that boy have a playoff run. Woo! That man gonna get paid, and they gonna pay him too, because they love his ass here. And then Danielle Hunter, who clearly was not good enough to be a Pro Bowler this year, somehow made second team All-Pro.
That's what I was going to say. Damn, second team All-Pro, but wasn't a Pro Bowler. Well, that's
15 sacks. What is he, second or third in the league? 15 sacks. He is second team All-Pro. So Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, and Derek Stingley, congratulations to them, as they are all pros. That helps with money. That helps with legacy and everything. So shout out to them. I know there's some people that were really pushing for Jalen Petrie to potentially be on one of these teams. I don't know if the three plus games that he had to miss with that concussion may have hurt him, and I get that. I just be honest, and maybe I'm a little aggressive with All Pro. I mean I still stand by it. This year, consistency. Kamari Lassiter, I feel like, has been the team's best corner. Just consistently what he's done. He's been obviously challenged more, and has like I'm not saying he should be an All-Pro. I'm not trying to yank the off the All-Pro team. Not anything sexual. Hey, all right, come on now.
No,
let's go now.
I didn't know where you were yanking off there.
I'm a little disappointed that Tyler just said he is sick.
He check up, did he?
You know what? That's the key. Whenever everybody knows I'm sick, it's because, man, Ron ain't eating. What the hell's wrong with him? We know Tyler is sick. Tyler's just not taking potential sexual.
He ain't biting on that.
So he didn't bite on that.
Not feeling too great.
I looked right up when I said he yanked it. I don't know who I'm gonna yank off. Tyler just let that roll. God pray for Tyler.
Honestly, didn't even hear it.
That I feel like Yank, you're normal. Like you have an extra sense of horny. Like you've got six senses.
Like a spidey sense.
And usually you hear anything that could be potential close to horny, you really jump in there. But no, man, Kamari Lassiter was to think the season he had, that he's not a Pro Bowler, and I think he'll eventually be one when people aren't playing, unless he's playing in the Super Bowl. But I think he'll eventually land there. But I thought he had a great season, man. just consistency. I think there were many times where he was, if not as good as Derek Stingley, but playing a bit better.
Well, it is a we've talked about it many a times, man. When you got two edge rushers that can go and you got two corners that can go, not to mention if you've got 3 of the 4 are all pro and the other one's a Pro Bowler. I mean, it's just one of those, or at least a reserve. I mean, it's when you're good at those 4 positions, benefit from it in a major way. When you're elite at those 4 positions, I mean, the coordinator, the overall unit, I mean, you get into one of the best ever type conversations. At least statistically, you could potentially put up them kind of numbers. And so, this is a well-deserved honor for all 3 of them.
Yeah, congratulations to them. Can I ask you all a question? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Tyler, Cheryl, you can jump in if you like. Clint. If the Texans win this game, do you think we're ending an era in Pittsburgh with Mike Tomlin and potentially ending the career of Aaron Rodgers? You think with a loss tonight, like we just saw what Baltimore did with Harbaugh, and I get the feeling, Clint, that might have been Mike Tomlin had that field goal gone through. And I don't know what a week stops, especially if they lose in a way where it's like, damn, man. Like, you remember last year when they were in the playoffs and they played Baltimore and you knew right off the bat they didn't have a chance in hell? And like, if it's another game that's like that, I think even if he loses, Tomlin, I mean, we're over a decade now in playoff wins. You think potentially Tomlin is out and Aaron hangs it up?
Well, I think it's potential that Tomlin's out. Absolutely. I don't know that winning or losing tonight means much to the decision that Aaron's going to make.
Yeah.
That's an interesting dynamic because he can still spin it with the best of them. He's long, but the Tomlin dynamic.
You think he's definitely out if they lose?
I don't know if he's definitely out, but I know it's a possibility. I did a couple of hits in Pittsburgh throughout the week, and I mean, not that they all were net positive or negative, but when a question's asked about, hey, what's kind of the feeling about Tomlin down in Houston, the coaches, they're asking that feeling. They didn't ask me about what's the feeling about D'Amico. They asked me what's the feeling about Mike Tomlin, and so obviously it's a potential reality. I tell you, if he did hit the streets, him and John Harbaugh would be the top two. This would be the year to fire your head coach if those 2 guys are on the streets, if those 2 guys are available. So
next line, yes, they are both out. If they're both gone, if they lose,
I don't look. I don't
the
care.
Tomlin one is weird. Like it feels like. I mean, Tomlin, the years he's coached there, I mean, he's approaching the ability to drink at 21 years is where we're looking at with Tomlin. But you got to remember Pittsburgh, and it's the Rooney family still up there. I mean, they've had 3 coaches.
Yeah.
They just
don't run through them like that.
Yeah,
but the interesting thing about Aaron too, though, is Aaron was. I mean, it's one of the most storied, if you will. I don't know if storied is the right word, but the most documented start to a career of being a draft pick, sitting behind a great, and then becoming immediately playing really well. Then obviously his predecessor Jordan Love did the same thing with him. You got to believe that in Pittsburgh, right? If it were me, I don't know if Aaron Rodgers is the guy, but I'm saying like it would be ideal to hire and Aaron Rodgers go for a year or 2 while the guy that you draft this year, next year, whoever it may be.
Yeah, because they still haven't drafted the young quarterback.
They still know who it is. So what are you going to do, right? And to me, the perfect scenario is the longer in the tooth veteran quarterback. Now, he's still got to be able to play. But the longer in the tooth veteran quarterback like an Aaron Rodgers who's been through it before multiple times on both ends, the senior quarterback as well as the youngster coming in the league, you would think that would be an ideal situation if all parties would agree to slide it. Because you could sell to Aaron, too, in Pittsburgh, hey, we're not rebuilding. You got a defense that can win. You got an offense. You got DK Metcalf. You can go out here and do what you did this year, but we want you to groom this young quarterback for a year or 2. At this stage in his career, I would think Aaron would be more than happy to do that, would probably embrace it. So, and if I were the Steelers, I would want to do that. I wouldn't want to put all my eggs in a new coach, draft a quarterback, and go, hey, here, good luck, hope it works.
Yeah,
especially in a year when the quarterback class isn't. There's no for sure's.
The only thing is if you're a new coach and you want to start your own program.
Yeah.
And like I know it didn't really work, but Aaron Glenn, like, I want to start it. I want to have everybody roll. Then maybe you move on from the veteran. But I don't know, man. This could be the end in Pittsburgh for 2 Hall of Famers. Right? It could be. If
you move on, that's the thing. If you move on in Pittsburgh,
like Aaron Rodgers is one of the best quarterbacks we've ever seen. This may be his last game.
Maybe.
It wouldn't be a shock with that.
But I mean, like, you think about it, Harbaugh's not going to be an option in Pittsburgh. And so you're coaching a year where the top 2 candidates aren't an option for you because you just fired one of them. The other one was a rival down the street for 18 years. Like you better know who you're gonna hire, and you better have it. It better be Ben Johnson obvious.
I don't know if we got a Ben Johnson.
I agree.
Maybe it's Arthur Smith next.
Well, I mean, he's been down that road before, hasn't he?
All right, coming up as we're about an hour and 20 minutes away from the pregame show, starting up with Seth and Sean. We want to hear from you, man. This is a day that is much about you than it is us. Tyler will open up the phone lines. What mode are you in? I want to hear the passion from you, Houston. What mode are you in? Are you in the hope mode? You hope that they're able to win their first road game and advance in the playoffs? Or are you in the expecting mode? Are you expecting them to beat the Steelers tonight in this game? Their favorite, hey, there ain't no wrong answers. You can give your honest thoughts. All right, this is a safe space. 713-572-4610. Jump in. We want to hear from you coming up next.
Hey, football season's in full swing, y'all, and Underdog Fantasy is the best place to get in on all the action. You make the picks, and
Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Texans fall to Jacksonville. It is over. Houston drops to 0-3 for the first time since 2020.
We're 0-3. Don't want to be 0-3, but that's the matter of the fact. That's where we are now. Continue to support us if you want to.
CJ looking, firing deep downfield, right side end zone. Jaden Higgins, touchdown. Petrie, he's got it. Jalen Petrie hauls it in for his second pick of the day. Houston comes all the way back to defeat the Jaguars. The Texans have changed their season around.
Winners win and losers lose. I think that's real.
The Texans have won 8 games in a row. The Houston Texans are back in the playoffs.
I can't stop. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There it is, the Tyler Milner Open on a must-win, winner-go-home as the Texans look to advance to the divisional round for the 3rd straight season and win their first road playoff game. They're in Pittsburgh tonight. Pregame show in an hour and 15 minutes. And then the game at 7:15. Post-game afterwards, they got a chance to go to New England. To go to New England, beat a beatable Patriots team to get somewhere that the Houston Texans franchise has never been, and that is an AFC championship game. It is right there in front of you. This is The Drive, and we are ready to hear from you. Okay, a day like this, really every day the show is yours, but a day like this, we want to hear from the people and the phone lines. There's a couple of lines open. Grab a phone line. Tyler will get you ready because I just want to know what kind of mood you're in. And I see some people trying to cop out. As I said, what mood are you in? Are you in the hope mood? Right? I'll be honest with you, fellas. They have played multiple road playoff games in the history of the Texans. And especially lately, Tyler, tell the truth, you're more of hoping they would pull it out. Last year against Kansas City, that was probably a hope. Year before that, Baltimore, boy, I'm hoping they can hang around. Is this the same feeling on the road? Is this the same the time before that in Kansas City, more of a hope? Is this the same feeling, or are you in a space where you're expecting the Houston Texans to win in Pittsburgh? Somebody said I am cautiously, optimistically hopeful, is what somebody texted earlier. Where are you at? Where are you at? We want to hear from you. Clint, before we get to the people, where are you at with the Texans? Are you mode in the you expect them to win mode?
Oh, I'm in the expecting to win mode. I mean, we've said it multiple times. Look, you couldn't have drawn a better seed in the AFC in this first round for any of the wild card teams, right? And I'm just at a spot with the Houston Texans, with the organization, where I expect them to do certain things. I expect them as a team to deal with what comes with playing on the road like a pro. I expect them offensively to communicate effectively with the noise that comes with on the road. C.J. Stroud, I expect him to know who the free rusher is, where that free rusher's coming from, and to have some kind of answer, even if that is to bait him in and bail and go make a play with your feet or throw the ball away. Know where he is. Don't be surprised. And then Nick Caley, I expect Nick Caley to have answers for pressure.
You expect that?
A plan, yeah, absolutely, and absolutely, it's week 19, man. It's week 19. Like if he's got a lot to do with this. Now that may just mean his quarterback being more prepared to execute those answers, but at the end of the day, his offense has to know how to handle pressure. How you gonna deal with pressure when they bluff it and they bail? How you gonna deal with pressure when they show it and come? Right? Like I expect them to do these things, and if they don't do these things, this isn't about winning and losing. If they don't do these things, they're going to lose the football game. But if they don't do these things, I think it is 100% fair to be extremely disappointed with this overall team and extremely disappointed with particularly the offense if that is indeed the way this thing unfolds. So I expect them to do well in all of the above categories. And if they're not, I'm going to be disappointed.
Ridgemont on YouTube says he's expecting Champ Slice. I expect the defense and Kaimi to show up and show out.
Hey, don't forget, this is the place last week when a really good kicker kicked a slider now. I mean, he kicked the nastiest slider you ever saw a starting pitcher throw in the big leagues. I mean, it is rough in Pittsburgh at times, and it by the looks of Marcus Spears and Mina Kimes and Dan Orlovsky and these boys and girls, it don't look like it's going to be an easy night for kickers tonight.
And that win, it's not going to slow down. Probably going to be a little bit more coming up a little later. All right, let's go to the phones. Phil, come on. Hey, Phil, let's go. All right, it's
so
time
guys,
to hey, let's go. Where you at?
Go ahead. I'm hoping and expecting.
No, damn
it,
Phil.
As an unbiased Patriots fan, I'm hoping the Pittsburgh Steelers pull a rabbit out of the hat, but I expect the Texans to put a hurting on them, and the only team that scares the crap out of me in the AFC.
That's it. So you're a Patriots fan?
Yeah,
And
but I am also a Texans fan.
All right, and the Texans scare you. If you had to pick it, if they win tonight and they go to Foxborough, who you got?
If I was a betting man, I'd take the Texans.
All right, there's Phil. There's Phil, baby. He said he's cheating. He's going both. Let's go, Eddie. Where you at? You hoping? You in hope mode or you in the
I'm in the hope mode, and I can tell you I'm more excited right now than I've ever been for any playoff appearance for the Texans since they've been around. Because this year, there's no 300-pound gorilla waiting in the wings if you win a playoff game. There's no Baltimore. There's no KC. This is the first year as a Texans fan that I can actually see an avenue for us to make the Super Bowl. But the reason I'm hopeful is because it's on the road, and you look at it objectively. Head coach advantage goes to Pittsburgh. Quarterback advantage goes to Pittsburgh. Running back room advantage goes to Pittsburgh. Our defense is the best defense in football, and I'm hoping we win. But expecting with them having all those advantages is silly.
Hold on, Ed. Hold on, Eddie. I'm in 2026 today. You believe the coaching and quarterback advantage goes to Pittsburgh? Not historically. I'm talking about right now today.
Right now today, in a playoff game, I'll take a Super Bowl winning quarterback in Aaron Rodgers, who's got all the experience in the world, who knows how to get rid of the ball. And Tomlin has won a Super Bowl, and he's won it as a wild card. 3 games on the road.
He hasn't won a playoff
won a
game
Super
in
Bowl.
10 years.
So, yeah, but still, experience matters. I mean, there's no clear advantage to Texas. I expect, D'Amico to be better than Tomlin. I expect CJ to be better than Aaron. No way. And I know their running back room is better than, Plus you got Kaimi kicking outdoors. I'm hopeful, man. I'm hopeful. I'm more excited.
Eddie, you done just talked yourself into a loss in this game, Eddie. Damn it. Listen. Mike Tomlin is a great coach. All right. We want to experience. Hell, Tomlin ain't been to the playoffs. Hell, D'Amico's been to the playoffs the last 2 years. Listen, I'm not going to say that this is D'Amico with some huge edge, right? But like Pete Carroll's won a Super Bowl. Pete Carroll is not a better coach right now today than D'Amico Ryans. All right, and damn it, CJ, Aaron Rodgers should not have the quarterback advantage in this game. He shouldn't. I just can't accept that. I love the call, Eddie. Call back, but I can't get with that, right? And you agree with him. You agree. I can see by your side.
I agree with the quarterback 100%. I don't agree with the coach. I mean, I just think D'Amico Ryans and what he's done with Matt Burke. Now, I mean, the question, the way he framed it was head coach versus head coach. Now, if you bring coordinators into the mix and you start Arthur Smith and that brings Nick Caley into the mix, then all of a sudden you've got to maybe that levels the playing field a bit. But if we're just talking head coaches, no, I mean, right now today I got D'Amico Ryans. But right now the quarterback, yeah, I mean, I've got to win a game tonight. Got to win a game right now. I'll give you Aaron Rodgers.
All right, Emmett, where you at? You in that hope mode or expect mode?
I am in the hope mode because I disagree with what Eddie said about the quarterback, but I think that they just won't let the reins off CJ, and if if we want to see what CJ was from his rookie year, they'd have to let him go. And they're not going to do that because, like Miko said in his press conference last week, all we need is him not to turn over the ball. And I'm hopeful that maybe Nick Caley has a few tricks up his sleeve and they open up this offense a little bit.
All right, I appreciate the call, baby. You like where his head is? I'm about to say I don't know very many white Emmets.
No.
What makes you think he was white?
I don't know very many white Emmets.
I don't think I know one.
I didn't. I started to look it up. Emmett Brown. I guess Emmett Brown from Back to the Future. He's his character's white. Didn't know a lot of white Emmets. Shout out to you, Emmett. All right, Rob G, where are you at? Are you in the space where you hope or you expect the Texans to win tonight?
Man, I tell you what, appreciate what you guys do. I'm in a hope mode when it comes to offense. I know we've gotten better along the road here. There's been some bumps and bruises, seen a lot of improvements, which is good. Defense-wise, I expect them to lay the boom and be all over Pittsburgh.
All right, appreciate the call, Rob. 713-572-4610, where are you at? You hope? Are you in the hope mode or the expect mode? And like a lot of people are bringing it in. We're seeing it on the text line on YouTube and Twitch as well. Is this offense, right? Like they got. I heard in Philly today. They said they got a champ and they got an offense that shouldn't be in the playoffs. It's how they described the Eagles team, and the Texans at times have that feel. The Texans at times have the feel of like their defense is going to have to drag their asses all the way through. And, you know, they don't have the talent that Philly has, which is unacceptable. But it's got to be better tonight against this opponent. Against the Steelers, the offense, as you said, I don't know if I expect those things. I hadn't really seen them all. As you said, it's week 19. But this is a defense, especially after the front seven, this is a defense that can be had. And we've seen lesser quarterbacks and lesser weapons be able to have success on this Steelers group.
Yeah, I'm not – I know the numbers will tell you that, and hell, the film will even tell you that. But when you start looking at it on paper, I got J.J. Watt out here talking about T.J. Watt. He likes and he's good to go 100%. And we've seen Highsmith and we've seen – Hayward, I mean, he seems like he's ready to win a few playoff games and retire, and I mean that's how motivated he is. I don't know, Ron. I feel like this defense is significantly better than the numbers will tell you, than some of the film will tell you, and just got to be careful, man.
I think that the front, yes, the back end, like Flowers, they just lost him multiple times. And they've had that guy like they held on against the Lions, but boy, that second half, the Lions just had guys running all over the place in the secondary. Yeah. Now, in fairness, they do have Gibbs and St. Brown and Williams.
I know that your point isn't just those two teams, but I mean they were clearly selling out to stop Derrick Henry, and I'd imagine versus the Detroit Lions, they were clearly selling out to stop the run game. So I don't think that's going to be the case versus the Texans. I think they'll be able to stop the run game with just their front. They don't need to take additional risk in the secondary to slow down Woody Marks in this run game. But hopefully I'm wrong. I just don't think they'll need to.
All right, Joe, where are you at, Joe, on this game? You hopeful or you expecting?
I am expecting to win because you know what? We're going to go in there and open a can of whoop ass.
Go ahead, Joe.
And, man, hello?
Go ahead, Joe. Yeah, open up that can of whoop ass. Yeah. Go ahead now.
All right, man. You're going to open a can of whoop ass, and, man, I'm expecting our offense to show up this time because you know what? It's time for them to show up because I am tired of seeing them play slow and all this BS. So I need for them to come out and show us what they can do because our defense is playing phenomenal, man. And we're going to get in there and whoop that ass.
Hey. Why you in there whooping that ass? That's two of them. I like it, Joe. If you say the offense has to show up, what does that look like to you?
Man, I need for them to be scoring touchdowns instead of these three field goals, 3 points and this and that. That ain't going to win the game, baby. That ain't going to win the game. We need touchdowns.
All right, man, Joe. I wonder where Joe's watching the game, man. That felt like Joe. It felt like Joe. It took a lot. Party. Felt like it took a lot for Joe.
Not to cuss.
Yes. That ass was all he had to stop. All right, Ron in the building. Close this out. Where are you at? Are you hope hoping? You're in that hope mode, or you're in that expect mode?
Yo, Ron, hey, I am expecting. I'm expecting this to be a cold, smash-mouth, slobber knocker of a game, defense on defense, mano-a-mano, and I'm sure as hell expecting Kaylee, take the gloves off and let this offense run. Get Woody Marks on the outside. None of this in between the tackles, bologna sandwiches. Bring the heat. The defense is going to make Rodgers want to retire. They're going to put him on his backside to where he wishes he was going on a vision quest. So my point to this is bring it, expect it. Defense is going to roll. We're going to swarm, and the offense had better look like we can be who we're supposed to be, not this, oh, let's just wait around and see. Take it to them, foot on the jugular, gas pedal down, H's up, H-Town, bring it home. Let's go, baby.
There you go, Ron. Way to finish this off. Hey, listening to the people, looking at the text line, Clint Tyler, it's clear that everybody knows how this thing goes left, right. It's clear. It's clear. And you notice everybody, they are ready to go. Boy, this defense, we about to come in here. God, dog, come on, offense. Can y'all just try? Damn it, CJ, do you take that personal? Jesus. God, dog. We've talked about this. You got to overcome Nick Caley. You got to overcome this. God, dog, man. Come on, man. This team out here, that offense. It's got to be more than just don't turn it over, guys, and we'll cross our fingers. You got the head coach out there talking about just give us 7.
He went from 20 to 7.
Just give us 7. And we can work with that. Come on, y'all. Here we go. All right, a little weekend's best, weekend's worst coming up. What did you see was the weekend's best and the weekend's worst? We'll do that as we continue. It is game day. Game day. Texans looking to win their first road playoff game in club history. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, breathe in is one of the most essential parts of living. I tell you about it all the time. And if you're dealing with any kind of allergy, sinus, and/or sleep problems, maybe you got a snoring issue, maybe it's your significant other, you got to get hooked up with Dr. Matoran. But I'm here to tell you, Dr. Matoran is the way to go, man. He is a tremendous guy, well accomplished, been in the game for a long time. If you've got any issues above the
Radio610.com/contest this week and register for your chance to win a 4-pack for you and your family or friends. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
All right, welcome back in as we get you ready for the Texans and the Steelers pregame show with Sean Pendergast. Payne coming up right behind us. By the way, Sean said he's got a family member, the nephew, that is a white Emmett. Apparently there's a white Emmett who plays for the Detroit Red Wings as well, according to the text line.
Emmett Hutto was, I don't know exactly what he did, something over in Baytown. Well, he's a white guy. Older white gentleman.
This had a lot of Emmets. There are a lot more. Emmett Brown, I remember. That was Emmett Brown from Back to the Future.
I do know White Emmett because I know that one Clint just mentioned.
There you go.
Baytown.
He's lost it. But I heard Emmett. I saw Emmett. I was like, First off, I really thought Emmett was when we retired. I haven't run into a lot of Emmets. You know, is Emmett? Maybe Emmett Smith maybe brought some. Maybe there's some people in their 20s or early 30s that the Emmitt Smith thing caught. And they got damn head at, dude? I promise you, if we see him at that Super Bowl this year, I swear to God, I'm coming right at him about those Depends. He is so comfortable in that commercial.
Get your foot placement right.
It is great, especially seeing how he was on Radio Row. I'll never forget when he told Clint, when he gave Clint a bottle of his tequila, and then he told Clint, "Hold on, hey, let me hold that real quick.
Let me hold that one more time.
I need to pour that for somebody else." Oh man! All right, a lot to get to today. Stay with us. All right, let's do a little weekend's best, weekend's worst. This was a great sports weekend. I had to change my weekend time. It was the Rockets for a while there, as they've lost 3 straight to teams they got no damn business losing to, even yesterday, to the 8-win, now 9-win Sacramento Kings with Şengün in the lineup. But I changed it because something else just pissed me off. But let's go weekend's best. I'll start with my weekend's best, and that was Caleb Williams. Clint, Tyler, I feel like this playoff coming into it, it was like Josh Allen and then not a lot of other big stars out there. And obviously no Mahomes, no Lamar, no Burrow, no Cowboys, right? No huge stars. Caleb Williams, I believe, has stepped into that. And he fits the bill. We've known him and known about him since his years at Oklahoma and at SC. He was the number 1 pick. He's polarizing. Some people really can't stand him. Some people do like him, and that's always a good thing for becoming a star. And then he had a star moment and a star second half in the playoffs against the Packers for everybody to see. That second half, almost 170 total yards, 2 touchdowns. He did have a pick there in the second half, but led them on 3 scoring drives to come all the way back, despite his coach going 1 for 5 on 4th down heading into the fourth quarter. They win, and then he had the moment, right? However, the rest of his career, that 4th and 8 throw, which is insane. I've watched it multiple times. Is something that probably the throw of the year. When you talk about the game's on the line, the season's on the line, he's flushed out, and he's got to fit that thing perfect, and he did over and in front of coverage. So Caleb Williams, what he did, that was my weekend's best.
It's fun to watch, man. That off-script, off-platform, low completion percentage, but potential of a highlight reel play every time he snaps it. Ben Johnson is just one that just keeps dialing up shot after shot after shot. I'm not sure they're supposed to be executed that way, but that sure looks like what Caleb Williams is doing. I don't know if it's going to be a recipe to win a Super Bowl, but it sure enough is fun to watch. That's for damn sure. Yeah, especially when you win in that fashion.
Yeah, in Chicago, outside that fan base with the that was a fun scene against. And again, man, Jordan Love was pushing him because Jordan Love was playing his ass off in that game too. So my weekend's best is Caleb Williams. Yours?
I got 2. I know we're strapped for time, but I got 2. I'm gonna go Indiana. I mean, what we watched them do to Oregon. What was that? Was it 42-7 at half or
30? I think 35.
35.
Yeah.
It was 30. It was 35-7 at half. Well, I thought Tyler was playing the highlight for me. I was like, "Good call, Tyler."
He was on it, huh?
It was my scorecard. 35-7 on at halftime. I mean, that is wow. I mean, this team has got a chance to be. I mean, we've gone from, Indiana's pretty good. They may be able to win it to Indiana being one of the most dominant teams ever playoff run. So,
how about their fans' support and how they showed up?
The fan support, the way the quarterback played. I mean,
they said it was like 90.
Was talking about on Friday. Boy, he played well, didn't he?
They said it was like 90. Did you see his? You see his post game?
I didn't. No, I flipped it after.
I almost called all of it. I mean, it was rehearsed as hell.
Yeah, I'm also going to go with Matthew Stafford in that game, and really just because in a back-and-forth game when he very easily could have blown that game with an interception and a couple of mistakes, but he goes out there down, needing a touchdown, and goes out there and tells his guys in the huddle, apparently according to Devontae Adams, let's go snatch these guys' hearts, and then goes down there and makes the throw to Parkinson. That was an unbelievable catch for a tight end, for anybody, but damn sure a tight end. So I got Matthew Stafford and I got Indiana, both of them, my weekend's best.
Text line coming through. Caleb Williams isn't good. He's a product of the OC, of a good OC. I would urge you, and I think Ben Johnson's a great coach. Caleb said he's changed his life. That's what Caleb said. And he said Lincoln Riley and other things. Like, he's a good coach. There's a lot of Caleb make a play. There's a lot of now maybe he's doing it on his own, but there's a lot of leaking to. He looks like he leaks out to the right 10, 15 times.
He's a drifter for damn sure.
Like and in that game, sometimes immediate pressure. Like he's making a lot of off script plays. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Caleb is pretty damn good. All right,
he's gifted as hell. I can't take that away from him for sure.
Yeah, and his numbers this year. For me, as I said, I had a couple of Rockets who were very disappointing over this last run. But for me, the weekend's worst, you know how I feel about it. Josh Allen. Josh Allen with a 10-yard tush push, where he is stood up because clearly forward progress only means it with the offense. He is stood up, and then they allow his offensive lineman and a fullback. The offensive lineman, Torrance, looked like he picked him up, and then just shove him and keep pushing him. And they even called it a touchdown when he clearly fell in front. But it was a 4th-and-1 game on the line, and he got a 10-yard tush push. And I hope to God that this is over and this is done. Not just the tush push, but the ability to continue to gain yards, even though you're not the one who is doing it. Other people are doing it for you. Because had Josh been pushed back 11 yards, they'd have brought that ball right back to where he was first hit. And so that was my weekend's worst. Yours?
Real quick, I'm gonna go with Ben Johnson. I like the antics, if you will, with the Green Bay hate and saying it, and even the locker room talking the trash kind of deal. But I think it's disrespectful to not walk across. Like, part of the game that has been around forever is walk over there, shake your man's, shake
by handshake, baby.
Yeah, but it's done, and to me, it's just so disrespectful, and just that's, you can't play with that, man. You can have your fun in the locker room, you can have your fun with the
You was
media.
all right with the F the Packers?
Oh yeah. I mean, the history that's there. I mean, he's got a duty to win games, obviously, but there's a part of it of selling your organization to the people that pay the bills ultimately, and he's got that Bears fan base riled, smooth up. But when it comes down to face, man, you got to shake the man's hand. I mean, you can't fly by, avoid eye contact, and bounce. You got to shake his hand.
Because if you know they playing twice a year next year, and they're working on an extension with LaFleur.
Yeah.
You walking across, what you doing when you get across?
I mean, you just got to. I mean, that can't be a confrontation. Like, that can't be a moment where you're making statements. That's got to be because I mean, I don't know. I think it lacks class. I think it's disrespectful. And so that's my weekend's worst. I wasn't a fan. I love the other stuff, but that actual handshake, yeah, man.
Man, if you don't like him so much and you're going to do that, man, just go ahead, just on site then.
Well, yeah, I got to know
throw it right
if it's I don't like him. What's the history here? What happened?
Even if it is, though, I mean, then just throw it right there. Like, I mean, we're going to really do it. Just throw it right. All right, coming up as we continue, we'll give you some of the very latest injury news on the injury front. The Texans do have one player out. We'll let you know the latest on that. And what about last year? This is not the first time Aaron Rodgers has seen this defense. Is there anything to take away from that? We'll discuss.
All right, y'all. Power outages, they can happen anytime, man.
PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
All right, welcome back in. Leading you up to the pregame show. Seth and Sean will be jumping on around 4:15 and get you ready for the Texans as they are in Pittsburgh getting ready to play the Pittsburgh Steelers. If they win, they will. Hell, they win. The winner of this game will head to Foxborough and play the New England Patriots, who dominated the L.A. Chargers yesterday. Now, listen, I said this about C.J. If you missed the first segment, as I said, man, this is, to me, is about C.J. Watch all these young dudes go off and ball this weekend. His peers, and I expect to see that. Now, if he has one of those nights that Justin Herbert had last night, where he was just completely under siege the entire way. I mean, God, man, he won't forget about Milton Williams. Jesus, man, he was just getting laid out, boy. I thought he was going into concussion protocol 2 or 3 times. So if that happens, I'll change my tune a bit if he's just under siege all night long. But no, man, it's a great night here in Houston. It has a chance to be a great night and a great start to a run. Just in case many of you have not seen this or heard this on the injury front, Clint, according to Aaron Wilson, the Texans are relatively healthy heading into the playoffs versus the Steelers. Trent Brown, he said he is playing. I saw that over the weekend, so he is good to go with that knee. Broken finger in there, too. He's good to go. Kamari Lassiter is good to go. Jalen Reed, they have officially brought him back onto the roster. Darrell Taylor, who they brought on the roster to cut Kavon Wallace, they've released him again. So he is no longer here to make room for Jalen Reed. But Trent Brown, Kamari Lassiter, Jalen Reed, all in the lineup. We know the first two will go. You expect to see a lot from Jalen Reed tonight?
Well, I mean, I don't know how you don't. I mean, just sheer numbers. I mean, the guy that's on the practice squad now is, he was getting significant run the last couple of weeks. I mean, you remove him from the scenario, from the equation, it only makes sense that Jalen Reed steps in there and becomes the guy that you lean on. You lean on, and he gets the most of the run. So, I expect to see a lot of Jalen Reed tonight.
So, Jalen Reed's back in it. There was a report over the weekend that Davis Mills didn't make the trip with the team, but it is this according to Ian Rappaport, Texans backup quarterback Davis Mills, whose wife just had a baby, will travel to tonight's game and be available for the Texans versus the Steelers. He just stayed an extra night there at home to be with his wife. Good. When I first saw that, I was just like, oh, what the hell happened to Davis? Like, I hope everything's all right. Like, I mean, are we bringing Grant Mertz into the equation here? But no, he is there. And then the one guy, Clint, that we were kind of preparing for, and I do think this is something. Bar Jordan, he is going to be out of this game with that high ankle sprain, and not a real surprise when you think about that injury. He's going to be out. And Clint, this has a potential to be a real thing with it, especially everything you've talked about in terms of how they need to handle Woody Marks. But this is a big deal. We're not sure who is going to get the bulk of the carries. I would guess it's Nick Chubb. British Brooks showed some things late, but this is a tough situation. And the Texans have to figure something out with their backup running back position.
Yeah, look, I think I'm not concerned. I don't think it's a big deal. I just think it's, as Texans fans, it's worth keeping an eye on. How do they address the running back room? I mean, if it goes back to the way that it was before Jawar Jordan emerged, and obviously it's going to be Nick Chubb and a lot of Woody Marks and a little bit of Nick Chubb, and it may include obviously British Brooks, who I think showed a little something last week. And if Nick Chubb was in a place where Jawar Jordan could jump him with one good game, which it was a much better game than bigger game and more significant performance than what British Brooks did. But if he can jump him, Nick Chubb is jumpable that easy, then I don't know why British Brooks couldn't do it. So it'll be interesting. I think they can all handle it. Whatever decision will be fine, but it is something to keep an eye on of what that running back room looks like.
Because I feel like we're looking at this weather. They want to run anyway. This is probably going to be a run to football type of game too. So we could see 30-plus carries, from the Texans, and how many of those non-Woody Marks carries are there, and who do they go to? So that's one to watch out. Is Jawar Jordan, who had clearly, as Clint said, taken over the number 2 running back role. He is going to be out for this game with that high ankle sprain. I went back and watched this because Aaron Rodgers, maybe the Steelers didn't last year, but Aaron Rodgers played this Texans defense, and a lot of the guys and names are still there. Some are out, as Rankins and Tommy weren't there, and some other spots, but Will and Daniil and Petrie and Lassiter and Stingley and Bullock and a lot of the guys, Toa, Aziz, a lot of those guys were there in that game against the Jets, where, if we remember, Aaron Rodgers had a pretty decent game, was able to get the ball to Devontae Adams and to Garrett Wilson. So those are big differences on the team too. But he was able to get the ball there. Remember, he had 3 touchdowns, no picks in that game. And then that Devontae Adams, Jalen Petrie matchup that somehow got itself together that became the game winner. How much do you think that game plays a factor in it, that Rodgers has played against this defense and has had some experience against a lot of these guys? Now, I think the Texans have gotten better, especially with some of the same guys there. But how much do you think that makes the difference in
I don't think it makes a huge difference in this game. I think for us fans, it's just an eye opener. You look, did Will Anderson get hurt in that game?
There might have been.
Will Anderson wasn't even in the box score. Daniil Hunter had 1 tackle. Now Autry had 2 sacks, but Daniil had 1 tackle and Will Anderson was out. I think that's the game he got hurt. But nonetheless, Aaron Rodgers is not going to stand back there like Josh Allen did for 4 quarters and let you, even if his pocket is just completely, his O-line is completely overwhelmed, he's not going to do that.
And he didn't. Yeah, they were getting it out quick then too.
And he's going to have mechanisms in his offense to where if you try to put Jalen Petrie manned up on anybody in the slot with no deep help, he's going to take a shot over the top. If you try to roll somebody down late and leave DK Metcalf one-on-one against any of your corners, he's going to take a shot over the top. If he is in critical moments, he's going to try to hold the football and stay within the confines of the pocket, and he's going to strain your defense at the second level. That's what's kind of been the bugaboo for this defense. He's going to do those things, and he's going to have a certain level of success at some point in time. You mentioned last year with the Jets. I mean, it was 2 touchdown passes in the 4th quarter. And you look at all the playoff games that we just watched this week. I mean, half of them turned into shootouts in the 4th quarter. And it's going to come down to, I think it's going to come down to that with C.J. Stroud.
He fed Garrett Wilson and Devontae Adams. That's
But the interesting thing then, a lot like he has complete and total control at the line of scrimmage. And at any point in time, if this defense, and this is what you have to have against this defense, if you expect the offensive coordinator against D'Amico's defense, if you expect your offensive coordinator to go out there and call everything from the sideline and you call it in the huddle and that be how you conduct offense, you have no shot, right? Aaron Rodgers at the line of scrimmage with whatever triggers are in that offense to make it go, he's going to have them, and he's going to take those shots. And so I don't think you're going to be able to play perfect defense. I think it's going to take a little bit. It's going to take a little bit from your offense.
Yeah, I do. I wonder, because I rewatched a lot of that. I wonder how much, and probably a significant amount, how much Aaron had to do with. We saw a lot of Garrett Wilson and Devontae Adams ending up on Jalen Petrie.
Oh yeah,
like we saw a lot of that, including the one dagger play, and you wonder how much Aaron had to do with that, whether on field, during the play, or before the snap, or I wonder how much, because he seemed to get matchups a lot in that game that allowed him to get the ball out quickly.
If you're not going to travel your corners, then they're going to put them both on one side of the field. They're going to use motion to get one specific corner or one specific defender. You're talking about Jalen Petrie on that receiver. Now, the good thing is Pittsburgh doesn't have Devontae and Puka, but Pittsburgh's only got one guy. So it's a little harder for them to shake him loose than it was for the Rams. So I want to be a little bit more difficult to defend the Pittsburgh Steelers than you think, because DK Metcalf's coming back. Yes, you want to give him that extra attention, but you also have Aaron Rodgers that'll nickel and dime you to death opposite DK Metcalf if you let him. So, and look, maybe D'Amico's defense steps up to the task and can handle it all. I don't know. I can just tell you they're going to strain them sideline to sideline in a major way. And there's a lot of people there, oh, you're not going to beat this defense throwing the ball short. No, I disagree. I mean, you're not going to beat this defense with your quarterback holding the football. I don't even give a damn if he's athletic as Josh Allen. He's going to take all this little nickel and dime stuff, and the minute that you roll, the minute that you present an opportunity, he's going to take a shot. Do those shots land? And if those shots land, yes, he's going to be in trouble, and your offense is going to have to do something. If they don't, then you just stand pat, control the clock, don't turn the ball over, don't ask CJ to do too much, and you can win a game. But I believe that through 4 quarters of it, he's going to land a couple, and the Texans' offense is going to play some football.
What you got coming up?
Well, it's easy, baby. We got matchups. We got a monster game. We got to wrap this thing up. It's the last segment for us, and we got matchups and predictions coming up next right here on Sports Radio 610.
What's better than having one award-winning special teamer in Houston? Having two. Congrats to Kaimi Fairbairn for earning the AFC Special Teams Player of the Week thanks to his perfect dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
No, that's
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes, it is, and it's game day, baby. It's a postseason game day. First round wild card round. The Texans at Pittsburgh, the last of this week's 6 NFL wild card games. Who winners move on to the divisional round, and the Texans are on this Monday night versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. We're handing this thing off to Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne here in about 15 minutes. But before we do that, we got to knock this Dirty's Daily set out. Here's the deal. Dirty's Daily brought to you today by Academy Sports and Outdoors. I want you to check out the I'm looking at this cold weather up in Pittsburgh, and you don't need that kind of gear down here in Texas. But Row outerwear at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Very nicely priced as well as solid stuff. So go check it out, man. Go check it out.
It's a real feel of 26 degrees right now.
And boy, TJ looked like he's ready. They just showed a picture of TJ Watt coming in the stadium. He's moving better than he was last week in that fourth quarter. I guarantee you he is. All right, we always do. We got some predictions to make, obviously, and we'll get to that. But we always do a quick segment on Texans win if, and that's coming up right around the corner. Ron, I do want to knock out a couple of things here before we get off the air. A couple of keys that I've got.
Well, let's hear
matchups, if you will, that I've got here. Number one for me, most important one this week is matchups. Pittsburgh versus C.J. Stroud. Look, this is one of the best home field advantages in the game versus a quarterback that's in year one in a system, that's had communication struggles throughout the year, and has very little control at the line of scrimmage. That matchup is going to be the most important part of this football game, in my opinion. I told you last week, C.J. Stroud, the offense, the O-line, significantly better. Nick Caley, significantly better, right? Can you take that on the road in the cold with the noise and communication not be an issue that shuts the offense down for quarters or if not halves at a time, Ron? So I'm going right there with the Pittsburgh, all that comes with playing in Pittsburgh on the road versus C.J. Stroud. Number two, Cam Hayward, and really the overall Pittsburgh interior defensive line versus Titus Howard, Jake Andrews, and Ed Ingram, right? We watched last night. You mentioned the guy in the last segment, Milton Williams, who returned to play for New England last night and was an absolute problem, right? Howard, Andrews, and Ingram are going to have their hands full, and the opportunities that present themselves to C.J. Stroud are going to depend heavily on that interior offensive line's ability to handle Cam Hayward. Number three, Ron, I got Nick Caley here, and this is Nick Caley versus Terrell Austin, the defensive coordinator for the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right, and I'm going to be more specific. It's Nick Caley after script versus Terrell Austin. Look, Caley's going to get a little creative in them first 15 plays. I don't doubt that Nico Collins is probably going to move around a little bit, and we're going to see some things. What can't happen is in the second, third, and fourth quarter in crunch time when it matters the most, all of a sudden we go back to stagnant, predictable, vanilla offense that doesn't entail what we see in them first 15 plays or 20 plays or however many he scripts. Nick Caley, post-script versus Terrell Austin, the defensive coordinator for the Texans. It's going to be big-time advantage, Terrell Austin, if we come out and he knows exactly where Nico's going to be. He knows exactly how to take it away. He knows exactly how to take the one superstar out of the game that you have, and then we're over there banking on others to win. That'd be a tough way to not accomplish the goal tonight. So Nick Caley after script versus Terrell Austin.
Yeah, like you said, that's big. The adjustments afterwards.
Yep.
Have been struggles at times in the second half.
Well, those kind of things I think rear their head in the playoffs because everybody's good. Everybody deserves to be here, not just because how many games they won throughout 18, but because they got hot late, because they earned their trip here. I'm going to flip it over to the other side of the football. DK Metcalf versus Lassiter and or Stingley Jr. However they decide to defend DK Metcalf, We watched Alec Pierce multiple times over multiple years, the big, long, rangy, deep threat receiver, be a real problem for the Texans with Riley Leonard at quarterback, with Daniel Jones at quarterback, with Anthony Richardson at quarterback. It doesn't matter. For the Texans, it's been the explosive play. DK Metcalf is definitely one of the better, bigger-bodied, bigger targets, get over the top and go make a play type of receiver. Him versus Lassiter and Stingley. He's not a guy that I believe they're going to put in the slot. I don't believe they're going to play matchup games. I think they're going to put him out there, and the minute you bring that safety off the roof, I think Aaron Rodgers is going to take a shot. So DK Metcalf versus our corners. Number 2 on the defensive side of the football, Kenneth Gainwell versus our second level of defense, whether we're talking in coverage or we're talking tackling, right? Kenneth Gainwell, they are going to use him. They're going to throw the swing screens. They're going to use him, throw the football to him as an extension of their run game, right? They're going to throw the ball to him as an extension of their pass game as well. I think he is the piece, the X factor that makes this offense go and allows them to move the football consistently. Gainwell specifically versus our second-level defenders. Henry To'oTo'o, E.J. Speed, even Jalen Petrie in that mix. And we'll throw the safeties in there with Jalen Reed and Bullock in there as well. That second and third level of defense, tackling him in open space, covering him when he is in the pass game. I think that's going to be absolutely critical. And last but not least, we talked about it briefly, Aaron Rodgers versus Matt Burke. Matt Burke's he already knows this. Last time Aaron Rodgers played the Texans, zero fear, zero concern. No. Eliminated Daniil Hunter from the game and Will from the box score, even though I believe Will got hurt early, but really limited what the defensive front could do, and then went off in the fourth quarter, Ron. So in that game, he was 22 of 32, 211 yards and 3 touchdowns, again, 2 of which came in the fourth quarter. The crazy catch by Wilson and the easy touchdown over Petrie to Adams. I just think the Aaron Rodgers versus Matt Burke, it's going to be a cat and mouse game. And as I said, I think there's probably more triggers or more mechanisms, if you will, in this offense with Aaron Rodgers to take advantage of maybe just one time you bring a safety off the roof, or just one time you get Jalen Petrie with no deep help. This offense has the mechanisms to go, boom, let's go get it. Don't let that pass. And I think Aaron Rodgers will take them. So that matchup is big in this game as well. So let's jump into it real quick, Ron. The Texans win if part of this segment right here ties nicely to our predictions, ties nicely to our matchup conversations. But for you, Ron, the Texans win if?
Yeah, I think a lot of what you said kind of plays into where I am. I've got 3 thoughts, like don't help them.
Yeah.
Don't help them. We understand in any ways, turning the ball over, big penalties, whatever. Don't help them sustain drives. No big plays. As you talked about with DK Metcalf, I find it very, very difficult to see the Texans allowing the Steelers to have sustained drives. I talked about it last week. They had multiple drives over 8-9 plays, a 13, a 14 play drive. I just believe they can get that many, string together that many first downs against this defense. But what can happen is big plays. So don't do that. And we talked with some callers, and I felt this way also as I jotted it down, Clint. You got to score touchdowns tonight. All right, you can't get down there and get in the red zone, 3 times, and that results in 9 points or 6 points, and you didn't miss or something like that. So that's a big key for me. Those there, man. Can't help them. No big plays, and don't kick field goals.
All right, Texans win. I like that. Texans win if, and it's easy for me. It's the one I started with in my matchups, Ron. I think this game comes down to, I think the defense that we've watched all year, I think we get it. I think Aaron Rodgers does handle it better than Josh Allen did. That's for damn sure. And I do think that they, without a doubt, will get in that 17 to 24-point range against this team. I think it happens. And even if it doesn't, even if it's 10 to 14 or 13 to 14, whatever it may be, I think it's going to be a tight ball game. And the game's going to be in CJ's hands. The game's going to be in the offense's hands, which ultimately means it's in CJ's hands. And I think how well CJ handles playing on the road. Can CJ Stroud handle it like a pro? Get out of the damn huddle. Communicate whatever needs to be communicated. Inside that's going to show you pressure. Whether they're bringing it or they're bluffing, have a damn plan. They're not going to sit back in coverage and vanilla coverages all day long and let you just simply pick them apart, right? Handle the pressure like a damn pro, not like a rookie, not like a first year in the system. Get out of the huddle, communicate effectively, and have a plan when they do show you pressure, right? That's what this thing's going to boil down to, and we'll see how it goes. All right, prediction time. Big Ron, what you got, man?
All right, I like a low-scoring game. I got the Texans 17-9. 17-9, no touchdowns, field goals from the Steelers.
All right, well, I'm going Texans as well, but I'm going a little higher scoring game.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm going 24-23 Texans. 24-23 Texans. T-Mill, what you got?
I'll put a lid on this thing. Texans win it, advance to the divisional round with a 23-13 win tonight in Pittsburgh. Let's effing go.
Come on, baby.
I don't think
Let's
we've
go.
ever had 3 for 3 all for the Texans. I don't think we've ever had 3 for 3 ever. We're always on different pages. That's for damn sure. It's the beauty of the show. All right, your Houston Texans pregame show for the wild card matchup versus the Steelers tonight is it starts now, y'all.
Let's go, baby.
Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, they're all yours, baby.
Damn it, let's go. I'm sorry, it just has not felt. It's been feeling like a regular season game. It's a standalone game. Let's go. Well, I want to get these people feeling good. Get the people in the Drive family ready. Hype this up.
Winners win and losers lose. I think that's real.
Ready. Texans, Steelers, Monday Night Football. It's playoff time in H-Town. Hear the wild card round game here with pregame coverage starting at